scorecards up. So the whole reason, do you want to sit on the chair? We made sure you were about 9 months off. Sit on the chair. Lady. Do you want to sit on the chair? Sit down. All get close, slightly one again. Gwen, stand on the chair. Do you want to stand on the chair, Gwen? Or stand on the chair? Stand on the chair. Well, do you want to stand on it then? That's it, stand. I can see your belly. I can see your belly. I can see your back. I can see your back. No, you're crap out. I can see your belly. It's big one. Stuff that I get on vintage second hand. It's the better. So it's not too strength. Okay, Gwen, have enter. Not the knife. But those are active, that was horrible. It's a phone door. I know, but I've been teaching her to stop the door. Here we go. Always tried that with my mum, mate. Goes into a machine that cuts it down like that. Once the top of the big size goes down, it's all it, isn't it? That's exactly If you have just come onto the ground ahead of this third day's play between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire, good morning to you. The Thatcher's Bar and the Legends Bar are both open throughout the day. Thatcher's Bar at the pavilion end of the ground and the Legends Bar at the behind the Mark Lane stand. So refreshments and food options there throughout the day. Grace dining is available on the first floor of the Bristol pavilion. You can book your seat or table if there's more than one of you, of course. For lunch. Lunch served today at 10 minutes past 1, because we have a slightly later lunch because of overs being caught up from play lost on days 1 and 2. Roast sirloin of beef or mushroom and lentil Wellington with roast potatoes, seasonal vegetables, cauliflower cheese, Yorkshire pudding and gravy, and a crumble of the day. If that rather more formal dining options for you, then do see the team on the first floor of the Bristol Pavilion. Welcome then to our umpires for this match, Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell at the start of this third day. In the field, the Northamptonshire side captained by number 2, Luke Proctor, and with number 17, Louis Kimber, now a concussion substitute for Safe Zabe. And receiving for Gloucestershire, their captain number 1, Cameron Bancroft, sponsored by Digby Associates, and number 67, Ollie Price, sponsored by the Waiting Game. And to complete the over that was in progress last night when play was halted, from the Ashley Down Road end, number 13, Harry Conway.
Very good morning to you and welcome to Bristol for day 3 of Gloucestershire versus Northamptonshire in the County Championship Division 2. And it all feels rather serene this morning, as normality might just about resume for maybe a couple of moments before play starts, before the chaos begins again. I can't recall, and I'm glad that I'm not the only person. There are people who've been working in the game far longer than me that can't recall a session or even possibly a day quite like yesterday in terms of the amount of chaos. But I mean, everything looks, as I say, it looks very, very sane out there. We've got a fairly regulation field, 3 slips in a gully. We've got Harry Conway preparing to bowl to Ollie Price with Cameron Bancroft at the other end. Gloucestershire 21 for 3, leading by 48 runs as Conway bowls the first ball of the day. It's full and wide, and Ollie Price leaves it alone. So there's no evidence of the drama that unfolded yesterday evening, really, other than the fact Gloucestershire are 21 for 3 in their second innings. But it just takes one glance at the scorecard to possibly reveal some of what happened, but by no means all of it. Craig Miles and Will Williams opened the batting for Gloucestershire yesterday evening. There was clearly a bit of a gamble that they weren't going to get all of the 10 overs in, or at least if they could, that Miles and Williams could survive them. But in the end, we got pretty much all of the 10. And both Miles and Williams dismissed, as was Ben Charlesworth, as Conway bowls now to Price, who's forward and defending away straight to mid-off. And there's no run. So in the end, both Gloucestershire openers having to come out anyway. Bancroft survived, but Ben Charlesworth had Harry Conway on a hat-trick in sort of a reflection of what had happened the previous evening when Bell was on a hat-trick with Northamptonshire having used a night watchman. Then out came the batter and he was out first ball. So it's happened both evenings. Conway into Price, and that's wide outside the off stump and let go. Slightly more pleasant look to this morning. There's a little bit more brightness. There's no real break in the clouds that I can see, but there must be somewhere, because at least there's some hazy sunshine. I can see some shadows that aren't being cast by the floodlights, which are hopefully all working today. Hopefully we don't find out. We just get a full day's play in 104.4 overs due to be bowled today. As Conway is in down the leg side, Price tries to glance it and misses, so that goes down as a maiden over, which was between sessions with a couple of balls bowled last night and the 4 this morning. So Conway's first maiden, 2 for 11, and Gloucestershire 21 for 3, bowled out for 154. Then Northamptonshire in a well, it looks like just a regulation session really compared to what happened in the evening session. Northamptonshire, well, I suppose it was the start of the evening session, wasn't it, when Northamptonshire really lost a cascade of wickets. 85 for 4 at tea became 127 all out, and Gloucestershire ending up leading by 27 runs. Now they lead by 48, have lost 3 wickets, but 2 of those being bowlers. Ed Seaborn and Andrew Radd, your commentary team here once again today.
Morning, Ed. Morning, everyone. Ben Sanderson starting his work for the day outside the off stump and left alone by Cameron Bancroft. Thanks very much to Ed for leading in this morning. I was just getting my breath back, having run downstairs to have a chat with Darren Lehman. A bit of breaking news from the Northamptonshire camp this morning, and that having said yesterday that Northamptonshire haven't had a replacement this year, they have one now. Saif Zaib is out of this match, the rest of the match, with concussion. More follows. Sanderson in bowls on leg stump, turned away by Bancroft, and he will get a single out to mid-wicket. So Gloucestershire underway this morning, 22 for 3. This was in warm-up yesterday morning, apparently got one on the head. Did bat yesterday, of course, but developed symptoms overnight, I'm told, was unwell this morning. So he is out of the match, and according to the concussion protocol, he's out for the next 7 days. Now, that means he will not play in the first T20 match for Northamptonshire against Glamorgan at the county ground on Friday. He will also very possibly miss the second game against Worcestershire at New Road a week today, but that's TBC. And Louis Kimber, who's been here as 12th man, is now officially in the side in place of Saif Zaib. His price facing Sanderson, keeper standing up. It's down the leg side and stopped, but not taken cleanly by Lewis McManus. 3 slips in place. Usual suspects, with Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, and George Bartlett at third. Got a short mid-wicket in there, catching. More orthodox mid-wicket, a little bit deeper, a little bit squarer. Then a mid-on, extra cover, and a backward point. And Harry Conway grazing on the long leg boundary at the Ashley Down Road end as Sanderson is in bowls and Price defends back down the pitch. And there is no run. So all best wishes to Saif Zaib for a quick recovery. I hope to see him back on the field soon, but it does mean that Louis Kimber is out there, and Northamptonshire do have their first replacement of the year.
And I suppose important to clarify also, this
it's not the injury,
exactly. Whilst we've been bemoaning some of the replacements that we've had this season, this one very different, something that could have happened last year as well.
Here's Sanderson in bowls, and again defended by Price, back down the pitch, just misses the stumps at the non-striker's end and rolls up to mid-on where Proctor fields.
Concussion replacement's been around for several years now, so...
Yes, well, the one I remember, of course, was Alex Wakely, who sadly cracked his head on a beam at his home during a match, and had to step down for the rest of the rest of that match.
Health and safety not put mind your head on it or something?
It was in his own house, if I remember rightly. Here's Sanderson in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Price, and that is the end of Sanderson's first over of the morning. 1 for 11 for him, and Gloucestershire 22 for 3, having added just the single this morning. With Ollie Price yet to get off the mark, Cameron Bancroft is on 7, and I've just about got my breath back. Long way downstairs, 3 flights. and then I saw Darren Lehman just going back into the dressing room, so I sort of almost had to break into a trot to catch him before he went inside. But things I do in the interests of news, spirit of self-sacrifice and all that.
Short of commitment to investigative journalism on the BBC as Conway bowls to Bancroft. He'll squeeze it through square leg. Might get 2 here as it's split the gap between fine leg and square leg, and they will cross and come back. So Bancroft moves on to 9. Gloucestershire 24 for 3. So that's a lead of 51. So in the first innings, Sanderson 19 overs and Conway almost 18 overs out of the basically 52 that we had. Slightly less extreme in terms of just 2 bowlers in the Gloucestershire innings, partly because Will Williams was unavailable to bowl for some of it. As Conway is in, advancing is Bancroft again, tucking it through square on the leg side, and fine leg has moved more towards a long leg because Kimber is in at leg gully. So he's in position there to keep that to just a single. So 25 for 3. Bell bowled 17 overs still of the 51.5. Matt Taylor 14.5. Williams 12 miles 8. So a little bit more, I suppose, sort of balance. But already with what happened last night with 9 overs being bowled by Sanderson and Conway, and then fresh this morning, you can see the same thing happening in this innings as happened in the first for Northamptonshire, as Conway again bowls wide of off stump, and Price has not had to play too much yet and showed extreme patience in the first innings for his unbeaten 50 from 146 deliveries. Best part of 4 hours for his half century, but he's the only batter in this match to pass 40, never mind to get to 50. It's going to be hard work for both these sides from here, as Conway is in now bowls, and once again very wide and getting wider, and a comfortable leave for Ollie Price. I mean, we talked to Matt Taylor yesterday evening rather than Craig Miles, as was originally scheduled for understandable reasons, given that he was cramping up. Saw him in the warm-up this morning, so there's clearly no issues there. I would have been quite interested to still have talked to Craig about how the night watch openers happened, as Conway straightens up his line this time, and that's defended back to Conway. Ever demonstrative. Moves across to his right to field and holds the ball for a second and marches back. But it was an absolutely bonkers session of play, mini session of play. 10 overs, all with one floodlight that was on the blink because of the number of times that it had been switched on and off throughout the day. It's not really used to that. Conway is in down leg side and taken on the bounce by McManus. Conway apologises to his keeper, and that's the end of the over at 25 for 3. But yes, I'd say hopefully the floodlight will be working. But a runner, night watchman openers, goodness knows whatever else
King
happened.
pair, sadly, for Ben Charlesworth.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it was absolutely balmy, and as Darren Lehman described it last night, mayhem. It was a very, very strange little session of cricket. Anyway, the question now of how the jockeying for position within this match, because it's beautifully poised, will pan out in the course of today. 3 slips in, Sanderson in bowls edged and lands just in front of Vasconcelos at slip. Takes it on the half volley, but Sanderson finding the edge. Fortunate for Bancroft in that he played a defensive stroke with soft hands. If he'd gone at that hard, it might well have carried to slip, but he didn't, and it didn't. So a little moral victory for Ben Sanderson, but Northamptonshire need more than moral victories this morning. They need to get amongst the wickets. Obviously, from Gloucestershire's part, they need to make sure that they don't. Here's Sanderson running in again from this pavilion end, bowls down the leg side this time, and Bancroft just getting inside the line, goes through to keeper Lewis McManus. Overcast here in Bristol this morning. Cloud is fairly high. Forecast is not that bad. It's more sort of genuinely showery, which you often find at this time of the year, rather than the sort of some of the more organised rain that we had that took us off for 3 hours yesterday. Sanderson just moving his mark, tossing it aside like an old acquaintance.
He threw it there in the first place.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and this time Bancroft is nicely in line, plays it back down the pitch, Sanderson fields. And there is no run. Ben Sanderson in the midst of all the mayhem last night, equalling Jim Griffiths and Northamptonshire's all-time list, 627 wickets for the county across all formats. He will be hoping, of course, to move clear of Big Jim sooner rather than later. 3 slips, leg slip, forward short leg. Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Bancroft. Northamptonshire's women are also playing today in the County Cup. They're playing at West Lodge Park in Desborough. It's against, well, very much a local derby against Bedfordshire and Huntingdonshire. It's one team, not two, in case you were wondering. And that starts at 2 o'clock this afternoon, T20 match, of course, County Cup. So we'll keep you across that later on. Gloucestershire got a game as well, Ed?
Indeed, I'll tell you in a moment.
Sanderson in, bowls short, and Bancroft again just gets inside the line, watches it through to Lewis McManus.
Yes, Gloucestershire visiting Oxfordshire, so again it's a relatively short trip, and they're playing at Teddy's in Oxford.
Oh, St Edwards.
Yeah,
Nice ground.
A school that's, I must say I've never been, but a school that's produced the likes of Ben Charlesworth. So,
well, strong Oxfordshire connections of sorts.
Yes, exactly.
Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and forward goes Bancroft, just a little bit circumspect. It rolls up to mid-on, where Proctor fields, maiden for Sanderson, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 11. And Gloucestershire stay on 25 for 3. They are 52 runs ahead, 7 wickets standing. And, well, if we get a full day in today, and as Ed was mentioning at the top of the programme, 104 overs and 4 balls scheduled, 5 balls, wasn't it? 4 balls scheduled to be bowled. Then if we get all of those in, if we haven't got a result, I suspect we won't be too far away from one.
Harry Conway running into Price is yet to score today, but to be honest, most of the deliveries he's faced have been like that, very wide outside off stump, and he's not having anything to do with it.
Mind you, when you consider the way this game has gone so far, and particularly in that session last night, it may be that Gloucestershire are 325 for 3 with Bancroft and Price both past 150. So, you know, all things are possible. But anyway, you won't miss a ball of it if you stay with us all day.
No. I must admit, I'm quite looking forward to watching some of these from afar, some of these Women's County Cup fixtures unfold as Conway bowls and Price defends awkwardly, and the ball has trickled away from harm as far as Price is concerned. The ball goes just to the offside of the stumps.
Yeah, last year Northamptonshire had to go to Shropshire. I think it might have been Wem Cricket Club, and I saw David Ripley. There was a men's match at the county ground, and they were all the women's team and Rips and others were getting on the bus. And I said, "Where are you going then?" Rip said, "I don't know." He said, "It's a nice little day trip."
Conway into Price, who defends with an angled bat into the onside, and there's no run. There's some wonderfully evocative names here. Buckinghamshire taking on Norfolk. Norfolk, who produced the big upset in the previous round, knocking out Sussex. So a Tier 3 side beating a Tier 2 side. They're playing at Ascot Park in Wing.
Oh, yes, yes. Near, not far from Tring, where
Tring and Wing.
Northamptonshire used to play, sort of Aylesbury way, isn't it, I think, if I remember right.
I say I don't know the place, but I don't know the club at all, but it sounds excellent. Conway in, and Price drops it down into the ground, hoping to pick what is a pretty small gap between the 3 slips and the gully. Can't quite do so. Berkshire taking on Glamorgan at Wokingham. And I think my favourite, Derbyshire playing Cumbria, and I think Derbyshire played their first round match there as well. The Copper Yard, Denby Village.
Oh, wonderful.
It
wonderful.
Sounds beautiful. I don't know if it's quite in the peaks, but I'm guessing it's sort of foothills.
Yeah, they've played, Northamptonshire played second team there, I'm sure, at Denby, because you always think it's a misprint.
In comes Conway Bowls and away Shaper, which again is very wide and no stroke.
I was just checking, I thought I'd better double check before saying it, that you're talking about St Edward's School in Oxford, and one of the other distinguished former pupils there was one of cricket journalism's greatest, John Woodcock, the late John Woodcock, sage of Long Parish, as he was known, from where he lived down in Hampshire for many years, but cricket correspondent of The Times, editor of Wisden, basically the sort of elder statesman of grey eminence of cricket journalism for many years. Wonderful mentor and encourager of young journalists. He was a St Edward's boy.
Conway last ball of the over into Price, who forces it off the back foot. Won't get a run though. It's hit straight to cover point. So that's another maiden from Conway. Price, 24 deliveries now, yet to get off the mark. Although, having said that, he hasn't looked in any great danger yet, albeit at some point I'm sure he'd like to score some runs. 25 for 3, lead of 52.
Well, again, it was Ben Sanderson who praised him for his efforts in the first innings and said he hopes a few of the Northamptonshire batters looked at the way he played it, and particularly, as we said on commentary, how well he left the ball, which was very much a hallmark of that effort of his in the first innings. Sanderson turns down below us, 3 slips, leg slip, forward short leg, into bowl to Cameron Bancroft, down the leg side again. The radar's not quite attuned this morning for either Ben Sanderson or Harry Conway. Stays at 25 for 3. The only reason I knew about John Woodcock was that those that know that part of Northamptonshire, my club's ground, Oundletown in Milton Road, is very close to the school ground, and where they play, obviously, the Cricketer Cup. The old Oundle Rovers play in that competition. And one afternoon I was at one game and just sort of wandered up to watch another one. Here's Sanderson in outside the off stump, left alone by Bancroft through to Lewis McManus, and just wandered up the road through the school grounds just to see how the old boys match was getting on, because there's obviously quite a few players playing in that who'd played for the town club, and I saw this old gentleman sitting there on the boundary in his deck chair, and first thought is, I know you. And it was John Woodcock, and he was there watching the old St Edward's boys playing in the Cricketer Cup. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, good ball, homing in on middle and leg, played by Bancroft up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. First encountered John Woodcock when he was editor of Wisden, and he rang me to ask me to take over the Northamptonshire section. I was at a friend's house and I thought it was a wind-up, because he said, I'm John Woodcock, editor of Wisden. Yeah, of course you are.
In the days when people did that sort of thing, yeah.
And it was. But that was 40 years ago, but lovely, lovely man. Sadly lost him a few years ago. Here's Sanderson. Keeper standing up, bowls and turned away by Bancroft. Certainly 1, probably 2, as James Sales sets off from forward short leg to retrieve. He does so just on the edge of the square, and Bancroft comes through for the second run. He goes to 12. Gloucestershire to 27 for 3. The lead 54. I suppose it's possibly futile to start speculating on how many ahead they would want to be.
Yeah,
The
so I
answer
did
is, I'm
ask
sure,
Matt Taylor that, and I can't even remember what.
as
what
many
he
as
said.
possible, I
Yeah.
suspect. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and Bancroft defends back down the pitch. And there is no run.
No, to be honest, I'm not sure that anybody's got any idea anyway, because, well, there's been another dose of heavy roller this morning. I've no idea the effect a heavy roller has on a hybrid pitch, but anyway.
Ben Sanders was talking this, actually when I saw him this morning, was saying that, obviously there's another heavy roller to go on it, and they were wondering what effect that would have. So
Yeah.
it was clearly in the players' minds as well. Here's Sanderson in again and bowls to Bancroft, who takes a step down the pitch, comes across these stumps and works it into the onside, and will pick up a single out towards mid-wicket, because Proctor has to come round to field. So he pinches the bowling, the single off the last ball, 13 to Bancroft. Ollie Price still looking for his first run, and Gloucestershire are 28 for 3, leading by 55. Essex just been bowled out down at Chelmsford for 293 against Leicestershire, so first innings lead of 40 for the Foxes there.
Well, I'm sure the Essex members will have taken that very well. Not only giving up the first innings lead, but 7 shy of a crucial bonus point.
I'm sure there was a very, very warm round of applause for Leicestershire.
Here comes Conway and bowls. Wow, that's incredibly short. And
yes,
is wided. Yes, I was going to say for a moment I thought it wasn't going to be.
Well, you can see Hassan Adnan just looked over to James Treadwell, and I think was looking for confirmation. But to be honest, I don't think he probably needed a lot of confirmation. Because that was another line prop job, wasn't it? As we saw with Save facing yesterday.
I think part of Matt Taylor quite enjoyed watching that one go. from when we were talking to him last night, I think there was part of him that thought, well, that's quite fun, bowling the ball over the keeper's head. Conway in down the pitch, Bancroft and pushing away to mid-off. He would be brave to come up to the stumps, McManus, for Conway, especially with the extra bounce that Conway can generate from this surface.
Not a great idea, I think. The only place where they're not playing this morning, as far as I can see around the championship matches, is at Beckenham, where Durham are 173 for 5 in reply to Kent's 523 all out, so they're a long way behind with a struggle to avoid the follow-on, but there is a delayed start down there in southeast London, really, isn't it?
Conway to Bancroft again. He's walking down and across and knocking the ball down to mid-wicket, where James Sales does the fielding. But yeah, there's play at Southport today, which I'm sure will be a relief to all up there after losing the entirety of day 2. Middlesex very much up against it, against Derbyshire, battling for survival after Derbyshire with almost a 200-run lead on first innings. Conway into Bancroft, and that loops off pad, I think, was it, to leg gully? Not sure what that came off. Impossible to tell really from this angle. Bancroft's body in the way, but the way it fell short of leg gully, just off pad and too high to be LBW. So maybe that's what Bancroft's thinking, is that if I can get that far across, even if I do miss it, with Conway's height and the life from the pitch, there's every chance that the ball is going to go over the top. But that leg gully is certainly in play, and Kimber has a excellent pair of hands as Conway bowls to Bancroft, who's down the pitch and defending with a degree of comfort that has not always been there, into the offside. And certainly from the early going, 25 minutes in, 8 runs added, 7 to Bancroft and 1 extra. It's fairly clear to see what Gloucestershire think is the method, at least for now, to go about it on this surface. Extreme watchfulness. Conway into Bancroft, who struck on the pad. Is he outside the line? I think he might be. He's just again come down the pitch and across.
Ooh, it's hurt him.
Conway staring at the umpire, and the ball actually looped and was dropped at third slip.
Good decision.
Yeah, is it him on the knee maybe? I think because his knee sort of buckled a bit after the impact. So I think it's because he was slightly crouched. It's missed the pad and possibly hit him on the knee.
That hurts.
Yeah,
but absolutely spot on. The decision from umpire Hassan Adnan.
There's still no runs off the bat in this over either from Conway, who removed Bancroft in the first innings. Runs in now and bowls a short ball, which Bancroft sees early and ducks well underneath. 29 for 3. 98 overs still remaining. I mean, the first 2 innings lasted 51 overs and a bit each. So I suppose we've had 16 overs this innings. So with that maths especially, if the match continued the way it has been, there is certainly the possibility it could end today. But as I said before we're off air, really, I think the feeling very much, if it ends today, Northamptonshire are probably more likely to win. If it ends tomorrow, it's probably more likely to be Gloucestershire.
Sanderson in, bowls full and steered away down to backward point by Ollie Price, who's still looking for his first run, fielded there by Liam Guthrie. So Louis Kimber, in case you're just joining us, is in the Northamptonshire side for the remainder of this match. Saif Zaib has been subject to a concussion replacement after being hit on the head during warm-up yesterday. Developed symptoms overnight and not feeling well, so he is subject now to a 7-day concussion protocol. His Sanderson in, bowls and defended by Price. Back down the pitch, Sanderson himself fields, which means he will miss the opening T20 Blast game for the Steelbacks on Friday night against Glamorgan at Wantage Road. And talking to Darren Lehman before the start, there's obviously got to be a thought that he may well also miss the game a week today against Worcestershire at New Road. Interesting one, of course, because Northamptonshire will also be presumably without James Sales, who I think will be joining up with the England Lions next week. His Sanderson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Ollie Price. And of course, the main thing is to say we'll hope, obviously, that Saif Zaib makes a full and speedy recovery. He's back in the ranks soon. But it does presumably open the way for somebody else if he's not available. James Sales, who I think, I'm not sure whether he would have been involved, but he probably won't be, at least for the first few games. So, well, chances for others. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and that's a beauty. That's an absolute Sanderson special. It's just seamed away a little bit, bounced and beat the outside edge of Ollie Price's bat, and he will go down, I'm sure, and have a slightly suspicious look at the surface.
I mean, to be honest, that's the sort of thing we were even seeing last game against Kent, that sort of seam movement. I think I mentioned probably on day one even, there were several overs where the ball was beating back 3 or 4 times like that.
Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's gone like a fast leg break. I've no idea how you play that.
Like that.
Well,
that's exactly what Matt and I were saying in the...
Miss it.
Yes, exactly. That's it. But in all seriousness, that's exactly what Matt and I were saying in the Kent game at times, in that actually all you do is you have to play down the line of off stump. If the ball is that perfect that it takes the edge, you just say fair enough, but you don't go chasing after it as Price didn't with both of those. Not that in a way you could.
He's just opened himself up just a touch as Sanderson is in, bowls, and 3 in a row.
Now that was the really dangerous one.
Yes, because that was so tight in terms of line. It was very close to off stump, had to play it. And again, fortunately for Ollie Price, it missed the outside edge. But Sanderson, as he so often does, asking all manner of questions. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14 for Ben Sanderson. Gloucestershire 29 for 3, leading by 56.
Yeah, because I mean that nearly was exactly the delivery that I mentioned, because it didn't do quite as much. It so often seam bowling is about having this knack of getting it to do just the right amount.
Yeah.
And that very nearly was that. We've got a change from the Ashley Down Road end. Conway being replaced. He didn't go for many runs at all, but just probably a little bit off in terms of line and length, and a lot of deliveries in the first spell of Conway where Gloucestershire didn't have to play. So,
and Proctor was good in the first innings, wasn't he? 2 for 24 from 8.
Makes sense to get Proctor into the attack. There's still a leg slip for him as Bancroft comes down and Proctor spears it down there. And that leg side, and McManus has to tidy up, launching himself away on the bounce. Is it leg slip? Is it leg gully? Sort of second leg slip. But anyway, that's where Kimber's standing, and Bancroft continuing to show that he's wanting to come across his stumps as far as possible. Proctor angled approach bowls to Bancroft, who defends straight back up the surface. He made 83 off 195 balls in the second innings against Kent, did Bancroft. Batted for just over 5 hours. And again, it's there's clearly more bounce in this pitch than there was in that one. However, it's probably that same sort of application that's going to be needed as Proctor bowls to Bancroft. Again, he's outside his off stump. You can almost see all 3 stumps. You can see 2 of them, at least 2.5, and defending straight again. But it really was an exercise in application and grinding out runs. Tawanda Muyeye, of course, scored his runs. I mean, he was the batter that really looked at home on that surface. It was a completely different fashion as Proctor is in once more. Played straight back at him for no run. But Bancroft, it was an innings where you'd have to say, in terms of value, in a similar fashion really to the Price 50 not out in the first innings, was worth a heck of a lot more than that. And Bancroft, I think, felt that he'd got quite a thick inside edge on his LBW then, but such is the way, as Bancroft drives firmly straight back at Proctor. He's taking a bit of a peppering in this over, and the ball deflects hard off to Sales at mid-wicket, but still no run. But I suppose that the mentality that Bancroft seems to have here is the same as that innings. Of course, Kent going on to win that match by 2 wickets. As Proctor bowls, and that's taken, I think, Bancroft on the body again, as it's gone short of the keeper in the slips. Not sure, was that glove? Was it hip area, side? Get another look. Again, it's nowhere near carrying to the slips. Yeah, it was almost, maybe it was his arm.
Arm, I think, yeah. Well, you were suggesting yesterday that there ought to be some sort of index of direct hits on various parts of the anatomy.
Well, Ollie
body blows.
Price had told me on the first day that they do keep track of that. So
I'm sure they do keep track of just about everything, don't they, these days?
Because there's this system they have to log everything in on, and then it's sort of things get logged, like play and miss, not poor shot or false shot or something like that. It's
jammy.
That detailed.
Here's Sanderson in outside the off stump, left alone by Price, through to McManus, still 3 slips in. Yes, you could sort of have the jammy so-and-so button or whatever, or wasn't hitting another set, or all the sort of the things that you hear.
Or the gets wickets button.
Yes, yes. Yeah, can't set a field for a bad ball. 29 for 3. Sun doing its best to come out, just reflecting a little bit of watery sunshine off the cars over to our left in the car park. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and again right on the money, and all Ollie Price can do is defend that back down the pitch. it's my imagination. Maybe conditions are a little bit more pleasant this morning. I think there's a few more in today. I'm sure perhaps there's... Well, it'll be interesting to see what the count is. Maybe it's totally counterintuitive and there are actually fewer people in yesterday. But did you get your glass of champagne for the champagne breakfast, Ed?
Oh, no, quite no, consummate professional as always. I'm not going to be drinking before I go on air. Only afterwards.
Here's Sanderson in bowls and very full from Sanderson, just shaping away a little from the right-hander, but he on-drives to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run.
No Bucks fizz either. and I did stop, did stop and just double-check what I was going to say before that one.
Yes.
I have been at home to
Dr. Spooner.
Dr. Spooner this season before.
Here's Sanderson, the sun again, almost peeking through, edged and caught at second slip. And Sanderson gets his man, and Price, after a long and patient vigil, has finally nicked one, and it's taken again by that man Calvin Harrison at second slip. And Price goes for naught, and that absolutely doesn't tell the story, does it? Because he's fought incredibly hard for that. But Sanderson gets his man. Price goes, caught Harrison, bowled Sanderson for no score, and Gloucestershire are 29 for 4, leading by 56.
Yeah, and it's been the case this morning that there hasn't been the same sort of feel of a wicket every single ball as there was yesterday evening. However, because, and I suppose that's the issue, isn't it? As much as Gloucestershire clearly out there trying to be patient, the issue is that they've only added 8 runs, and okay, maybe the ball's got a little bit older. They might have seen off Conway, but haven't seen off Sanderson, and he's taken a wicket with the addition of only those 8 runs. And Price, again, it's just one of those where it's probably as much because of the previous deliveries that Sanderson has bowled. Ollie Price there, he's just had a little bit of a feel for one, and that's what Ben Sanderson does. He hits those edges.
And that puts him now ahead of Jim Griffiths. Put a little post out this morning that they were both on 627 all format wickets for Northamptonshire, and Ben Sanderson now goes ahead of him to 628, up to 13th place on his own in the all-time wicket takers list for Northamptonshire across all formats of the game. Next in his sights is another homegrown Northamptonshire bowler, the late Reg Partridge from Wollaston, who took 632. Most notably, Donald Bradman for 2 in 1938, caught behind, and had a song written about it. Did
you write it? No.
Today's first piece of useless information. Now, Miles Hammond is out there with 4 slips waiting as Sanderson is in, bowls again. Full outside the off stump, maybe just dying a little bit in the surface. And through to Lewis McManus, and Sanderson, as he walks past James Treadwell, just gives that little hand signal suggesting it. He was looking perhaps to give it a little bit more zip. He might have been suggesting something altogether different, to which we are not privy. Possibly just as well. 29 for 4. Sanderson in and bowls, and pushed forward out into the onside by Miles Hammond, and they scamper through for a single for him to get off the mark, which he does. So Hammond is away, and Gloucestershire at the end of the over are 30 for 4. Sanderson 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 15. And Gloucestershire lead by 57. Yes, really interesting point that, Ed, that you were making then, because I was talking to one of the Northamptonshire batters, and I won't, probably for obvious reasons, I won't say which one, away from the ground, and he was saying, you go in there and you sometimes think on a surface like that, am I better just having a bit of a whoosh and just try and play some shots and try and break the shackles a little bit and try and recapture the initiative, but obviously it's fraught with danger. It's very difficult to know whether to stick or twist on this sort of surface, isn't it?
Yeah, and somehow I think you have to find something of a balance.
Yes, absolutely right.
I think we've seen what either end of the spectrum does, as Proctor bowls to Hammond, who leaves it alone. You know, and this is not having a direct go at anyone especially, but we saw yesterday the perils of just having a bit of a swing, and
yeah,
or in some cases having quite a large swing.
The rusty gate syndrome.
But
I did mention that actually to Ben Sanderson. He said, I would need to perhaps put a little bit of oil on it, on the rusty gate.
Proctor into Hammond, and leaves it alone once more. So again, there's some bounce there from Proctor off a length. But yes, equally, you know, I mean, I suppose Bancroft has scored 7 runs this morning, just, you know, squeezing the ball into an area somewhere without really playing an attacking shot. Hammond finding a single straight away. Proctor around the wicket, coming down the pitch as Hammond and pushing back to him. Runs back into his ground. He was that far out of it. Proctor didn't have any thoughts of throwing the ball. But yeah, it is so tricky because, you know, you go in there with every attitude of grinding it out, facing as many deliveries as possible, getting used to things. Proctor in, fuller ball. Hammond once more doesn't play. But yeah, I think you can fall foul either way, and somehow you've got to try and find something of a balance, and it's so much easier said than done. Gloucestershire have scored 1 boundary, by the way, in this innings.
Whereas, you know, from Northamptonshire's point of view, it's patience, isn't it? It's just keep putting it there, be on the safe in the knowledge that sooner or later one is likely to maybe do a little bit. So Sanderson's been beautiful this morning, hasn't he?
Proctor in, and well left by Hammond as that one comes back in from Proctor round the wicket, and he can leave it on length, really.
First couple of overs, we were saying, both him and Harry Conway just took a little bit of time perhaps to attune the radar, but since then Sanderson's been absolutely on the money.
Yeah, and I think it is essentially, if you bowl the ball in the right sort of area, eventually something's going to happen for you. And I say eventually, I mean as though it's going to take some time, but what we've seen so far is it's not going to take a great deal of time. Deep square has dropped back. Let's see if they can. Well, Proctor might be trying to return the favour of the first innings. But he bowls full this time. It's squeezed out through mid-wicket by Hammond. They'll take a single. Bancroft was quite slow setting off for the first run, but maybe there wasn't a chance to come back for a second anyway. But it's a rare run. And Gloucestershire moved to 31 for 4. Hammond keeps the strike on 2. The lead is 58. Craig Miles has hit the only boundary of the innings, which was a authoritative cover drive yesterday evening, and that's been the only boundary in 20 overs. In less than a week's time,
yes,
we'll be playing T20 cricket.
Absolutely.
Would you believe? 31 for 4 after 20 overs.
I remember a wonderful conversation with Adam Rossington when he was captaining Northamptonshire a few years ago, and down at Canterbury, and you can tell how long ago it was because we were having to do interviews in the open air away from the pavilion, and we had to do it by one of the pylons. It was slightly Orwellian, wasn't it? Pylon number 4 or something. Here's Sanderson bowls to Hammond and beats him outside the off stump, goes through to Lewis McManus. We had to go to this particular point, be either side of a fence to do the interview. Anyway, he batted on the last day against Kent. He batted a long time and very out of character to save the match. Made 50 in 3 hours or something. And he just laughed and he said, it was about 3 nights later, he said, I've got to be trying to smash everything out the park.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of the great grinding gear changes in the English domestic season. Here's Sanderson in bowls to Hammond, who's nicked it and caught in the slip coordinate, 4th slip, and Hammond misses out for the second time in the match, made 2 in the first innings, 2 in the second. It's another wicket for Sanderson, his 3rd of the innings, and Gloucestershire are 31 for 5.
It's a really sharp catch, and just squaring Hammond up a bit. And it's a thick edge, but it flies quickly to George Bartlett and does well to catch it, because they're having to stand quite close for Sanderson, because it is the thing that you do tend to get with hybrids generally anyway, is that, as we were mentioning on the first day, if you bowl it very full, then it sort of carries a bit like a normal, quote unquote, normal pitch would. Whereas if you bowl it short, there's every chance that it's going to give you that lift that we've seen, and it's going to go through very quickly, so you don't have much time to react, and that could easily have gone down. We saw one a bit like that actually in the Northamptonshire batting innings, where it didn't cost Gloucestershire anything anyway, but Zabe had a forcing attempt off the back foot and was put down at second slip, and it was that sort of an edge a little bit there. Maybe Hammond didn't quite go at it as hard as that, but that is the danger in terms of where you're standing in the slips, and I suppose they've just decided as a group to take the risk of standing that bit closer, so that they'll not have one fall short of them off the full length.
Well, again, we did see one very early on this morning, just not quite carry to Vasconcelos, wasn't it? It just didn't quite carry to Vasconcelos. Well, here's James Bracey, another left-hander. Still 4 slips in as Sanderson runs away from us and bowls to him, and he pushes it back down the pitch. Sanderson tries to get a hand on it, doesn't manage to do so. It rolls past him and tidied up by Luke Proctor. 31 for 5, so the lead is 58. Cameron Bancroft at the non-striker's end having a chat with his fellow Aussie Nathan McSweeney in there at extra cover. Here's Sanderson running away from us, bowls outside the off stump to Bracey, who leaves that alone. Settles in the gloves of Lewis McManus.
So every dismissal has been caught in this innings. No caught by the keeper either. And there was one point, I think it was the first 4 dismissals of the Northamptonshire innings were all bowled or LBW.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you may have noticed I was just tapping away, sending a text message after previous dismissal. Here's Sanderson in bowls, very full and pushed up to extra cover by Bracey, and there's no run. That was to a member of the Northamptonshire support staff, who, after Calvin Harrison had picked up his 3rd catch of the innings, was wondering what's the record for the most catches by a non-keeper in the innings. The answer for Northamptonshire in the Championship is 5. Achieved on a few occasions, most recently by Rob Bailey back in 1986. Although Mike Hussey did it against Oxford University in 2002. Round the wicket comes Sanderson, bowls to Bracey, plops it out into the offside, go through for a tight single, but well judged in the end, as he just props it out into the offside, and they come through and make the single comfortably in the end. So Bracey's away, and we'll keep the bowling for the start of the next over. He's 1. Bancroft is 13. Gloucestershire 32 for 5. Sanderson 11 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16, 8 wickets in the match for him so far. Bearing in mind that 2 games ago he had 11 in the match against Worcestershire.
Still plenty more out there.
I think so.
5 wickets still to get in this innings.
I think so, Edward, yes.
I don't know if he's going to have the ball taken out of his hand anytime, especially soon.
Well, they can try. I think they'll fail. 34 wickets in the Championship this year now for Ben Sanderson in round 6.
Envy of other counties. In comes Proctor and bowls, and that's played down into the leg side by Bracey. Roll of the wrists, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The man just dismissed, speaking of record catching hauls, on the Pink for Sid day, Miles Hammond equalling the world record for a number of outfield catches in a T20 match. Claimed 5 outfield catches. It's been done an awful lot of times, but nobody's taken 6. Proctor to Bracey, wide ball, left alone. They've got a deep backward point out for Bracey, which is, you often see teams who've who've got theories, bowling to James Bracey. Kent, I think, did this a bit as well. There was a while when somebody clearly decided, who maybe even have been providing information to multiple counties, possibly. Somebody decided that a short point was the position for Bracey. Proctor bowls, Bracey goes after a full wide ball, but rather toe ends it to cover. It was very wide. Almost so wide he couldn't really time it. And that particular theory seems to have died a death. I can't remember him ever being out caught there. I suppose part of it, though, is there's a feeling that you want him playing in a different area. So even if the fielder doesn't touch the ball, he might change the way that he's looking to play. Proctor bowls, Bracey's well forward and steering it into the gap that's created by having deep point back. So Bracey takes a single, 33 for 5.
Well, yeah, it's exactly the same as Luke Proctor, isn't it? Because we said on commentary in this game that as soon as Luke Proctor comes in, you almost invariably see either a leg slip or a leg gully. And I've never seen him caught there. But, as you say, they would want him, maybe to have to think about playing a little bit in front of square on the leg side or playing more on the offside. I've seen him drop there.
Right.
Off Craig Overton, I think, at Taunton.
Oh, I'm sure he took it well.
With a quiet smile.
Proctor in, then that's been thick-edged by Bancroft. That might be the second boundary of the innings. It's getting there towards the deep third boundary and it crosses it for 4. It was a thick outside edge from Bancroft, but he did keep it down and got it wide of the catches there. So 4 runs and Bancroft is on to 17, 37 for 5. Somebody's just lost a piece of plaster or a bandage or something. George Bartlett.
Yes, as far as I remember, it was a quiet smile and a cheery wave at the fielder concerned. Catch the next one, old man. Words to that effect.
Proctor into Bancroft, who's charged right down and then turned the ball from across his stumps to wide mid-on, but there's no run there as Conway fields. So 37 for 5. And the one thing that was noticeable actually in the Kent game when Kent did that was Bracey did start to play the ball a bit more through the gully, which was fine because the pitch was such that if you played it with soft hands, the ball wouldn't carry it, and he scored some runs that way. Northamptonshire may feel that if he were to try to do the same thing on this surface, then especially with 4 in the cordon, you might start to bring those into play.
Sanderson round the wicket, bowling to James Bracey, and Bracey on the front foot, defending out into the covers. And there is no run, only one fielder in front of square on the offside, and that is Nathan McSweeney in there at extra cover. Excuse me, 4 slips still in place. Sanderson now in the 7th over of this spell.
It's just getting started.
Yeah, it's just getting warmed up. Wishing he had that extra bit of toast now this morning. Here's Sanderson. Looking for a 3rd wicket of the day. In and bowls, and Bracey pushes it out into the offside. Smartly fielded by Liam Guthrie, coming in from backward point, but well judged. Bracey goes to 3. Gloucestershire to 38 for 5, and signs already that these two intent on just rotating the strike, which makes very good sense. So the left-hand, right-hand combination. Good way of taking advantage of that. Sanderson, the fact that he was able to bowl, of course, at Ollie Price for so long this morning meant he was able to basically work him over with that off-stump line and eventually got his man. Down the leg side goes Sanderson to Bancroft. And there is no run.
You won't get a staring match with Bancroft if he doesn't want it, which we did see actually a couple of times in the Kent match. He did want in his long innings.
Who had drawn his ire, I wonder?
I'm not sure. Akansh Singh, he had a good stare at Akansh Singh a couple of times, and who was the other one? He wasn't engaging with Keith Dudgeon very much, but Akansh Singh and maybe Everson a couple of times, I think, as well.
Got out stare the Dudge. Here's Sanderson in, turned away into the onside by Bancroft out to mid-wicket, where James Sales fields. And there is no run. Sanderson just having a little chat there with Nathan McSweeney, and he's bringing Sales. Now, the field is trotting in various directions at the moment. George Bartlett is coming out of the slip cordon, and I think going in to replace Sales at mid-wicket. Now, he's going a little bit deeper. The helmet's now come out, courtesy of Rafi Weatherall. We'll be back in the exam room tomorrow, I think. So the helmet is on. So Sales is now at short leg, and they're down to 2 slips and a leg slip for Bancroft. Sanderson is in, bowls, and again, a little bit of shape away from the right-hander, but played very solidly by Bancroft up to Proctor at mid-on. This is absorbing stuff. It really is fascinating cricket. And, well, Northamptonshire at the moment will have the start to the day they were hoping, but only takes a couple of partnerships. As there must have been, I was thinking yesterday morning when Northamptonshire were resuming 2 partnerships and they're going to get a decent lead. Well, that didn't happen. Might happen today. Here's Sanderson in bowls and turned into the onside by Bancroft out to Proctor at mid-on, and there is no run. 38 for 5 at the end of the over, so the lead is 65. Bracey is 3, Bancroft is 17. Will Sanderson, I wonder, take a rest? 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 17. Odds against, I think, at least for an over or 2.
Well, it's at a very minor point at the moment, but Northamptonshire are 1 down on the over rate, so they'll want to do something about that at some point. But you know, it's a tricky one because Kent had this. Kent lost 3 points because of their over rate, because they didn't bowl any spin at all in the second innings. But it got to the stage where they're taking so many wickets that just decided to keep going. Proctor around the wicket in and bowls. Bracey leaves it alone. And it was, I suppose, that thing of we can try hard to get this 3 back, but we might lose 16.
Yes.
Yeah. Because if they bowled spin, they didn't. I mean, would have been Muyeye, and I don't even know who else would have bowled spin in that side. Then they'd probably, you never know. They won by 2 wickets. They might well have lost the game. Proctor to Bracey, who's gone for a bit of an indeterminate shot, trying to run the ball down through backward point, I think, and doesn't get the edge. That was a in-between sort of shot from Bracey, sort of flat-footed, didn't really commit to it.
Yeah, fortunately, it hasn't been much of a problem for Northamptonshire this year because Calvin Harrison's bowled so many overs.
Yeah. Proctor in now, and Bracey is struck on the pad, thinking about a single. Bancroft says no. He's the one who's got the good view of it. That one seems to have cut back from round the wicket from Proctor. It's swung in, actually. That's through the air again, and we've seen this throughout the match as well. I've seen more swing in this match than I think I've seen in any of the matches so far this season. Proctor got that one that hooped back and bowled Borman. Matt Taylor had one of those as well, as Bracey chops late down on that one, trying to help it past gully.
And one of the joys of being where we are, which is pretty much behind the arm, is watching Ben Sanderson bowl. You can see just that little bit of wobble sometimes, and just the odd little bit of shape that Sanderson's getting. And as you made the point earlier, Eddie, it's just enough. It's not extravagant. We saw a couple that went off the seam this morning that have been quite extravagant, but less so through the air, but enough.
Proctor bowls Bracey, this time positively forward, but just in defence up to mid-off. It was McManus, wasn't it, in the Northamptonshire innings? Yeah, that's right. It was McManus who got that really unplayable in-swinger from Matt Taylor.
Yeah.
And again, you know, there's almost certainly going to be a discussion to be had about the balance between bat and ball that we've seen here. However, As Proctor runs in, and that's let go by Bracey for a maiden from Proctor. The score remains 38 for 5. The first hour has produced 17 runs and 2 wickets. But in terms of that balance, surface-wise, again, that's a conversation that will undoubtedly be had and will probably be easier to do in hindsight, and also once we get the reaction after the match. But what's definitely the case is that for the vast majority of actual dismissals, I don't think it's been, we've seen several that have just been down to swing, which is going to happen at some point anyway, and an awful lot of very strange batting.
Sanderson in and bowls to Bancroft, who turns it away past leg slip down to Harry Conway on the boundary. That long leg, and Bancroft picks up another run. He goes to 18 and Gloucestershire to 39 for 5. Interesting field that we saw that first ball of the over to Bancroft with 2 slips, leg slip, forward short leg, tight catching mid-wicket as well. Now for Bracey, it's a slightly more orthodox looking field with 3 slips, in fact a 4th slip going in, and a little bit of sort of deep gully really rather than a backward point. Here's Sanderson in, bowls, and Bracey in behind it, pushes it up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run. Elsewhere, conscious of the fact we obviously been totally riveted on what's been going on here, but elsewhere in the country, Leicestershire starting their second innings against Essex 40 runs ahead. Have lost a couple of quick wickets. They're 18 for 2. Wicket apiece for Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. I've said that a few times down the years. Nottinghamshire 149 for 6, replying to Hampshire's 214 all out down at Southampton. Here's Sanderson in and bowls on leg stump, and that's going to be 4 somethings. What did it come off? Came off the bat and bounced, I think, before it reached Lewis McManus, and was wide of him anyway, but it's gone down for 4 runs. So Bracey goes to 7 and Gloucestershire to 43 for 5. The lead climbs to 70. And yeah, Kyle Abbott's picked up 4 wickets. 4 for 31 off 18. It's still a class act.
Yeah, you sort of feel it probably had to be him almost. Not, I mean, Sonny Baker's had his moments, but I feel it may have to come from Abbott if Hampshire are going to launch themselves out of this hole they've dug for themselves.
Sanderson round the wicket to Bracey outside the off stump, left alone through to Lewis McManus. Taunton, Somerset 526 for 8 declared. Sussex 71 for 2. With Daniel Hughes 32 not out. Couple of wickets there for the aforementioned Craig Overton. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 200 for 7. Replying to Glamorgan's 360 all out.
Title contenders, Glamorgan.
Well, yeah. Couple of wickets there for Tim van der Hoogten in short order. Sanderson round the wicket to Bracey, full, pushes forward, goes off a thick inside edge out into the onside, and there is no run. Fielded there by James Sales. 43 for 5 it stays. At Headingley, Yorkshire 486 all out. Surrey 65 for 2. Having lost the wickets of Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, both gone relatively cheaply for 25 and 24 respectively. In Division 2, at Beckenham, start delayed still. Kent 523 all out. Durham 173 for 5, but no play yet there this morning. Sanderson in bowls and Bracey defends. Back down the pitch, end of the over. Bracey is 7. Bancroft is 18 and Gloucestershire are 43 for 5, leading by 70 runs. At Southport, whereas Ed mentioned earlier, they are happily underway after a blank day yesterday. Lancashire is 60 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 270 all out. Keaton Jennings 26 not out. And at Lords, Middlesex 42 for 2, following on against Derbyshire. Middlesex still 157 behind after that extraordinary 100 yesterday or the day before for Ben Aitchison, and 5 wickets for him yesterday. What a game he's having. And just to remind you, the women's matches in the T20 County Cup they start this afternoon, so I'll keep an eye on matches involving Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire.
Proctor goes in now to bowl to Bancroft, who's forward and nudging away offside, and he has picked out mid-off. There is a vacant cover there, and that always tempts Bancroft into thinking that he can sprint a single. He's never a man really who is bothered about being off strike, really, and I think in this situation especially the best way to play the bowling is probably from the other end.
The Len Hutton, famous Len Hutton comment.
Proctor in to Bancroft, and he'll squeeze it leg side this time, and there should be 2 on offer as Sales tracks back from mid-wicket, so Bancroft moves on to 20. Gloucestershire 45 for 5. And I remember, I think the first year that he came back, which was the T20 winning year, I'm sure I can remember a game at Hove where after the power play, Hammond and Bancroft had almost batted for the entire power play, and I think Bancroft had faced something like 5 balls, all got singles. Proctor bowls to Bancroft, who gets a bit tucked up there for room, and ball ends up going straight back to the bowler. I say he gets tucked up, he rather tucked himself up because he wandered across again, but it seems to be a method that so far, and I'm perfectly cognizant of the fact that nothing has lasted amazingly long on this pitch, but so far it seems to be a method that's working quite well for him. Proctor into him, comes down again and across, turns it to the leg side, and James Sales across the field from mid-wicket. No addition to the score. So the lead 72. I think that comment that I made in the Kent match over and over again was it was a sort of game where 20 runs really felt as if it would swing it. This match, it almost feels like you could say about 7 or 8 runs could
well
swing
do.
it either way.
Could well do.
That sort of feel to it. Any boundary feels vital. Proctor to Bancroft, who maybe plays inside the line of that one. I'm sure he's taken to doing this a bit more now. You've seen Gloucestershire supporters Bancroft rather a lot now. It's that he really has taken to this sort of curtain railing thing more, I think, than he used to. Maybe I've just didn't notice it so much before, where it's hard to tell whether he played or whether he didn't. Proctor goes in and bowls to him. This one he certainly plays at, and plays it very straight back to Proctor. So 2 runs from that over. Proctor's through 5 overs for 8, and it looks as though Gloucestershire have seen off the lengthy and damaging, from their point of view, spell of Ben Sanderson. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12 this morning. But Sanderson's work is done for the moment with Gloucestershire 45 for 5.
Yep, Harry Conway coming back into the attack, having bowled most of his overs in this match at the far end, actually down road end. He's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end, having a chat with his housemate Nathan McSweeney as he comes back on the field, having just popped off for reason unknown. James Sales just maybe keeping himself loose. Haven't seen him bowl in this match so far, but he has bowled a bit more this year in the sort of enforcer role, banging it in. Now, for Conway, with Bracey facing, they've got a man back at deep point, deep backward point. 3 slips, and Bartlett coming out to shortish extra cover as Conway round the wicket bowls to Bracey. Bracey turns it into the onside, straight to James Sales, who, despite having still the shin pads on, is now fielding away from Boot Hill at mid-wicket. There is no run. Still overcast here in Bristol, but the cloud looks fairly high, at least at the moment. Forecast for the rest of the day is pretty much as it has been since the first ball on Friday. Bit showery. Possibility of a shower perhaps later on after lunch, but hopefully we will get a full day.
Yeah, this particular forecasting site's downgraded it to only a 30% chance now after lunch.
Here's Conway in and bowls to Bracey. Bracey defends.
Or upgraded it, depending on your point of view, I suppose.
Fielded by the bowler off his own bowling. Well, the first thing to say is we hope, if the lights are required later, that the one at the far corner of the ground, the left-hand corner, as we look out from our commentary position at the top of the pavilion, actually works, because it wasn't working yesterday, or at least most of the lights were not working. I think it was something like 6 out of quite a few that were actually functioning. Here's Conway in and bowls to Bracey again. He's in behind that one, defends out into the offside, and there is no run. Northampton's physio Lee Daggett trots behind the bowler's arm to go and have words with, I want to see who that is out on the boundary. Liam Guthrie, maybe.
How many physios around the circuit have played first-class cricket?
It's very interesting. I actually did a piece, quite a long piece, with Lee for the cricket show last week on BBC Radio Northampton. Asked him that point how valuable he thought that was. His Conway in, bowls and turned into the onside by Bracey, out to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, he was, I was sort of saying, do you feel that you are able to empathise, obviously, with bowlers in particular, because you know the aches and pains, and he said, yeah, he thinks he finds it very, very useful experience, and that was when he described himself and his bowling career very modestly as the poor man's Ben Sanderson, which I think was a fine bowler on his day, was Dags. Here's Conway in, bowls and turned away by Bracey. Nice looking shot down to long leg. They will come through for a single, fielded down there by Ben Sanderson, who I think has just been having a word with Lee Daggett. So one more to Bracey. He goes to 8 and Gloucestershire to 46 for 5. But I think the answer to your question, Ed, is not many, looking around the circuit. But Dags, I mean, it's an interesting one. He famously won the T20 with Northamptonshire in 2013.
Was that the Surrey final?
Surrey final, the David Willey final. And immediately announced his retirement from professional cricket. Conway running into bowl to Bancroft, who already has taken that step down the pitch and works him away nicely through mid-wicket. Should be a couple here, as Proctor fields, sends in his return over the head of Lewis McManus, but fortunately George Bartlett was backing up. 2 more to Bancroft. He goes to 22 and Gloucestershire to 48 for 5 at the end of the over. The lead is 75, and went to work as a physio and worked for a long time with Northampton Saints at Franklin's Garden. So he's had experience of 2 professional games, and then came back to Northamptonshire as head physio and clinical lead, I think is his full title, last year. And I mean, I think his role, yes, it's physio and clinical lead, but certainly I think he's very much part of the support staff, and he's able to, offer a little bit of know-how and experience into the sort of the general mix.
Proctor round the wicket to bowl, and Bracey gets right behind that big stretch forward and defends out to mid-off. There's no run. Well, it certainly wasn't a question I had any answer to, but
no.
But I was,
I'm trying to think, Ed, and I can't think of very many. But I have to say, he's a really good chap to have around. I think everyone would agree. Very, very cheerful, very positive, very knowledgeable.
Well, I suppose it's quite handy in this day and age, as Proctor is in across his stumps. Bracey working it through mid-wicket, times it pretty well. Not sure it's quite got enough on it to go to the boundary, but they'll run him up out to the long side towards the ice cream chalet, and 3 runs have been taken. So the 50 is up for Gloucestershire. They're 51 for 5, and Bracey becomes just the 3rd batter in this innings to reach double figures. Bracey's on to 11. Bancroft has 22, and Craig Miles, the opener, Craig Miles, 11. 3 batters to make double figures. But I was going to say, I mean, this era where counties probably don't have the budget for the number of coaches that they'd like, as Proctor bowls to Bancroft, who's across his stumps but then leaving alone. It must be quite handy to have some seam bowling expertise as the physio as well, but you know, there's absolutely no comment whatsoever on the other physios around the circuit at all. Well, it was more just raising it because it was a point of difference.
Well, it's interesting point that Lee made, which is that sometimes he feels he has to take a step back when he might think something about a particular. But he's, you know, we've got Glenn Chappell here as bowling coach, so
isn't it? Proctor into Bancroft, who's nicked off as he hit. They all go up. The ball is thrown up in the air by McManus and not out, says the umpire. Did that come off possibly the hip area again? Bancroft, was it Bancroft? No, it was Price, wasn't it? Yeah, thigh pad maybe a bit lower down than the hip, but looks like thigh pad.
I think the giveaway there was Luke Proctor in the follow-through, with everybody celebrating, and as soon as presumably he'd seen that Bancroft wasn't going and not out, he just turned and walked straight back with not a sort of hint of what's going on. I think he probably knew.
It was Price in the first innings, wasn't there? Similar appeal as Bancroft does play at that one. I'm sure he does, despite the withdrawal of the bat. The bat certainly went out towards the ball there. So Proctor's now decided, at least this over, that with Bancroft going across, he is just going to follow him outside the off stump, rather than, as they've tried to do time and again, get Bancroft either LBW or maybe to chip a catch on the leg side or something. Proctor bowls, there is a straighter ball, and Bancroft rather likes that because he's got the opportunity to score. Turns it through mid-wicket, trots back for a couple of runs, and the lead moves on to 80 with Bancroft up to 24 at the end of another absorbing over. It's always a game, a little bit of who blinks first when Bancroft is doing this sort of thing. He knows that, I suppose feels that if he just stands there and waits, then there'd be a sitting duck. But unlike what we were discussing, where some batters go, right, I'm just going to go charging and have a massive swing on it, Bancroft thinks, okay, right, how can I at least put the bowler off possibly enough that I can maybe score a run or two here and there?
Here's Conway into bowl to the left-handed James Bracey, and Bracey pushes it out into the offside, and again come through for a quick single, but very well judged. And this is good cricket from these two, as we mentioned, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but also to rotate the strike and mean that just makes it that little bit more difficult for the bowlers to keep on having to adjust their lines. Bracey is 12, Gloucestershire are 54 for 5, a lead of 81. 2 men out this morning. Ollie Price for 0, Miles Hammond for 2, both caught in the slips off Ben Sanderson. Conway starting to run in, but Bancroft wasn't ready, so he's reloaded and running in again to bowl to Bancroft, who beats him outside the off stump. And Conway, in exultation, raises an arm and starts to give it big, as they say in the darts. But nobody joined in, and he had indeed missed the outside edge by a distance.
It wasn't quite Marchant de Lange, but it was getting there with that raised right arm that he has. He was playing again yesterday, wasn't he, Marchant de Lange, for Golden Hill just over the way in Weppel 2. Just what you want.
Here's Conway in bowls and down the leg side, and again he's done it again. A little upraised arm, thinking he might have got something on it, but nobody. The trouble is, it does look a little bit. It looks a wee bit of a chump when nobody else joins in, and you've got Lewis McManus, hands behind his back. Ricardo Vasconcelos and Calvin Harrison both with arms folded across their chests. And George Bartlett at third slip, hands behind back. Louis Kimber likewise at leg slip. And here's Conway. In and bowls to Bancroft outside the off stump, left alone. Through to McManus. If you're just joining us and wondering why we're talking about Louis Kimber, he is now, well, he has replaced Saif Zabe in this match. It's a concussion replacement. Zabe getting one on the head in warm-up yesterday. Symptoms developing overnight, not feeling too good. So he is now subject to the concussion protocol. Louis Kimber replaces him in this match, and he will miss the next 7 days of cricket. Here's Conway in, and Bancroft pushing out to the offside. But they've got McSweeney in there just to cut off that little push and run out into the covers, which he does so on that occasion. So Zabe will certainly miss Northamptonshire's opening blast fixture, which is against Glamorgan at Wantage Road on Friday, and possibly the match at Worcester a week today. Conway turning down below us, running into bowl to Cameron Bancroft. Bancroft drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. That was a genuine half volley, and he latched onto that. Shot of the morning by a distance, I would suggest. Lovely shot from Bancroft. He goes to 28, and Gloucestershire at the end of the over, 58 for 5, leading by 85.
That was absolutely creamed, and he did that a couple of times in that innings I keep wittering on about against Kent, where he'd barely score for what seemed like half an hour, and then all of a sudden a shot like that would come out, and you sort of think, well, you know, if most of us tried to bat for that length of time, never mind if you could hit a ball like that, would you be able to when one came along? But he was. Yeah, I still can't help but smile at the idea of Marsh Underlanger bowling at club level. Anyway, I went back and had a look at the scorecard. They were playing Weston-super-Mare yesterday, were Golden Hill, so it was an away match actually, and Weston-super-Mare opening the batting for them, a certain Steve Snell.
Oh, right.
Who made 20, was former Gloucestershire wicketkeeper and performance director. As Proctor is in and bowls, and Bracey leaves the ball alone, angling into his off stump, but judges he doesn't have to play. And also playing for Golden Hill, Dariush Ahmed, who opened the bowling for them, took 2 for 29 and finished off the run chase with 31 off 16. I've seen him on the field a few times this season as a sub-fielder. I think he's been dealing with a bit of a niggle, because he was certainly very much in the frame for Gloucestershire's opening match of the season, as Bracey taps into the offside and says no to Bancroft's offer of a single, as there was the potential for Dariush Ahmed to have played his first 2 first-class matches at Lord's. I suppose technically it could still happen if he doesn't play this season, but he'll be certainly hoping to do so. But that was a possibility, I think, that was even floated by head coach Mark Elaine in the pre-season, so that shows you he was clearly in the frame. Proctor bowls round the wicket to Bracey, who leaves once more. So I don't know of too many people who'd have done that, but I think I do know that Josh Tongue played. I think he played his first 2 test matches at Lord's, which might be slightly easier to do,
yes,
but not much.
Yeah.
Proctor round the wicket, he's in and bowls, and Bracey stretches forward, but once more leaves it alone.
Game's moving on at Chelmsford. Leicestershire in their second innings against Essex, 27 for 4, with 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. So Leicestershire are 67 for 4 in effect. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. So Leicestershire are 67 for 4 in effect. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. So Leicestershire are 67 for 4 in effect. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam Cook, 1 for Jamie Porter, 1 for Shane Snater. 2 for Sam having got a first innings lead of 40.
I must say, I did fear for them a little bit with that Essex bowling attack with their tails up, knowing they had to deliver to get Essex back into the game, as there's a length ball which is once more not interesting, bracy in a shot. What I didn't see coming was Nottinghamshire.
No.
163 for 7 against Hampshire. At one stage yesterday, I was thinking, well, most likely the way they've been going, Nottinghamshire will have the choice as to whether they want to, declare and maybe set up a run chase on the 4th day, or try and bat all day and bowl Hampshire out and attempt to win by an innings. Another leave to complete the over from Proctor, maiden over, but Bracey may have played at a ball earlier on in the over, but last 3 or 4 he didn't have to. 58 for 5, lead of 85. But yes, at 163 for 7, Nottinghamshire are in need of some late order resistance just to draw level.
Yeah, 4 for Kyle Abbott, 2 for Sonny Baker. And yeah, Nottinghamshire in a spot of bother there, with still best part of 2 days remaining in that match down at Southampton, where they have had some weather interference, as have some of the other matches, of course, not least here, where we lost 3 hours to the weather, rain yesterday afternoon, although the rain rarely particularly heavy. Here's Conway starting his 11th over from the pavilion end outside the off stump, left alone with a little flourish by Cameron Bancroft. I have to say, the celebrations you were mentioning earlier, I can't remember who it was he got out, but he gave it. It was last night, wasn't it, when he picked those 2-in-2 balls, and he had fairly extravagant celebrations. Harry Conway paled into insignificance compared to when he got Marnus Labuschagne out at Cardiff last year. He was absolutely chuffed. Does seem to enjoy getting his fellow Aussies. Here's Conway, and again bowls to Bancroft. He's hit on the pad, not playing a shot. There's a big appeal, and not out, says umpire Treadwell. Conway is on his knees, or was on his knees, in the middle of the pitch. Lewis McManus can't believe that hasn't been given.
Height, I think, probably the one thing that has probably saved Bancroft there, because I don't think it was going down.
No, he came a long way across and then just left it. And yeah, I think height probably was what saved him. Yeah. But Lewis McManus was most enthused. But anyway, not out, says umpire Treadwell. Conway in again, bowls to Bancroft outside the off stump, left alone. The Conway follow through takes him 3/4 of the way down the pitch. Relatively modest by his standards. Usually likes to finish up more or less eyeball to eyeball with the batter.
It does have to be said, it is a little bit of a wonder both teams' over rates in this match. How, despite all that, Northamptonshire's is at -1 and Gloucestershire's at one stage. It may have ended level, but Gloucestershire's was +1, despite the fact they'd not bowled any spin. It was as though they'd been given about 5 minutes per wicket.
Here's Conway. In and bowls to Bancroft, who comes right across his stumps, and Lewis McManus visualising what might have happened had Bancroft missed that one. I think he would have asked the question, but Cameron Bancroft didn't miss it and plays it out to mid-wicket, where James Sales fields, and there is no run.
Oh dear, another one for Sam Cook. Leicestershire 29 for 5, lead of 69.
Fox is on the run. Here's Conway. 3 slips and a leg slip, bowling to Cameron Bancroft, who was back of a length and played well by Bancroft, just dropping it down into the offside, and there is no run. Speaking, as you were earlier, Ed, about Bucks Fizz and the champagne breakfast downstairs for Gloucestershire members. Did you see Eurovision last night? Did you watch any of it?
No, strangely enough, I decided not to.
No, neither did I. There was a little patch of paint on a wall that I thought was far more interesting viewing than. But I gather the UK didn't exactly cover themselves in glory. Oh well.
0 points, was it? I don't know.
Always next year. Here's Bancroft in and bowl, facing Conway, who's in and bowls, and dropped into the offside by Bancroft for a single. Just what really frustrates a fast bowler. And it's off the last ball of the over, so Bancroft keeps the strike. He is 29. Gloucestershire are 59 for 5, leading by 27. We have about 40 minutes to go until lunch, which, remember, today is at 1:10 because we're still making up time. So if you need to get the air fryer on for whatever you're having for lunch.
Oh, gosh.
Is it curry today here? I thought.
Yes, it's usually. I couldn't say for definite, but,
that's all right.
from past experience suggests that it's a curry day, which I think it might be my favourite of the four, is Proctor bowls, and that's defended up to mid-off. The final day, should we get there, has been pie and chips the first couple of days, but I do quite like a curry, and they've started putting a few more vegetables in it, so I don't mind. I don't mind a vegetable.
Well, it's like burger fourth day on Derby, isn't it? Well, they always have burgers on the last day.
Proctor to Bancroft, tucks it through mid-wicket, and will probably pick up another 2. No real thoughts of a third. It's pretty much an agreed 2. 61 for 5. Bancroft on to 31. And it was great rejoicing in the peaks when it was the final day burger had made a reappearance when Gloucestershire were there, because I don't think either. Now, it can't have been that the game didn't get there because they played Worcestershire and that was a draw on the final day, so must have disappeared for that one. Proctor bowls, and once more Bancroft finds space on the leg side, this time further behind square, down to Harry Conway, who's, well, I mean, take your pick. He's probably more of a backward square on the boundary than a long leg, but it's one more run.
Haven't seen Liam Guthrie bowling yet in this innings. Bowled 7 fairly tidy overs in the first innings. I can only think that maybe the thought is, how did you have, we saw this in the Middlesex match, for example, that Guthrie is an attacking bowler. He pitches it up, sometimes can go for a few. And listen,
Proctor around the wicket in, and Bracey off the hip. I think gets some bat on that, not a great deal, but it will be another single through backward square. Bracey on to 13.
And for the reasons that you explained earlier, Ed, and we were discussing about how in a game like this, 20 runs can make a huge difference. If Guthrie doesn't quite get it right for a couple of overs, then it gives Gloucestershire a little bit of a boost.
Might have to do something after this one from the Ashley Down Road. And Proctor bowls, left alone by Bancroft. Proctor's bowled, well, he's bowled all his 7.5 overs in this innings in this spell. So Sanderson got 8. Proctor is now having 8. I don't know whether he would bowl more than that or not, but must be getting close to the time where they might have to think about what they do from that end before lunch. Umpire just switching sides because deep square has dropped back now for Bancroft as well as Proctor bowls to him. Oh, it's a good one. That really does have Bancroft in all sorts of bother as the ball is bowled full and nips away from him. Was that an away swinger? Yeah, maybe a little bit of both, actually. It did start to shape away, and then I think it cut a little bit further away off the surface. Bancroft ended up missing it by a distance, but that was a ball that Proctor's been searching for with Bancroft down the pitch, almost like a distraction, putting that extra fielder back on the leg side, then bowled him one offside, but no edge. It remains absorbing to watch. Gloucestershire is 63 for 5. They have a lead of 90.
Conway it will be to continue. Sun almost breaking through. Just about casting a shadow as Conway round the wicket bowls to the left-handed Bracey. Pushes it into the offside, but can't get it past George Bartlett. Sorry, James Sales there in the covers, and there's no run. No, it is George Bartlett, right first time. With 3 slips still in place, Vasconcelos, Harrison, who's already picked up 3 catches at second slip in this innings, and Louis Kimber, concussion replacement for Safe Zabe. Northampton's head coach and senior assistant coach, Darren Lehman and Glenn Chappell respectively, putting in a lap. And here's Conway, in and bowls to Bracey. Bracey defends out into the onside this time. Sales comes in from mid-wicket to field. There is no run.
Well, there's been serious acceleration as I look at the recent overs on this system. 3 runs and over. That is quite some acceleration from an innings run rate which is just under 2 runs and over.
James Sales has just been swinging his arms in there at mid-wicket. There's Conway. Bowls to Bracey. Turns it round behind square on the leg side. Should get 1, may get 2, will get 2. As Bracey turns and was running to the danger end. And a ripple of applause around the ground for... Not quite sure what, really.
Well,
just 2 runs.
The fact they ran 2, yeah.
Well, fair enough. I thought I'd missed a milestone there, but I don't think I did.
I don't think so. It is where you go scrambling around to see what... I didn't think Bracey was close to a sort of 1,000-run milestone,
No.
and I think he's not, but they're getting into it.
Which is great. Yeah. 65 for 5. Lead is 92. Conway in again and bowls to Bracey outside the off stump. He leaves it alone. It's taken by Lewis McManus. Trees over the far side of the ground at the back of the main scoreboard here, just stirring in the breeze. Just wondering if there's any champagne left downstairs, or do you think they've gargled it all?
I don't know.
Was this a members thing? Was it, or
it was? So I think it was the North Cotswold region of the supporters group. They organise a barbecue every year at Cheltenham as well. Conway
in, bowls to Bracey, who covers up defensively out into the offside. Bartlett Fields, no run.
I believe it's that group. So yeah, assuming that when you were at Cheltenham for that year, it was possibly still just about the odd last vestiges of COVID, possibly. So you didn't have that. I'm not sure anyway. But it's always a very enjoyable evening, and well, the 3 of us actually spoke at the lunch in the winter as well.
Here's Conway in and again pushed out into the offside by Bracey, fielded by Bartlett, coming round from cover. End of the over, 65 for 5. Bits dropping off.
I'm just seeing how hard I can kick this table.
65 for 5 at the end of the over. The lead is 92. Bancroft, who has played exactly the innings that his team needs, 32 not out. Bracey on 15. And well, the lead closing in on 100. And that is, I'm just looking to see who's limbering up. This is James Sales, I think, just getting himself ready possibly for a little burst.
Proctor's going to have a 9th here. See if he can bowl a champagne super over. He bowls now, and that's pushed into the offside by Bancroft to cover point. They want a single, they'd get it. Shy at the stumps, misses. Probably a good thing it did miss for Northamptonshire, because there were 2 fielders backing up, and if it just takes a deflection at that pace, then it's very likely to be overthrows. So 66 for 5.
Guthrie also limbering up, so maybe he's had the nod. As I say, he bowled very tidily in the first innings, having picked up figures of 1 for 166 across the 2 innings against Middlesex.
Proctor bowls, or Bracey struck on the pad. That one's cut back, but immediately the umpire has looked down the ground. Hassan Adnan not interested at all. It did seem to come back. Whether it did too much, was it height? I don't know. They were lunging after it in the slips, almost as though they thought there might have been an inside edge outside the line.
Yeah.
Suggested just about everything other than that. I didn't think he'd actually got that far across, but he did.
He did a long way across, didn't he?
So another good decision. Proctor bowls. Bracey gets bat on that one. and just steers it through point. They are just clapping every run down there. It's almost like that. There's the stage where you get into either a 4-day or a maybe 50 over run chase or something, and need I suppose 20 or 30 to win. Maybe the last pairs at the crease. There's not that much run rate pressure, but every run gets applauded. It's an engaged crowd that have turned up at Bristol. They may be small in number, but mighty in terms of support. Clearly, it's 67 for 5.
Glorious indeed.
Yes. Become. They have become glorious. Proctor to Bancroft, tap and go, and Proctor won't be able to do anything about that. As Bancroft gets through, he is such an irritating batter to bowl at, Bancroft, for that reason. It's 68 for 5.
It's very corporate of you, I have to say, Ed. It's all the becoming glorious stuff. Very good.
Well, that's I think that's still the mantra around here. Bracey back on strike on 16. Couple of balls remain in this Proctor over, and this is just an open face. Again, manoeuvring it through point to take one run, and I don't know when Northamptonshire decide that Northamptonshire that aren't conceding many boundaries, so bring some of these fielders up. But at the moment, they've conceded 4 runs in the over without Gloucestershire having to take any risk at all. Bracey's on to 17, and the lead's starting to creep up toward the 3-figure mark as Proctor is into Bancroft, who's again looking for that gap on the leg side created by Square leg drop back, but just a bit too far in front of Square, so Bartlett fields. And Proctor is through 9 overs of his spell, 3 maidens, none for 21. Gloucestershire is 69 for 5, and that's a 96-run lead.
And we're going to see Liam Guthrie, the left armour, coming into the attack. Harry Conway is striding off the field, and Rafi Weatherall is coming on as 12th man. I mentioned earlier, I think the idea was that he would do 12th man here first 3 days of the game, and then I think tomorrow he's back down to Exeter for another exam. Whether they'll, presumably, if the game does go into tomorrow, they'll have to bring somebody else up or down, because obviously Louis Kimber, who's been doing 12th man, is now playing in place of Saif Zaib. Guthrie it will be, with the sun poking its head out. 2 slips and a gully, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Bracey, and that's a nice line straight away from Guthrie, outside the off stump.
Over rate, by the way, has just ticked over to -2.
They need to be aware of that. As I say, it hasn't been an issue at all for Northamptonshire this year, simply because Calvin Harrison has bowled something in the order of 180 overs this year, which, as we've been saying, for an English leg spinner in April, largely, April and early May, is unusual. Guthrie in again, bowls and pushed into the offside by Bracey, up to Proctor at mid-off, and there is no run. So Northamptonshire not exactly going on the defensive, but 2 slips and a gully. They've got fine leg back on the boundary. They've got a deep backward point. James Sales continuing to swing his arms, as I mentioned a moment or two ago, so maybe we'll see a little bit of him before lunch.
The first time we've seen a 5th bowler in an innings in the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Guthrie in and bowls. Again, just nice shape from Guthrie, away from the left-handed Bracey, pushed up to mid-off again, where Proctor fields, and there is no one. James Sales, Northamptonshire keen for him to bowl a bit more, give them another option. He's tended this year, when he has bowled, to be in that sort of enforcer role, running in and banging a few in for a few overs. Did actually pretty successfully down at Canterbury when he picked up a wicket in each innings with a ball short of a length. Is Guthrie in again, bowls very full, dug out by Bracey, out to Sales at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sales this year so far has bowled, as soon as I can find the right page of my file, it's bowled 50 odd overs, 52 overs and 1 ball. Going into this match, picked up 3 wickets. So 1 in each innings at Canterbury and also 1 against Worcestershire. Pulled away by Bracey. Short ball from Guthrie and dispatched by Bracey for 4 away through mid-wicket. And this will be the concern, I'm sure, in Luke Proctor's mind, because you would put Guthrie down as an attacking bowler. And so in terms of his economy rate over his relatively short championship career, to use a mathematical term, he goes for a few. Can, of course, be very effective. Got a 7 for against Middlesex last year. But that will be a little bit of a concern. Here he is, bowling to Guthrie outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. But 4 runs off the over, 73 for 5. The lead is now exactly 100. Bracey is 21, Bancroft is 34, and as a giant refreshed, Harry Conway returns to the field.
That short ball was a little bit of a free swing
wasn't it?
James Bracey. We've seen wickets fall to the short ball. It's not as though it's not something that could have produced a victim, but not short enough really that it was difficult to control for Bracey, but also they had nobody out on the onside other than fine legs, so not too many fielders that he could actually find, even if he did miscue it.
Well, we are going to see James Sales replacing Luke Proctor from the Ashley Down Road end.
So his 9-over spell. I mean, you don't see too many 9-over spells from any seamer these days, but that's at an end. So there's just over 20 minutes to go until lunch. 1:10 again today as Sales runs in and bowls wide outside off stump. It's carved away by Bancroft to a sweeper at deep backward point, so 74 for 5.
But this is interesting now with Guthrie and Sales on together, because in neither case would you say that their biggest strength as a bowler was their metronomic accuracy. They are both bowlers. Sales, as I say, has been given a bit of a role this year. A little bit of a shock weapon. In fact, the wicket he got against Worcestershire was the last wicket of the match, right at the very end, to get Ollie Hannon Dolby, LBW, and seal the win.
Sales round the wicket into Bracey, very wide, and Bracey doesn't play a shot, and that sort of goes on to what I was going to say next, though, in that equally, if you've got bowlers that might produce more shots, we've seen a lot of wickets fall in this match to miscued shots.
Yeah,
so
enough.
Gloucestershire have just got to be a bit careful when they go for the attacking shots. Guthrie, no, it's not Guthrie, it's Sales bowling, back of a length. Bracey leaves it alone again, just having to sway a little bit out of the way just in case the ball was around about glove height and got a little bit through to the keeper there.
And most of his bowling in Championship cricket was in his first couple of years coming into the side. Made his debut at the back end of 2021 as bowling all-rounder, really.
Sales bowls way down the leg side. That's a freebie for Gloucestershire. It'll be 4. Ooh, no, it's off his body. Okay, won't be anything. Wow, I thought that had just gone all the way down there of its own accord, but no, there was a little bit of body there. Bracey was not getting out of the way or playing a shot, so the umpire has signalled dead ball. Interesting. I didn't see the deflection.
No, that's a little bit of a bonus.
Oh. So nothing happened. 0 leg buys. That's a good one from Sales. That one has forced Bracey to play. He kind of had to, because the ball was cutting back on him and maybe over the top of the stumps. He he tried to play at it. Yeah, that's a really good ball from James Sales, bringing it back in from round the wicket.
But of course, Northamptonshire are missing and have missed since the start of the season Justin Broad, who's a genuine all-rounder. Obviously got 7 for here a couple of years ago and sadly not fit to bowl.
Sales to Bracey, down the leg side. They're throwing this one up in the air as well, but there was, well, Sales seems to think that was definitely out. Behind the stumps, it seemed almost a bit more like a throw it up and see what happened from McManus. I'm not sure. No, I've missed the replay, I'm afraid.
Hassan Adnan was just gesturing that he thought it just brushed the pad, so presumably, or the thigh. So presumably there was a noise. Let's have a little look.
Second replay here.
Sales round the wicket.
Hard to tell, isn't it? It's close to the thigh pad. It's close to the bat. No idea which it was.
Well, either way, it's not out. And I think maybe somebody said something, and Hassan Adnan's just looks as though he might be saying, "Calm down," or words to that effect. Now, for Guthrie bowling to Bancroft, 2 slips in. Kimber is heading off down to long leg. They have a mid-wicket, a deep square, so I wonder if he's going to try and drop one short, because he did pick up his wicket in the first innings with ball just back of a length. Graham Van Buren caught in the deep at long leg. Guthrie is in, bowls, that's full, and worked off his pads by Bancroft down to Kimber. They're going to come back for 2 and make it comfortably. Good running again from these two. Bancroft to 37 and 76 for 5. I did see on socials last night a little bit of criticism of Cameron Bancroft for not going in first last night and for going down the route of the night watchman openers. But
right,
if he gets a decent score here, I'm sure all will be forgiven in the way of things. Here's Guthrie in bowls and Bancroft defends up to mid-off. Conway comes round to field and there is no run.
Right, okay. I must admit,
yeah,
I've not done too much.
I just
looking around,
just a little look. But yeah, there's 1 or 2 people suggesting that as the overseas and the captain should be going in first, but obviously he made a call.
I don't know. I mean, as I said last night, because Gloucestershire have got 4 bowlers at the bottom of their order, I think it makes that sort of a decision much easier than if if your batting lineup starts to look silly.
Very full from Guthrie, driven up to mid-off by Bancroft, fielded by Conway. We were saying actually over breakfast this morning that in the old days of uncovered pitches, you did find teams who would put lower order batters in first just to try and hang around for long enough while the pitch maybe just dried out a little bit or eased a touch. It was very much a sort of tactical thing then. You saw it certainly in test matches in Australia. The old sticky dogs on the hip of Cameron Bancroft. Next ball from Guthrie, and he turns it away down to long leg where Louis Kimber fields. 1 more run to Bancroft, who goes to 38. Gloucestershire to 77 for 5, leading by 104. These two have now put on 46 for the 6th wicket. Very, very valuable runs. And done so without too many alarms and excursions, really. They've played and missed a bit, but sort of expect that. 1 or 2 shouts, but by and large, done a pretty good job. Here's Guthrie. And bowls to Bracey, who again plays a full-length ball down behind square on the offside. There is a deep backward square. And that is a single to Bracey. He goes to 22. And Gloucestershire to 78 for 5. Leicestershire, meanwhile, a 41 for 6 at Chelmsford. So they are in a bit of a mess with 3 wickets for Sam Cook, 2 for Shane Snater, 1 for Jamie Porter. Down to Ben Cox and Ben Green now. Try and pull the Foxes out of trouble. Bancroft back on strike and leg slip in place for Guthrie, who bowls to Bancroft, and he turns it away. Again, he's going to pick up an easy single down to long leg. Bancroft goes to 39 and Gloucestershire to 79 for 5. And, well, suddenly, I must admit, in the last 3 or 4 overs, batting has looked a deal easier.
Yes.
Against the... It sounds disrespectful to call them second-string bowlers, but you know what I mean. If they're not Sanderson, Conwell, Proctor, who have been very, very good. But they can't bowl all the time. Wonder whether they, because of the overrate, as you mentioned, Ed, whether they might just think about possibly getting Calvin Harrison on for an over or two.
Could be worth a try. Sales to Bancroft, opens the face, finds space behind square on the offside. Another single, not bashing the ball to all parts here, but the scoreboard is moving pretty consistently as Bancroft moves on to 40. 80 for 5. See, Nottinghamshire have cut into their deficit. They're now only 19 runs behind Hampshire, still with 3 wickets in hand. Liam Patterson-White is 32 not out. Sales round the wicket bowls, a good delivery, which Bracey respectfully defends.
Update, Leicestershire 41 for 7.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
So I don't think... it doesn't look as though there's going to be a huge amount of cricket at Chelmsford tomorrow unless something fairly remarkable happens. Third for Snater.
Snater's figures, 5.2 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 5. Sales bowls to Bracey, again right on target, and Bracey defends back to the bowler.
The last time Northamptonshire played a championship match at Chelmsford, which was a while back actually, 4 years ago, on the last afternoon when things were getting just a little bit flat, our Essex colleagues were asking listeners to give them their anagrams of Shane Snater.
Oh, gosh. Sales in, drop and run from Bracey. It's good cricket again from these two. There's nobody at backward point, nobody at gully, and that brings up a pretty significant milestone, a 50 partnership. It's always worth a round of applause, but I think this one greeted with an especially appreciative one from the Gloucestershire faithful. 31 for 5 and tottering when Miles Hammond was caught by George Bartlett in the slips off Sanderson.
First 50 partnership of the match.
Right.
Previous best was 47.
Sales to Bancroft, a short ball, and Bancroft no interest in playing at it.
That was between Price and Tommy Borman in the first innings, and came together at 19 for 4. Good to see Safe Zabe actually just having a little walk round the boundary, having a chat with Harry Conway, so he's at the ground, but playing no further part in this match as a result of the concussion protocols. And repeat, obviously aware that there's people tuning in all the time, but he will miss the start of Northamptonshire's T20 campaign.
Mid-wicket moves to Gully as Sales bowls to Bancroft, thinking about a single, then says no, and Bracey gets back and wisely, no it's not, it is McSweeney, decides to hold on to the ball, because if he'd thrown there, Bracey probably would have been back, and there was nobody able to back up because of the field change that they've made where mid-on had to go a little bit wider. So another one of those deliveries where quite a lot happened and absolutely nothing happened. So it's 81 for 5 with Gloucestershire effectively, if you like, 108 for 5.
Nothing happened, but it happened quickly, as I think the line in the Goon Show was many years ago. Guthrie will continue, starting his third over, 2 overs for 9, having been dispatched over mid-wicket by Bracey in the previous over. 2 slips and a gully. And Guthrie, left arm over, in and bowls full to Bracey, who pushes it and a misfield, which is unusual in the ring. Just pushed out into the covers. I've absolutely no idea why the misfield was, because it looked a fairly regulation job. Maybe I don't know, bobbled on a pitch, just missed it perhaps. James Sales, you don't often see misfield, but did on that occasion, and it allowed Bracey a single.
I think Luke Proctor said, well, where do you think you're going?
Yeah, well, words to that effect.
You're supposed to be there at mid-wicket.
82 for 5. Guthrie and bowls short, and Bancroft ducks underneath it, goes through to Lewis McManus. Yes, Luke Proctor with the authentic tones of his native Oldham. They have praised James Sells. I think he may just be whether he's apologising and or explaining why he missed that one, but they're in conversation. At Sales at mid-wicket and Proctor at mid-on. Guthrie is in, bowls to Bancroft, turns it away down behind square on the leg side. Certainly one, that's all there'll be. As Louis Kimber comes in off the boundary, sends in his return. One more to Bancroft, he goes to 41. And Gloucestershire to 83 for 5. And now Calvin Harrison is starting to limber up. And as Northamptonshire viewers and listeners will know, that doesn't necessarily suggest that he's going to bowl anytime soon. But it may on this occasion suggest that he will. He sometimes goes into warm-up mode for about an hour before he actually gets on. Is Guthrie in, bowls and chopped away by Bracey, down and beating the fielder at backward point, and it's run away for 4. Again, there's a bit of width on offer there from Guthrie. And the two touch bats as Bracey goes back to the striker's end. He goes to 28 and the total to 87 for 5. This partnership now worth 56 crucial runs. The lead is 114. Northamptonshire will be very, very keen to break this stand before lunch. As Guthrie is in, bowls full, and again it's more runs for Bracey as he jams down on that one. It eludes Kimber in there at backward point and goes down to deep backward point for a single. Bracey goes to 29, 88 for 5, Gloucestershire. Time for possibly 2 more overs before lunch after this one. That's 7 minutes to go on the clock. Here's Guthrie in, bowls to Bancroft, full toss, and well, he's got away with it because it's clipped out to mid-wicket. This time, good bit of fielding there by James Sales. Takes off his cap and peels off his sweater, hands both to umpire Hassan Adnan. And this maybe get 3 in, depends, as it often does, how keen the batters are to get another one in. I suspect the answer is probably not that keen. But Calvin Harrison is just loosening up. It's got to be worth a try. We haven't seen any spin in this match, and it's worth a...
Might get some bounce.
Well, yeah, it's worth a go.
Sales to Bracey. That's wide outside the off stump and no stroke. Taken lunch at Taunton, where Sussex are 105 for 3. They just lost Tom Clark on the stroke of the interval for 31. Daniel Hughes has 48, but Sussex have a bit of a mountain to climb there. They're trailing by 421 runs. Sales into Bracey, and again chopped away behind square. Conway's the fielder off the boundary, so even though he does have a rocket of an arm, he's got quite a lot of ground to make up, and so it's another well-placed shot for 2. Bracey now on to 31, 90 for 5. Glamorgan, having dismissed Warwickshire for 252 to take a 108-run first innings lead, with Norton once again in amongst the wickets. Tom Norton 4 for 48 and Glamorgan 4 without loss in their second innings, leading by 112 at Edgbaston. Sales in, that comes back sharply, but Bracey works with the movement. No problem seemingly for him, but goodness knows that alarmed me for a moment. Turned it up to mid-on. Surrey are in all sorts of bother at Headingley. They're now 97 for 7.
Gosh.
And Yorkshire made 486. George Hill has taken 4 for 10. And a couple of wickets for Matthew Revis. Sales into Bracey, who drives on the bounce back to Sales. Fields sharply, considers a throw and then holds on to it. So, well, I was going to say everybody's struggling a bit at the top, although Nottinghamshire are now basically level with Hampshire. So you'd have to say, in a way, that probably makes Nottinghamshire favourites at that stage. By the way, I have noticed Leicestershire are 46 for 8 before I get to the second division scores, as Bracey pushes forward and get a run into the offside. They're still waiting to start today at Beckenham, where Durham are 173 for 5. I'm not sure if it's actually rain or whether it's potentially a wet outfield or something, because they're certainly playing at Lord's. I think they've been playing all morning. I know there's a certain geographic separation, but even so. Sales bowls short and wide and cut away by Bracey. There is that protection on the deep point boundary. So it is just a single. The lead moves on to 118. Gloucestershire 91 for 5.
All I can suggest, having looked at the weather radar, is that there have been just a couple of scattered but obviously very heavy storms around the southeast. So if they just happen to be unfortunate and catch one of those.
Yeah, presumably. The drainage at Beckenham is probably fairly good, but not as good as it would be at Lord's, for example. So Middlesex 92 for 3, Deploy 49 not out, but 2 more wickets for Ben Aitchison, and Rory Hayden has the other. So Middlesex are behind by 107 with 7 second innings wickets in hand, and Lancashire 120 for 2 at Southport, with Jennings and Singh still at the crease. That's a deficit of 150 runs.
And we're going to see some 12. The first time in the match, just before lunch on day 3, Calvin Harrison is going to bowl with a slip-in, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, and he cuts the first ball away, down through backward point for 4. A little bit of a range finder from Harrison, and Bracey isn't going to pass up that invitation, cuts it away. Beautiful wristy stroke down to the boundary. Takes Bracey up to 36, and Gloucestershire to 95 for 5. So session of 2 halves this. Northamptonshire enjoying the ascendancy in the first half of the session, getting Gloucestershire 31 for 5. But since then, excellent stuff from Bancroft and Bracey. Here's Harrison in and bowls an edged past slip, and it's going to be 4 more, but that was a definite edge from Bracey. And it just goes wide of Vasconcelos.
Has that just gone on? Maybe straightened a fraction, but
Didn't do anything too alarming. But anyway, 8 runs have come off those first 2 balls from Calvin Harrison.
It's also because the ball's gone to the boundary. I think it's put paid to any hopes Northamptonshire might have had of getting another over in after this.
99 for 5, and driven out into the offside by Bracey. Next ball of Harrison's over, but can't get it past Louis Kimber. There in the covers.
Well, Gloucestershire want lunch with these two as well set. Sanderson probably back after the break.
Here's Harrison in, flights that one up and pushed out into the offside again by Bracey, and there's no run. Well, they're going to have it.
Yeah.
As are we, I hope. It's not a bit peckish, actually. It's not an entirely unheard of state of affairs. Here's Harrison in, bowls and driven hard into the ground by Bracey. Harrison skips across to his left to field.
It's time for a bit of tapping.
Time for a little bit of tapping.
They don't know that there's only 10 seconds to go anyway until that clock will go to 1:10.
Here is Harrison, bowls to Bracey. Well, I think that's done it because he's cut it away down to deep backward point for a single. Guthrie Field sends in his return, brings up the 100 for Gloucestershire. Umpire Hassan Adnan is walking to his position at the far end, and we're going to have another over.
Well, now, you see, we wouldn't have done if the 100 hadn't obscured the board, I don't think, because as soon as that board goes back, it'll say 1:10, and it would have done for about 10 seconds. So
James
we're going
Treadwell
to get a bonus over in.
James Treadwell might well be saying to Hassan Adan, hang on a minute, I want my lunch.
I don't know. I assume they're using that, but there is also the giant red. No, it's not there anymore, is it? It's not there anymore. Of course,
that big
Get so
digital
used to
one,
that
yes,
giant
yeah.
red clock being down there by the dressing rooms. And of course, with all the refurbishment, that's the largest clock in county cricket is no more.
Well, we're going to see Nathan McSweeney's off spin.
This would certainly be a bonus for Northamptonshire as McSweeney bowls full and straight, and Bracey is carefully forward to defend back.
3 wickets he's taken this season, 1 with his 4th ball in Championship cricket against Lancashire and 2 in the previous game against Derbyshire.
McSweeney fires that one in and very full. Bracey meets it with a stride.
Just before Derbyshire declared at 604.
Right. Okay, this is a bit like Miles Hammond's 2 for 2 in the opening fixture. McSweeney bowls and sliding in towards the pads of Bracey, but he gets the bat down and turns it to leg. Picked up at a short mid-wicket position by Kimber, the concussion substitute. 100 for 5. McSweeney bowls. Another nice looking delivery. He's not turning it, but he's continuing to challenge Bracey to defend these.
He's usually fairly tidy, the bit he has bowled this year.
Just don't play for turn at the moment. McSweeney bowls, and once again played straight back to the bowler. So
he's got
one ball left in the session. Is that?
He's been
gone on the board?
He's been a handy little partnership breaker, I know, in Shield cricket.
Last ball of the morning session. McSweeney bowls to Bracey, who chops late, gets it past backward point. They'll just jog through for the single, so Bracey will keep the bowling for the afternoon session. And he's overtaken Bancroft, actually, although he's almost faced as many deliveries as Bancroft has now. But it's been an excellent partnership and possibly has shown a little bit how to go about it on this surface. Admittedly, Bracey especially had to face a little less of the Demon Sanderson as much as others had to, but even so, they've found a really good balance between attack and defence. They've picked the gaps in the field that, it has to be said, Northamptonshire have given them. They've not tried to really squeeze and force Gloucestershire to hit boundaries. There's been plenty of singles to manoeuvre, and they have probably made that Gloucestershire session, despite the fact that it started slightly disastrously with Gloucestershire at 21 for 3 and having lost Price and Hammond in quick succession. Price caught by Harrison without scoring, and Hammond caught by Bartlett for 2, both off Sanderson. But Bancroft and Bracey both into the 40s, and continuing to make this a very exciting and potentially starting to get slightly nervy game as we go a little bit deeper into this third day. But it's a lead of 128 runs at lunch for Gloucestershire with 5 wickets in hand. And do join us again in 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. Every session, every over feels critical in this type of a game. Radders and myself will be back after lunch.
Middlesex 97 for 3 in their second innings against Derbyshire. They still trail by 102. match play set to resume here at the C Unique Stadium. Please welcome back our umpires Hassan Adnan and James Treadwell. In the field, the Northamptonshire side captained by Luke Proctor. And if you weren't here at the start of the morning session, number 17, Louis Kimber, is now in the Northamptonshire side as a concussion substitute for Safe Zabe. And resuming for Gloucestershire there, 6-wicket pair of number 1, Cameron Bancroft, sponsored by Digby Associates, and number 25, James Bracey, sponsored by the Clifton Coffee Roasters.
Grey skies still greeting the players as they resume this third day between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire at Bristol. And at least for now we look to be dry. We're just having a look at the fairly dismal forecast for tomorrow and wondering, hoping I suppose from the point of view of completing the match that isn't going to be as bad as is forecast. But the draw, despite how quickly this match has moved along, the draw still is very much in the equation. Gloucestershire, though, 101 for 5 with this established partnership between Bracey and Bancroft, both in the 40s. They lead by 128. Andrew Radd, alongside me, Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire and BBC Radio Northampton.
Here's Ben Sanderson then starting proceedings after lunch. Bowls full to Bracey, who drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. Sanderson bowled 8-over spell this morning, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 22 his figures to date. Picked up the 2 wickets to fall first thing this morning. Ollie Price caught by Calvin Harrison at second slip for naught. That was 29 for 4. And then Miles Hammond caught by George Bartlett at fourth slip for 2. That was 31 for 5. But since then, Bancroft and Bracey have done a super job for their side as Sanderson bowls round the wicket and Bracey looks to drive. Doesn't time it, just jams it into the ground and fielded by Sanderson off his own bowling. There was a little bit of rain maybe around this afternoon as well, according to the apps and the radar and all the bits of seaweed and the pine cone and various other things that we've got up here. Our little mini BBC Weather Centre. If you do lose any time today, then I think probably the chances of a result today might be fading. They may even have faded already as a result of this excellent partnership, which Northamptonshire will be looking to break ASAP, and very nearly do so there as Sanderson puts one past the outside edge of James Bracey's bat. 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second, Kimber at third. And if you're just joining us, just to let you know that Safe Zabe is out of this match. And in fact, I've got time to tell you about it because after 3 deliveries, the umpires are going to have a look at the ball.
Oh, is that why there hasn't been a wicket for a while?
Interestingly, because it was changed in Northamptonshire's game against Worcestershire when Ben Sanderson, they changed the ball and Ben Sanderson proceeded to take 6 wickets for 7 runs in 22 balls. So anyway, this is not going to be changed, at least not at the moment. But yes, Safe Zabe is out of the match with concussion as a result of an accident in warm-up yesterday, and then developing symptoms overnight. So he is out of the match under the concussion protocol as Sanderson round the wicket bowls to Bracey, who defends just down towards third slip. Kimber comes up to field. So he will be missing cricket for the next 7 days, which means he won't be playing in Northamptonshire's first T20 Blast game against Glamorgan at Wantage Road on Friday. May well miss the second one against Worcestershire a week today, and Louis Kimber has replaced him in the side for the rest of this match. Now, field changes with George Bartlett going across to backward point and Harry Conway coming across to the onside to field in there at mid-wicket, within conversational distance of his fellow Aussie McSweeney. Outside the off-stump goes Sanderson, left alone by James Bracey. So Sanderson, who started this round of matches as the leading wicket taker in Division 2, now has 34 championship wickets this year. Conway, for his part, has 25. And therein, in a sense, is the problem that Northamptonshire have got, because the new ball pair have been excellent. It's a question of what's happened then. Is Sanderson in and bowls, and Bracey leaves that outside the off stump. End of the first over after lunch, safely negotiated by James Bracey, who is 42, Bancroft is 41, and Gloucestershire are 101 for 5, leading by 128. Because if you look at the figures for, if you like, the backup seamers coming into this match, Luke Proctor had taken 4 wickets, James Sales 3, Guthrie 1, and obviously Calvin Harrison, the leggy, has got through a lot of overs this year, about 180 odd overs already, and has picked up 13 wickets. But this backup seam, in the absence of Justin Broad, who, as we were discussing actually off air during lunchtime, I think, you know, they were looking very much at him as the all-rounder to balance the side. He's not able to bowl, so he hasn't been playing, and I think that is an issue that's still got to be sorted out by Northamptonshire.
No prizes following on from what Radders has said as to who's bowling for the from the Ashley Down Road end. It's Conway, straight away being driven confidently through the covers by Bancroft. The outfield is relatively quick, but it's a long boundary out there, but the ball just has enough pace on it to go for 4. So Bancroft moves back in front of James Bracey, is on to 45, and was probably not Conway's quickest delivery that he's going to bowl, and just gave Bancroft that little bit of time to reach for it and time it through the gap. So 105 for 5.
Wasn't quite at his sharpest this morning, was he? In that couple of spells he bowled, Harry Conway.
Yeah, he didn't go for a lot of runs, but
no.
it was a crucial spell, and probably just bowled a little wide. Conway into Bancroft. That's extremely wide. I think that's even wider than most of his deliveries this morning. Just have 2 slips in a gully, a short mid-wicket in place, but they're not looking as though they're quite as, I was almost going to say obsessed with, but that's probably a bit far, but they're not quite targeting Bancroft going across so much. And this was what I felt maybe at lunchtime, in that they'd possibly fallen into the trap of trying to wrap Bancroft on the pad as Conway bowls, and this is whipped away off straight. He's hit it firmly, but picks out Guthrie at that short mid-wicket position. Whereas when Luke Proctor, for a couple of overs, decided to bowl, you know, almost T20 style, follow the batter, suddenly Bancroft was playing and missing a couple of times, and there was that loud appeal that looked as if it was correctly turned down off the thigh pad, caught behind. So I don't know whether the slight field change indicates a slight change of plan. Conway in now, that is down the leg side. It escapes McManus and will be 4 byes. This time no touch from Bancroft, and admittedly, even if that had touched the pad, he was certainly playing a shot that time, unlike what we saw earlier on, where it looked as though it might be 4 byes and it just brushed James Bracey. So 4 more to the total. 8 runs off this over already. So the lead 136. Vasconcelos will make his way back into his position at first slip. Bancroft waits on 45. That was the 100th delivery that he has faced, and his 101st is just knocked down into the floor, into the leg side. And again, it's Guthrie at short mid-wicket to field. Some pretty dark looking clouds over. So look over the Memorial Ground. It's, I don't think, coming in our direction, but as Radders was saying, there is some rain about even today. Hopefully we'll miss that. If it was coming from the same direction as day 1, then we'd be concerned. Conway to Bancroft, who has taken another blow there, but I think that was possibly less any extravagant bounce and more just that Bancroft misjudged it because he was trying to tuck it leg side and the ball wasn't quite there for that. He rehearsed a straight bat forward defensive shot. But anyway, no harm done except possibly to Cameron Bancroft. It's 109 for 5.
Well, if you're looking for the this morning's Mayhem Award, having seen, I think probably we had it hands down here last night in that last 2.25 hour session. But I think Chelmsford has wrested the crown today with Leicestershire bowled out in a session for 60 against Essex in Division 1. Here's Sanderson round the wicket bowls and chopped down to backward point by Bracey. And there's no run, fielded there by Liam Guthrie. Leicestershire all out for 60 with Ben Cox top scored with 20. Sam Cook 4 for 19. Shane Snater 4 for 12 off 9. Jamie Porter 2 for 22. And Essex need 101 to win. And
could be a tricky chase, you never know.
Well, you never know. And have a day off. 3 slips in. Sanderson round the wicket bowls to Bracey outside the off stump. Bracey leaves. Goes through to Lewis McManus. At Southampton, Nottinghamshire 213 for 7, so 1 run behind Hampshire, were bowled out for 214. Liam Patterson-White, again, spent a bit of time with Northamptonshire on loan 2 years ago, 43 not out there. Very useful innings for his side. Sussex 118 for 3. Just underway again after lunch at Taunton, still a long way behind after Somerset made 526 for 8. Here's Sanderson in again to Bracey, who defends out into the offside. And there is no run. Raining at Edgbaston, where Glamorgan are 12 for no wicket in their second innings against Warwickshire. They lead by 120. Surrey 112 for 7 in their second innings against Yorkshire. So Surrey right up against it there at Headingley. 4 wickets for George Hill. A couple for Matt Revis. Here's Sanderson. In again, bowls and played down to backward point by Bracey. Again fielded by Guthrie. And there is no run. Still no play at Beckenham, where Durham 173 for 5, replying to Kent's 523 all out. Lancashire 133 for 3 against Worcestershire at Southport, replying to Worcestershire's 270 all out. Keaton Jennings 52 not out. Here's Sanderson. In again to Bracey outside the off stump again. Bracey leaves well alone, 5 dots at the start of this over. And at Lords, Middlesex 107 for 3, following on against Derbyshire. Still 92 runs behind with 7 wickets standing. Reminder that there are women's T20 County Cup matches this afternoon. Northamptonshire at home to Beds and Hunts at West Lodge Park in Desborough, and Gloucestershire away to Oxfordshire at St Edward's School in Oxford. Here's Sanderson to complete the over outside the off stump, almost in front of first slip. Vasconcelos was Lewis McManus when he takes that. Maiden for Sanderson, but not a bit especially threatening one, it must be said. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 22, and Gloucestershire are 109 for 5. They lead by 136.
It's a 2:30 start for Gloucestershire in Oxford, so they know that they will get the opportunity to play a Tier 1 team should they win that, which they didn't get the chance to do last year, as Conway runs in and bowls to Bancroft, who flicks this down to long leg. Another single is added. Bancroft to 46, the lead to 137. So Gloucestershire would host, should they win that game, they would host Essex here on the 21st of... If I say it's here, it won't be here, will it? It's away? Oh, okay. That's not what it is. It's not the way round they've got it here. Yeah, they must have got it wrong. Okay, thank you very much for correcting me. I sort of thought it couldn't be here because that suddenly did a double take because that's right in the middle of the World Cup. Anyway, so it's at Colchester. Thank you very much. Should they progress? Oh dear, that's a pretty filthy delivery from Conway. It's short and miles down the leg side. It's a little bit fortunate that that doesn't add another run to the score, possibly even 4, because McManus launched himself to his right and saved any further addition. So yeah. Anyway, they'll get the chance to play a Tier 1 team, that we do know, if they can avoid the upset. Conway round the wicket, bowls, chopped down into the ground by Bracey. Stopped at third slip. For Sanderson, they've brought deep point up, but for Conway, they still have this area that Bracey can, without taking much of a risk, just assist the ball into and come through for the 1. But I suppose, well, you know what you're going to get from Sanderson, definitely. As Conway bowls to Bracey, tries to turn it into the leg side. There's a strangled appeal for LBW, but not only is Lewis McManus heading down the leg side, he's also wafting his right hand to his right as well, which doesn't immediately...
It's a little bit of a giveaway, isn't it, really?
indicate to the umpire that he should be raising his finger. But they don't get a leg by. Who's that rolling around on the floor at cover?
James Sales, I think.
That will be bowling change immediately. Just staying loose or something.
It's painful to me.
I could do with a bit of that. I think I need to stand up more. I'm sitting down all session. Conway bowls another one way down the leg side. Bracey may have had a thought about having a go at it, but then realised it was so far down he couldn't get there. It's been a bit of a wild over this from Harry Conway.
Isn't it?
But you do know that he's got every chance of producing this sort of delivery on a surface where there has been occasional sharp bounce. Do you know he's got the ability to produce a ball like that? Now, he's very much signalling that he's about to bang one in short here. Just in case you didn't know, Mr. Bracey, I'm going to bowl it short. That's about all he hasn't done.
Well, short of giving Ian Randall an announcement to that effect.
2 fielders deep on the leg side and a leg gully, so of course he doesn't bowl it short. He bowls it back of a length, really, and Bracey rises up to keep it down into the offside, and there's no run. So 110 for 5, 46 to Bancroft, 42 to Bracey, who he had caught Bancroft up, but Bancroft with a little bit of a surge after, well, if it can really be a surge, 5 runs, but he has moved ahead. But they are now almost bang level in terms of balls faced, 103 and 98. So it has been quite a, well, I suppose actually Bracey has had more of the strike in the partnership, but it has really been a partnership. There's been a lot of strike rotation.
Well, that's what we were saying, wasn't it, this morning? They've made full use of the right hand left hand combination by rotating the strike and picking up singles whenever possible. It's been a very good bit of cricket, really. It's just common sense cricket, and put Gloucestershire into a much improved position. Here's Sanderson in bowls wide outside the off stump, and it's called wide by umpire Treadwell. And to say that Ben Sanderson doesn't look happy with that,
how very
dare you? I think he's suggesting that he slipped, his foot slipped, and James Treadwell, I'd imagine, is saying something along the lines of, "Well,
it's a wide.
That's your problem, sunshine, not mine." Or, again, words to that effect. But anyway, it is a wide. Don't see Ben Sanderson bowl many of those in red ball cricket. Anyway, takes Gloucestershire to 111 for 5. Can the dreaded Nelson do the trick for Northamptonshire? Keeper standing up. Sanderson in bowls to Bancroft. who forces away off the back foot. Well, he's not on Nelson very long, because that's a lovely shot. Away, punched off the back foot, through backward point for 4, and it takes Cameron Bancroft to 50 off 104 balls in just over 3 hours, 182 minutes, with his 4th boundary. And that great cricketing cliche, the captain's innings, but that is exactly what we're seeing here. 115 for 5. The lead climbs to 142. Still 3 slips in. Keeper standing up. Sanderson runs in again. Bowls to Bancroft, who cuts that away. 4 more. Short and wide, and got exactly what it deserved from Bancroft. Gave backward point. James Sales absolutely no chance. And he's laced that away for 4 more. 54 to Bancroft, 119 for 5. The lead to 146. I was talking, as we were earlier, about Ben Sanderson going ahead of Jim Griffiths in Northamptonshire's all-time, all-format wicket takers list. I've had a message from Golden Graham, who says, one of my proudest claims is I saw Jim score a run. It's a bit harsh. Here's Sanderson impulse outside the off stump, and it hits Lewis McManus somewhere about his person. Deflects out into the leg side, no damage done. Now they're changing fielders rather than changing the field, because McSweeney is coming out of backward point, and Rafi Weatherall, who's on as 12th man at the moment, is going in at backward point for the time being. But Sweeney's up to mid-off. And Proctor is off the field at the moment, I think. I'll see him out there. Here's Sanderson, and that's pushed away, splitting the gap, and this could be the 3rd boundary of the over, and it is, away through covers, and that was all just timing. Didn't look as though he'd hit that hard. It looked like a little push into the gap between extra cover and backward point, but it was timed to perfection by Cameron Bancroft. And Ben Sanderson, the indignity of bowling a wide in this over, has also now gone for his 3rd boundary. His figures have taken just a little bit of a dent. 58 to Bancroft, 123 for 5. The lead now 150.
Oh, that's a really amazing piece of batting, because there wasn't much wrong with the ball.
It was just beautifully timed. And now what's Sanderson's reply? It's outside the off stump. It's left alone by Cameron Bancroft, with 13 having already come off this over one way or another. Yes, Golden Graham highlighting the fact that Jim Griffiths was, well, he failed to score in 51 of his first-class innings.
Oh, wow.
And had a first-class batting average of 3.33.
Half century of ducks.
And in List A cricket, it was slightly better. It was 3.71. But... ... Sanderson comes in, bowls to Bancroft outside the off stump, leaves it alone. End of the over, and a very productive one for Gloucestershire. Bancroft is 58, Bracey's 42. They are 123 for 5. Proctor is back on the field. So Nathan McSweeney's brief spell as Northamptonshire captain is over, at least for now. And Gloucestershire leading by 150. But of course, it's one of those strange anomalies in cricket that Jim, who took, 627 wickets for Northamptonshire, almost anybody of a certain age, you ask him about Jim Griffiths, and it'll be his innings against Lancashire in the NatWest semi-final in 1981, when he came in at number 11 to face Michael Holding. And he and Tim Lamb somehow managed to score 13 for the last wicket to win the match. He was chaired off the field by the crowd and had to be interviewed by Richie Benno. It was wonderful. Great day.
Wow. Harry Conway to Bracey. He tries to manoeuvre that into the gap square on the offside, and a little bit too close to James Sales at cover. There's no run.
But I was looking at his benefit, his testimonial brochure recently. It was 1987, and he described in the article that was written in his name as the Wally of the Willow, which I thought was a nice expression. But he was one of the very genuine number 11s in county cricket at the time in the 80s.
Two slips leg gully. Still 2 back on the boundary as Conway bowls to Bracey. It's down the leg side, and McManus launching himself away to his right. Conway is desperately appealing. McManus is still on the floor, shown no interest in getting up and joining in.
My goodness. It was a good take. That's about all you can say there, really, wasn't it?
If he weren't, I mean, that's gone almost sideways. Did it come off his? Does it come off his pad? It looked like it. It looked like it went sideways. I suppose it must. Maybe that was why there was an appeal, because it clearly seemed to deflect. Yeah, it's off his thigh pad, isn't it? That's a fantastic stop from Lewis McManus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as Conway is in bowls, and Bracey wants a single there into the gully, and Bancroft says no, and James Bracey gives him the thumbs up. Quite rightly. Not fancying a run. I only mention this to tick something off people's bingo cards, but with Bangladesh playing Pakistan in the second test match of that series, it's Nahid Rana batting time. His test average of 3, I'm afraid, will be no more, because he was dismissed for a duck. Conway bowls, and Bracey squidges that one to backward point for a single. He has 43, 124 for 5. His first class average of 1.63 will have gone down as well. I mean, you know, we really are talking another level even from that. He's scored now 36 runs in 42 innings, Nahid Rana, Bangladesh speedster. But I think he took a 5. He took 5 in the second innings to beat Pakistan, so it was worth his spot. Conway bowls, forward goes Bancroft, runs it defensively down to a wide mid-off.
I suppose Northamptonshire's other real rabbit was Mark Robinson. Mark Robinson OBE coached the England women's team to the World Cup, but he struggled a bit with the bat. He actually failed to score in 12 successive first-class innings in the course of a season.
Hold my beer, says Nahid Rana.
He will say 7 of those were not out.
Yes, it's the same with Nahid Rana, who broke the record. As forward goes Bancroft and pushes it away up to mid-off, and that is the end of Conway's latest over. He's going to go and have a bit of a... Well, I say he's going to go and have a bit of a chat with Cameron Bancroft. I don't think he was getting much back, but he had something to say anyway. It's 124 for 5. The lead has moved past 150, so 151.
So I wonder who were Gloucestershire's sort of going back particularly inept? Wasn't Jack Davey going back into the 70s? Because I think the late Alan Gibson, father of our colleague Anthony, wonderful commentator and writer about the game, didn't they start the JJ Club? Anybody had to go out and sort of, any members had to cheer very loudly when Jack Davey, who was a Devonian, went out to bat for Gloucestershire.
Yes, that's, well, I mean, you know, well, 7.77. That's actually higher than Gabe Bell's first class average.
Here's Sanderson round the wicket, bowling to Bracey outside the off stump, and he leaves it alone, taken by McManus.
I believe Martin Ashenden has the honour of the lowest average with a certain qualifier. So I've just looked up his overall statistics. 2.41 is his average. He scored 70 runs in 34 matches.
Another one, of course, he played for both these proud cricketing counties. Still around, Martin, living in London, I believe. Coming up to 90 next year, I think. Here's Sanderson over the wicket, bowls and cut away by Bracey for 4. There's no third man. It was wide of the slip cordon, quite deliberate, and it's run away for 4. And Bracey now moves to within 3 runs of a half century, 47 to him. And Gloucestershire 128 for 5, leading by 155.
still a little bit of swing there, but it just swung away from Bracey and wider of him, and it's a shot. I mean, that is actually the shot that I was mentioning in the morning session when I was mentioning that Kent had put a deep backward point out, so Bracey started to play almost more through gully, but
well, they're dropping.
It looks good when it comes off.
Yeah, well, they're putting the deep backward point back in, but again, it's that rattle of stable doors and things, isn't it? Here's Sanderson in again, bowls and drop down into the offside by Bracey. Go through for a quick but well-judged single. Bracey to 48, Gloucestershire to 129 for 5. Bit of blue sky visible up above. Over to our left, which is roughly where the weather's coming from. Martin Ashenden's first-class average for Northamptonshire in 19 matches was 2.72.
Yeah, I had a feeling his Gloucestershire average was, I'll double check, but I had a feeling it was in the ones when he moved.
Born in Bexhill-on-Sea, where the dreaded batter pudding hurler came from. Here's Sanderson to bowl to Bancroft, and Bancroft pushes it again past extra cover. There's a long chase around the boundary. They complete 2, and they'll settle for 2. It's Guthrie makes ground around the boundary to field, and it's the 100 partnership between these two, and well, what a hugely valuable partnership it's been. Indeed, it's been transformative, really, in terms of this game, because at 31 for 5, with Gloucestershire 58 for 5, in effect, Northamptonshire would have been thinking, well, break these two up, and we're very much in business. As it is, game is still there to be won, but Gloucestershire in a much healthier position as Sanderson is in outside the off stump. Left alone by Bancroft. The lead is 158.
There is always this temptation, and it's so hard to know, even sitting here, having watched every ball of it, there is always this temptation to think, you sort of separate what these two have done from the pitch and just think, oh, it must be that the pitch has got easier. We won't know that really until more batters come in.
And we see another new ball used, and it may well be that the new ball is... It's one of those pitches, and we've seen so many this year where the new ball is absolutely vital. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and that's a beauty. It's much more like the Sanderson of this morning as he puts it past the outside edge of Bancroft's bat. 131 for 5 at the end of the over. Bearing in mind, as I say, first thing this morning, Gloucestershire were 31 for 5. So it's a century partnership with power to add. And the lead is 158 with a bit of sunshine bathing the ground. And my goodness, there's quite a bit of blue sky up there to our left, more than we've seen for a little while. Martin Ashton must be said, when we're talking about his lack of success with the bat, that he did once take 10 for 15 in a minor counties match for Bedfordshire against Shropshire.
Not Beds and Hunts.
No, definitely Bedfordshire against Shropshire at Bedford School, including a hat-trick.
Beds without Hunts. Here comes Conway and bowls, squares up Bracey there, looking for what is a lot of open green on the leg side, and goes out to cover. There is no run. See that Beds and Hunts women are 18 for 3 in the 6th over, so Northamptonshire have made an unsurprisingly good start to that match, and I can tell you that Gloucestershire's women have won the toss and elected to field at Teddy's.
Ella Phillips done some of the damage there. She's into a 3rd over, 2 for 3.
Conway charges in again. Bowles always nicked off here, as yes he has. That's the end of the partnership. Conway breaks through. Bracey just having a little feel for one outside the off stump. Gets an edge, and McManus takes the catch behind the stumps. So Bracey goes just too shy of a half century. A lot of hard work done there, but that's a really nice ball from Conway. It came back in quite late. You can see why Bracey felt he had to play at it. It's just maybe held its line on him, I think, having shaped in and taken the edge. But a really accomplished innings from James Bracey. There are occasions where, and I'm sure, you know, he's ever his own harsh as critic, he'd have loved to go on, but there are times when 48 is a disappointing innings, and there are times when 48 is an innings of extreme value, and this is the latter. So 131 for 6, Gloucestershire. Tommy Borman makes his way to the middle, and the lead is 158.
Where's your money then, Ed? I tell you what, this is. I mean, it's been an odd game in the sense that we've had so many interruptions, and it's just lacked a bit of a thread. Something you get in the very best 4-day games where it just unrolls beautifully like a Brahms symphony. And this has been
like his third racket.
Yes, that's right. Yes, Brahms' third racket. And this has lacked that because we've had so many interruptions and it's been a bit disjointed. But we still find ourselves, in the third afternoon in a game which is either side could still win. And as you said this morning, Ed, it's one of those where, little 20 runs, couple of quick wickets, and the whole balance of the game, in the sense that partnership was sort of transformative, really, of the situation between Bracing and Bancroft. Well, but you could nip a couple out quickly here.
Yeah.
Then it's probably the old Waspies just going the other way. But I wouldn't like to.
No.
Really wouldn't like to call this one at this stage.
We do know is Tommy Borman is ready to face Harry Conway, who's running in and bowling to him, and that's a wonderful ball to start off with. Thought that was either surely going to take edge or off stump, ends up with neither. Beats Borman, all ends up, and I'm not surprised. So, second look at that, yeah, it's straightened on him. Just a bit of movement off the pitch, and it's amazing how it can happen where when you've got an established partnership, the ball seems to be doing a lot less, and then the bowling side are just buoyed a little bit. They put that little bit extra on the ball, and things start happening again. So Borman's going to have a tough period to negotiate here as Conway is in bowls. Well, I say that. He's not had to do anything there. It's way down the leg side, and McManus has saved himself 3 of the byes that would have gone to the tally. Borman gets himself up the other end with another run added. So 132 for 6. Lead 159. Sun is shining, but there's a pretty towering cumulus cloud over making its way over the flats, chucking it down up there in the distance as Conway bowls to Bancroft. That's clipped down to fine leg. Bancroft sprints the first. As it turns out, he could have got the second because Sanderson didn't pick the ball up cleanly. I thought they might still actually take the run on the misfield, but Bancroft settles for just the single. 61 to him, 133 for 6. I think, whilst it put on 100 exactly, that partnership has probably shown the template of what's required, really. There is no point probably in just sitting there and blocking, but at the same time, if you go out and take the opposite attitude of we're just going to swing wildly, then there's enough variation in the surface that you get yourself in trouble doing that. Conway into Borman, and a roll of the wrists to work it to mid-wicket, and that's the end of a wicket taking over from Conway. So it's 6 down now for Gloucestershire, 3 to Sanderson, 3 to Conway. And it does feel as though, despite the fact that Gloucestershire have scored quite a bit off Sanderson's last couple of overs, but it still feels as though it's a matter of, can they get through this spell unscathed, and then do either Northamptonshire win the battle that follows between the change bowlers and Gloucestershire's batters, or can Gloucestershire's batters get on top again? But they've got to get there first.
Here's Bancroft facing Sanderson. I say bright sunshine. It's pleasant sunshine. Worked into the onside first ball out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Bancroft stays on 61 off 116 balls. Tommy Borman just in. Northamptonshire having broken that 3-figure partnership for the 6th wicket between Bancroft and Bracey. And here's Sanderson running away from us. Bowls to Bancroft outside the off stump, leaves well alone. If we have any listeners in Bridgewater, I'm sure they're thoroughly enjoying the large storm that appears to be over them at the moment. Don't think that's coming this way, happily, but
I'm not sure the bridge is going to be going over the water much longer. The water's going to be going over the bridge.
Yes. There's a lot of big beefy showers around this afternoon. But thankfully, they appear to be missing Bristol at the moment, which is good news. Here's Sanderson in bowls, and we haven't seen too many go past the edge of Bancroft's bat recently, but there's one of them. Lovely ball from Sanderson.
It's this amazing thing, though. I mean, many a time over the course of the season, you have to travel between Taunton and Bristol, and it is extraordinary the number of times it is pelting it down between the two, and it's dry in both. They're still playing at Taunton as well.
Yeah, it's fairly isolated, the showers, but when you get one, as I think they had at Beckenham this morning down in Kent, then you can be off for a while. Here's Sanderson in, bowls again to Bancroft, who nudges it just in front of square on the leg side, picks up a single. Bancroft to 62 and Gloucestershire to 134 for 6, leading by 161. 4 wickets standing. I suspect Northamptonshire would think from here, if they could somehow keep the target down to below or not much more than 200. Once it starts to climb north of 200, a bit of psychological advantage probably for Gloucestershire there, as next ball is pushed out into the offside by Tommy Borman, who now has 4 slips in place for him. Just all the little psychology comes in, doesn't it, when you get north of 200 and you think, well, we're going to have to chase potentially the highest total of the match in the 4th innings, and that doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? The psychology of chases, I feel, has changed so much in recent years. But yes,
Sanderson in bowls, and that swung, and it swung late into him, and it finds the outside edge of Borman's bat, and it goes wide of the slip cordon. There is no third man, so he picks up 4 runs, which has done very little to improve Ben Sanderson's general mood. But, well, Tommy Borman will be happy enough because he's up and running, 4 to him. And at the end of the over, Gloucestershire 138 for 6. They lead by 165, and you could see, we talked about this morning, being, as we are, pretty much behind the arm. You could see that just shape into the right-hander, and managed to get the outer portion of the bat to it. It wasn't an edge in the air at all, but it ran away wide of the slip cordon, and he picks up 4 runs for it.
He brought that back beautifully, Ben Sanderson. That was the inducker. Conway bowls, and Bancroft gets this down to fine leg. Once again, they think about a sprint for a 2, but Sanderson's across from long leg. Bancroft just takes 1 more, 63. He has 139 for 6, and with Bracey dismissed, at least for now, and not to say that Tommy Borman or Graham van Buren or who knows, even one of the bowlers couldn't play a defining contribution, but you do feel that much rests with Cameron Bancroft now, as Conway bowls to Borman, who leaves. That was close. And I know that Harry Conway has been demonstrative, but he's now not the only one that cannot believe that missed the stumps. Both Harrison and Vasconcelos and McManus as well in disbelief that Borman left that one. It actually wasn't quite as close as I thought it was.
It had plenty of sort of headroom, didn't it, over the top of the stumps.
It probably just missed on both, but yeah, from this angle especially, it looked as if it was destined for the top of off. Conway is going to follow up with a full ball, which is punched back and excellently fielded by Conway off his own bowling. Got himself down and stopped it, because that was hit well by Tommy Boorman, and needless to say, nobody else would have stopped it other than the bowler from going to the boundary. So what we can now say is that unless we have some insanity that might even go beyond what we had last night, this will be the longest innings of the match in terms of overs. We haven't seen an innings reach the end of the 52nd over yet. Conway to Boorman, wide ball, and Boorman leaves. Boorman, who made 22, wasn't it, in the first innings, if I can actually get my laptop to work properly, but yeah, 22 from 31, played some nice shots, and then right on the stroke of lunch got a sharp in-swinger from Luke Proctor that I think took pad, then went onto the stumps. He very much got a good one in the first innings. Did keep Ollie Price company for a little while. Conway, this long approach. He's in and bowls to Boorman. Once more, that's rising away from him. No interest in playing a shot. Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 229, so they've taken a 15-run first innings lead on Hampshire. The utility bowl, so they are just about in front, but it'd be interesting to see how that one plays out from there. Having said it wasn't raining at Taunton, it now is. So Sussex 155 for 3 as rain has stopped play at Taunton. Still raining at Edgbaston as well, which is certainly suiting Warwickshire because they're up against it. Last ball of this over, Conway into Boorman. He's forward and pushing away to the covers. There's only one fielder in the covers, but it's too close to him to take a single, so Bancroft will have strike for the next, presumably, Sanderson over. Usually a safe bet, and it's 139 for 6, with the lead at 166. Essex have knocked off 17 of the 101 runs that they need without losing a wicket. Walter and Elgar opening the batting. Surrey still 7 down at Headingley, trailing by 348. Josh Blake's getting a game there, which is not the... It's not the most common thing for him. He does spend an awful lot of time watching, seemingly.
Sanderson in, start of a fresh over, hangs that outside the off stump from Cameron Bancroft. Goes through to the keeper. So 139 for 6. Gloucestershire leading by 166. They have 4 wickets in hand. We have all of today and what play is possible tomorrow with a not particularly marvellous forecast for tomorrow. Most of the day worked into the onside by Bancroft, but straight to James Sales at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sanderson in his 19th over of the innings. I was going to say he'll be glad of a few days to put his feet up, but I dare say they'll be then as soon as this game's over, turning their attention to white ball prep for Friday. For Northamptonshire, of course, at Montage Road against Glamorgan. First time they've played Glamorgan in a T20 match for a while, because the groups have all been fiddled around with, so Northamptonshire find themselves playing some different teams this year. Here's Sanderson in bowls, down the leg side, appeal for a catch, not out, says umpire James Treadwell. Again, it was a good take from Lewis McManus, who's reclining on the ground like somebody, like a sort of boulevardier in an impressionist painting by the banks of the Seine. It's been a long day. already.
Wow. Well,
just-
I almost wondered whether he was more interested in the LBW than the
Well,
court behind at one stage.
maybe.
He was sort of
I don't think-
gestures, but it's got to be out somehow.
I was gonna say, I don't think it was particularly close on either count, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, James Treadwell agrees. Here's Sanderson. Bowls to Bancroft. Clips it away through mid-wicket. Runs for him here. Certainly one, probably two, maybe even three, as it goes out towards the Zahir Abbas stand. And they do indeed come back for three. Takes Bancroft to 66. Gloucestershire to 142 for 6. Long chase down there for James Sales. And for Northampton's captain, Luke Proctor. The lead now 169. Northamptonshire still attacking as they have to, because they've got to try and end this innings, bowl Gloucestershire out as soon as possible. So 4 slips in still. And Sanderson in bowls to Borman, who's on the back foot, playing it square of the wicket in the offside, fielded by Guthrie at point. And there is no run.
Gosh, a slightly alarming start for Gloucestershire at Oxfordshire in the County Cup. Oxfordshire are 31 for none off 3.1 overs.
Oof, flyer. Little flyer down there. It's been a very long time since I played at that ground. It would have been for the old Northants amateurs, I would imagine. Donkeys years ago. Here's Sanderson in, worked into the leg side by Borman. Can't get it past James Sales at mid-wicket. And that's the end of another Ben Sanderson over. 19 overs, 5 maidens. 3 for 50. 142 for 6. Gloucestershire in bright sunshine. Now, here in Bristol, the lead is 169. And we have... You're going to have to help me here, Ed. Is that 61 overs left in the day?
I think so.
Yes.
I'm going to go with
The figures...
that.
Figures are very small for my aging eyes, but I think that's 61 left.
Oh, the Oxfordshire captain, who I've got to say is a fantastic name to be playing at somewhere like Teddy's school, Emilia Bartram, has 27 off 13 balls with 6 fours already. Here comes Conway and bowls, and Bancroft with a thick edge, but he's got it between second slip and gully. There won't be enough pace on it for 4, but they're back for 2 more runs. 171 is the lead.
That sort of name sounds they should be dating Bertie Wooster, doesn't it, really? P.G. Woodhouse story.
Gosh. It's, yeah, well... Katie Dolman and Charlie Phillips have opened the bowling. It's good to see Katie Dolman back in the side, but both are going at basically 10 and over in the early going. Could be interesting.
Short
Perhaps they just don't want to go to Colchester.
Yeah.
Here comes Conway, bowls, and Bancroft has slashed at that one, really. He's played a couple of beautiful shots since the lunch break, but that one wasn't one of them. He's gone so far across, and then he's seen that it's wide, but because he's gone across, he doesn't then have the room to free his arms and ends up thudding it out to cover. Anyway, the wind's certainly getting up now. It's really quite a significant gust coming across the ground then, as in comes Conway. Bancroft gets one down the leg side that doesn't have too much to do with.
In contrast, Beds and Hunts at Desborough are 36 for 4 in the 12th over against Northamptonshire, with mentioned a couple of early wickets for Ella Phillips, one for Amelia Kemp, and now Anisha Patel with her flighted leg spin has taken a return catch. So, yeah, Northamptonshire on top in that one, you would feel.
Yeah, she bowled extremely well here. Anisha Patel, as Conway runs in past the umpire now, bowls, and Bancroft on pushes, but won't get it past a sprawling Proctor. Is that at mid-on? Yeah, it is. See, it's got to that stage where I'm just beginning not to have to rely on the numbers, and you're only just beginning that.
Yeah.
And you know, as we always say, just in time for the match to
Yes,
end, I'll have
yeah.
it completely sorted. New set of players. Of course, it'll be T20 time here as well on Friday. First time that Gloucestershire will have played the Bears in a T20 since the 2024 quarter-final, as Conway bowls, and Bancroft has found that same gap between second slip and gully. This one has more of a chance of going for 4, but it won't quite go. Just been tipped back in by Harrison. Been launched in by Kimber, but this time they get back for 3. So 100, that's the one, and 47 for 6. Bancroft into the 70s. The lead 174. And Gloucestershire, of course, will be going back to Edgbaston on July the 5th. Afternoon game, I believe, so a bit of time to wait for the return fixture.
That, I think, is when Gloucestershire's women play at Northampton, double-header with Somerset's men.
Conway in, short ball, Borman pulls it away, and it'll be about 2 or 3 bounces out to deep square. And Borman will just take a single, so that'll be him on strike for the next over. Borman has 5, Bancroft 71, lead 175. It is a double header, the opening T20 Blast fixture here. Gloucestershire's women will face Glamorgan in the first half, and then the Bears in the second half, and then the very next day the men will be back in action. It's back-to-back games to start. They'll be over at Cardiff for an evening match the following day, which I think the men on the box are interested in as well. But of course, we'll be there.
Of course. Well, yes, I think we've got one of those Saturday night at Durham. So
Can see why they're.
Well, absolutely.
No.
Saturday night in the
Where would you rather be?
On the Rooker Riviera. Proctor it will be, coming into the attack to replace Ben Sanderson. 3 slips in place, and that just absolutely hoops back in from Proctor. And yeah, absolutely. Tommy Borman just giving that little hand signal to suggest that has absolutely that has swung in a prodigious amount from.
If you wouldn't mind
Luke Proctor.
stopping bowling me those.
Yes.
Procky
Please.
old chap.
Please desist at once. Well,
To what he did to in the first innings.
Proctor is in again. That started wider, and although it did swing in, obviously it was less of an issue for Tommy Borman because he had plenty of opportunity and space in which to leave it. Beds and Hunt's now 38 for 5 at Desborough. Wicket for Lenny Sims, Italian international, the great niece of Harold Larwood.
Fantastic. I did not know that.
Well, we do now. Proctor in, bowls, and that's a beauty. That really is a lovely ball from Proctor. It swung in and pitched and just held its line. It goes past the outside edge of Borman's bat. This is a strong start from Proctor, who I think has bowled well in this game. And today, probably him and Ben Sanderson have been the pick for Northamptonshire, saying Harry Conway not maybe quite at his best, certainly in that first spell this morning. A little bit wayward. Proctor in bowls, and it's well played by Borman, just waits on it and steers it down into the slip cordon all along the floor. And there is no run. Yes, I did a piece with Lenny Sims. Mum's Italian, hence the Italian connection. But yeah, we said they've got some memorabilia relating to Harold Larwood, her great uncle.
Right. I must say I've not covered Northamptonshire's women before, so I hadn't had cause to find that out.
Here's Proctor in again, starting outside the off stump, swinging back, taken by Lewis McManus around the line of leg stump, but obviously that was largely on the angle, just taking it down the leg side. It was a comfortable leave.
Gloucestershire played Northamptonshire away in the 50-over competition last year when Melissa Story scored Gloucestershire's first half-century in the new era.
Proctor in, bowls to Bourman. That goes straight on. If anything, just shapes away a little bit and left alone by Tommy Bourman. End of Proctor's first over of this particular spell. 148 for 6. He's bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens, and 0 wicket for 21. 148 for 6. Gloucestershire lead by 175.
Might need another Melissa Story half century today, because Oxfordshire are now 51 without loss in the 6th over. It's, upset brewing.
I don't think it's a memory. I don't think it's a particularly big ground, but still, that's a
that is a confident start. Yeah. But, I'm sure there's still a way to go. As much as I think you do like to see upsets in these competitions, you don't,
Not when it's
don't
your
tend to like it
exactly.
so much when it's your team.
Yeah, exactly.
Here comes Harry Conway. Bancroft waits on 71. Conway's in bowls. Bancroft 4 defends, thinks there might be a single there and then.
It's like when Northamptonshire got turned over by Cheshire in the NatWest Trophy years ago, and it was one of those games that if you were not involved, you would think, oh, isn't that marvellous? Cheshire won by 1 wicket. Low-scoring game, niggly game. Barry Wood captaining Cheshire at Boughton Hall. Spectators all round the boundary, encroaching on the field, getting in the way of the fielders. Great fun.
Conway into Bancroft, and this time he finds the yawning chasm on the offside created by having deep point back and nobody in the covers. So it's another single, 149 for 6.
But as I was telling Dave Fletcher, actually, when we were up in Derby last week, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good, because a colleague and I from Northamptonshire are about the only journalists there. So the national papers obviously wanted stuff because it was a big upset. So there's a few sovs came our way, but I'd have traded it all, of course, to see Northamptonshire
sure.
in the next round, naturally. 2 slips on the gully.
Oh,
sorry.
It's all right, don't worry. I just wonder whether we're going to do some unison for a moment. That's been defended away square on the offside by Bourman for no run. Western Storm actually played there a few years ago. They played I think they were the Northwest Thunder in those days rather than the Lancashire Thunder, so I don't know whether somebody had decided they needed to go and play somewhere else other than Lancashire, or whether it was just because Old Trafford wasn't available and scheduled the game there. 149 for 6. In comes Conway, bowls to Bourman. That one goes straight on. It's left alone. Who's that at mid-off? Is that it looks like number 34, but
it's 80. That's might be Rafi Weatherall, actually. It's 84.
That's
84.
84.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah.
I did actually write his name down, but I helpfully put it on a different page. That's why I couldn't find it. But you could tell actually he was a substitute, because he got incredibly excited over over that ball that was over 2 stumps wide of the off stump, and nobody else did. Conway to Bourman, tries a short one. Bourman gets down underneath it, and it's taken by the keeper. They've not been drawn into too much short stuff. Bracey had one authoritative pull over mid-wicket, but Bourman did have a go at one off Conway that was well short of the fielder at deep square, but was in the air for some time, so understandable that Conway would try it. He's in the 7th over of his spell, so this may be the last ball of Conway for a bit. We'll see. He's running in now. He bowls to Bourman, and a hand off the bat, but a little flick down to fine leg, and that will move Bourman on to 6 with a single and bring up the 150 for Gloucestershire. 150 for 6 after 56 overs. Eventually a smattering of applause. And it does reach the stage in the second innings where you're probably a bit more interested in the lead rather than the innings number, understandably. But it It may have reached that stage of the afternoon as well, where people have, despite the fact that Bracey was dismissed, there's that little bit of a sense of, well, just for the first time in the entire match, maybe just
relax,
just
yes.
yeah, sit back a little bit. The lead is 177.
Well, they might be heading round to the ice cream. What did you call it?
Chalet.
Chalet.
Yes.
James Sales is limbering up, so maybe he's going to have another little bowl before lunch. Here's Proctor running into bowl to Borman, who blocks that up to Nathan McSweeney at mid-off, and there is no run. The over 8. I was just looking to see what it's saying now.
-1.
-1,
I think.
Yeah, in fact, you just need to keep an eye on that. Obviously, we saw a single over from Calvin Harrison just before lunch in time-honoured fashion.
And he got an edge.
Here's Proctor in bowls to Borman, who slashes hard, and it's over the top of the slip cordon, and it's gone down to third man for 4. Well, Tommy Borman going along with the time-honoured maxim that if you're going to flash hard, he does, and he picks up a boundary. He goes into double figures, 10 to Borman, 154 for 6. The lead up to 181. James Sales clearly has been given the nod. Come into the attack. Still 3 slips in. Proctor in and bowls to Borman, and Borman defends out into the offside, but he's going to get a single down into the gap between third slip and the man coming in from the deep backward point boundary. He goes to 11. Gloucestershire 155 for 6, a lead of 182.
It does look as though he's really studying that in movement now from Proctor, because that was an in ducker, but not only did Borman keep it out, but the presence of mind to find the gap as well to get off strike.
2 and a gully now as Proctor bowls, and has he got a little nick on that? He thinks Cameron Bancroft has. Cameron Bancroft is not going anywhere, and James Treadwell is not going to give him out. It was a question of whether it had flicked the inside edge, I think. Can't tell from here, clearly. We'll have a look at the replay. Ricardo Vasconcelos is down on his haunches. Lewis McManus has got hands on head. Luke Proctor's never particularly the most demonstrative. Put him at one end of the scale and Harry Conway at the other, and sort of find somewhere in the middle. But he's in again. Bowls, and he's flicked at that. It's gone just to the right of second slip, and it's gone away for 4 more to Cameron Bancroft. Calvin Harrison in there. We said they've gone to 2 and a gully rather than 3 slips. Well, if it had been a third slip, I would venture to suggest it would have been straight into his chest. But there wasn't, and it went down for 4 instead. Bancroft to 76 and 159 for 6. The lead now 186.
Does always reach that time of the innings where the gaps start to appear
Yes,
in the slip cordon.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Bancroft, and he plays it defensively up to mid-off, where fielded there by Nathan McSweeney. And there is no run. End of the over, 159 for 6. The lead is 186. Game not quite done and dusted at Chelmsford, where Leicestershire were bowled out for 60 in the first session of today, the session before lunch, leaving Essex to make 101 to win. But they have lost a couple of wickets, 25 for 2. With Paul Walter and Dean Elgar both out. Wicket for Josh Hull. He's got Dean Elgar out, Bandletown's finest. But I think Essex ought to be able to polish that one off. Hampshire 14 for 1 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire at Southampton. So they're still a run behind, having lost their first wicket. Off for rain at Taunton. Back on at Edgbaston, where Glamorgan are 12 for 2 in their second innings against Warwickshire, leading by 120.
Quack, quack.
Yes. Kieran Carlson out for naught. Zain Al Hassan out for naught. Both to Ethan Bamber, who I think got his cap, didn't he? Sorry, get his Warwickshire cap, I think, ahead of yesterday's play.
James Sales then back into the attack. 3 overs for 6 in his first spell. Starts off with a delivery that I don't think pitched. A wide full toss, and Borman has clothed it to mid-off. It was certainly wide. I must admit, the ball seemed to have a slightly curious trajectory to it. And yeah, it was a it was a low, wide, full toss. Borman certainly wasn't expecting that, so as they say, always do what the opponent least expects, or something like that. Anyway, Sales in now, and that's a good delivery, which Borman has to defend, and would have got himself in trouble if he'd been looking to do anything else there. He bowled pretty well in his 3 overs to James Sales before the lunch break. Got one to zip past the edge of Bracey, I think it was. Didn't give too much away. There was that deep point on the boundary, deep backward square and long leg. Sales bowls, and Borman is just getting enough width, and it's short enough that he can cut down on it and find that gap to the deep backward point fielder. Borman is on to 12. Gloucestershire 160 for 6. And 56 overs remaining. Tea will be fixed at 4, so we'll have an evening session of probably about 40 odd overs the way it's going. But Sales bowls to Bancroft, who drives and times it pretty well, picks out cover for no run. To be honest, especially with the forecast tomorrow as well, I don't really care, actually. It's just too absorbing, and it's the last taste of Championship cricket we'll get for a month full stop, and it's the last taste of Bristol Championship cricket that we'll get until September. Sales bowls. Oh, Bancroft struck awkwardly, and there's an appeal for something before wicket that wasn't leg. And Bancroft has been felled and is now.
It's another one. How many in this? How many in this game?
See, that's.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know if it maybe rolled up a little bit off pad and then went higher up, but it certainly ended up higher than that.
I don't think at the moment Cameron Bancroft is particularly worried exactly where it deflected or at which angle. He probably can't. He wouldn't be able to see the screen because there's tears in his eyes, I wouldn't have thought, but painful.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, I was trying to remember who. Remember James Sales' first championship wicket at Northampton against Surrey back in 2021. I remembered it was somebody half decent. I couldn't remember who it was. It's Laurie Evans. Bowled him. That was his first championship wicket on debut, and he made the winning hit in that match to beat Surrey.
Memorable debut.
It was.
Sales into Bancroft, over pitches, is driven between extra cover and mid-off. The outfield, I think, is going to do the rest here despite the pursuit of Proctor, and it crosses the boundary. So just what Bancroft needed, I'm sure, after getting... well, it wasn't plum LBW, but that particular piece of fruit had something to do with it, I think. And it was driven between extra cover and mid-off to the boundary. So Bancroft is on to 80, and the lead 191 at the end of that over. It's another one of those innings where you just can't keep your eye off what's going on. Not here as much as possibly at Edgbaston, where Glamorgan are now 13 for 3 and Ethan Bamber has 3 for. So 121 for 3 effectively. So Warwickshire fighting back.
Yes, I remember that win over Surrey in 2021. It was the first time Northamptonshire had beaten Surrey in a championship match for some years, when the captain of Northamptonshire on that victory was one David Sales. So it made a nice little line. Here's Proctor wide outside the off stump, clubbed by Borman, but without great timing, out to extra cover. And there is no run. Stays at 164 for 6. The lead closing in on 200. 191 now. Still as Ed was saying, plenty of time left today, but not a great forecast for tomorrow. Here's Proctor in and bowls, and you can see again that ball shaping in towards the right-hander's off stump, but Borman plays it well, waits on it, drives up to extra cover. And there is no run. Now they're dropping a man back. James Sales is retreating backward square, probably about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. As Proctor is in bowls, there's the short ball, Borman not to be tempted. Just watches it sail harmlessly into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Northamptonshire, well, they've tried everything except, I suppose, for any length of time, the spin of Calvin Harrison. And as we were saying, he did find the edge in that 1 over he bowled before lunch. Is Proctor in, outside the off stump, left alone by Tommy Borman. But I've still got a long time to go before you can think about the second new ball, which is something that they wouldn't have been worried too much about at 31 for 5. Still got, this is the 59th over, so there's still 21 to go after this.
I don't imagine they'd have a massive dart, but it depends how many wickets down they are, maybe.
Proctor is in. That's outside the off stump, well outside the off stump, taken by McManus coming across in front of Vasconcelos. Arms folded at slip.
I love these championship rounds where there's everybody in action, because there's just some. I know there's a danger of getting too distracted with what's happening elsewhere when there's such an exciting game happening here. But Essex are now 27 for 3, still needing 74.
Squeaky, squeaky. Wide outside the off stump and laced away through extra cover by Tommy Borman for 4. It was a slightly floaty one from Proctor, and Borman again waited on it and threaded it through the offside field to the extra cover boundary. He goes to 16. Oh, there's a stroke of a confident young man.
Yeah,
beautiful shot. Looks better second time than it did first. 16 to Borman, 80 to Bancroft, 168 for 6. The lead is 195.
Yeah, it's lovely work with the hands, because he's left the face of the bat almost completely facing the bowler in order to find that gap between extra cover and mid-off. It's a really beautiful looking shot. Sales, wasting no time, bowls back of a length to Bancroft, who rises up and drives off the back foot through cover, and he will return for a second run with that sweeper back on the backward point boundary. So Bancroft on to 82. Lead moves to 197.
He's a Malvern College boy, isn't he, Tommy Borman, I think?
Sales bowls. Bancroft gets a full delivery and digs it out towards cover. Who will field, and there is no run. It's
Malvern.
Right.
Lovely ground.
I must say, I'd forgotten which school he went to. I don't tend to remember those so well.
Oh well. It was. It is just beautiful ground. It was nestling in the foothills of the Malverns.
Sales bowls. Bancroft across his stumps, and appeal. He's been given LBW. He took his time there, Hassan Adnan, but that finger points up to the sky and sends Bancroft on his way. And James Sales has the prize scalp. Bancroft, LBW for 82. Crosses stumps, the ball tailing in. Questions in the umpire's mind as to whether it was going to tail in too much or whether the bounce would take it over, but a method that, it has to be said, has got Bancroft to that 82. Does end up being his downfall as he goes across his stumps and is struck on the pads, but he has really played a fantastic innings there. Nobody's got close to it in terms of matching it, in terms of the runs output in the match so far. He is out for 82. Gloucestershire have lost a 7th wicket and are now down to their last pair of recognised batters. The lead is at 197. And Graham van Buren is out to join Tommy Borman.
And James Sales doing the trick for Northamptonshire. We were saying earlier on that Northamptonshire want, and to an extent need, James Sales to bowl more than he has done certainly in the last couple of seasons. And he's got a lot of attributes. I think he's put on a little bit of muscle, and he certainly seems to be getting it down there. He's always had a nice action, but it seems to be, he's obviously worked with Glenn Chappell, and Chappell was making the point early season that the importance of Sales, both for himself and for the team, to actually work on his bowling. And there wasn't a lot wrong with that, I don't think. Maybe it's just that nagging one about whether it was just drifting down. But
yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure exactly where Bancroft was in terms of being outside his crease. So anyway, Graham van Buren facing, and Sales into him, and almost an insouciant little clip into the leg side from Graham van Buren. Says, "Oh, thank you very much. I'll take that. Drop and run." And it gets himself up the other end straight away. 171 for 7. And Borman back on strike. So just Matt Taylor and Bell to come. I don't think it's the first time that Graham van Buren has batted at number 9 for Gloucestershire, as in comes Sales and bowls, and Borman guides this one down past gully, and that will be 2 runs as it's mopped up by the substitute Weatherall round from that boundary, and those 2 runs bring up the 200-run lead for Gloucestershire. The score 173 for 7. I'm pretty sure that, again, because of a night watchman, Graham van Buren championship match up at Durham, maybe something like 2017, 2018, ended up batting at 9. Sales bowls whipped away through mid-wicket. Another confident shot from Tommy Borman, and this will definitely bring him 4 runs. 1 through the offside the previous over, and 1 through the onside this over. Borman on to 22. It was a ball that Sales was probably looking for that magic in-swinging Yorker, and the margins are so slim between that and the leg stump half volley that he ended up bowling, and Borman gratefully accepted it. So the lead 204. Well,
Louis Kimber, of course, is now involved in this game as concussion replacement for Saif Saib. He, in his only appearance for Northamptonshire in the Championship so far this season, which is at home to Lancashire, first game of the season, batted number 9 in the first innings and 10 in the second, because there was a night watchman involved. And this from the man with a Championship double 100, most 6s in an innings, etc., etc. But
Sonny's Gunny's finest.
Yes.
Spawn in Scunthorpe.
I won't say what I was going to say there. Here's Proctor in bowls. Again, nice little in-swinger, but pushed up to short extra by Van Buren, who absolutely scuttles through for a single. Busy cricketer, Graham Van Buren, a very, very good one as well, as Northamptonshire have found to their cost on a good few occasions in recent seasons. He goes to 2, 178 for 7, the lead 205.
You do feel a lot depends on him again here in terms of, Gloucestershire have clearly got something to bowl at. They've got the lead past 200, but if they're going to make it a really potentially, on this surface anyway, imposing score, then if Van Buren could deliver, that would get it up there.
Yeah, he's had by his own very high standards, disappointing start to the season. Here's Proctor in bowls and driven by Borman down to deep backward square for a single. Borman to 23, 179 for 7. Yeah, and his first, 5 games, his first 5 games, 121 runs at 13.4.
Yeah.
And he's a much, much better player than that, as we know.
Struggled. His bowling has been important as it has been it was last year, but yeah.
Van Buren facing Proctor, and he steers that away. Again, wide of the slip cordon. More work for Guthrie to do down on the boundary. Coming around from deep backward point. 1 more run to Van Buren. He's 3. Gloucestershire 180 for 7. The lead is up to 207.
He has provided value. I mean, the wickets that he took at Derby were instrumental there, but yes, I'm sure he would be the first to say that the runs output is not he would have been after.
Ben Sanderson at mid-on, just having a chat with umpire Treadwell as Proctor is in bowls, short of a length, and well, Borman has got something on it. It's run down for 4 runs. Glove, I think, down the leg side. No chance of Lewis McManus getting round to cut that off. He set off in pursuit and in the end left it to Harry Conway. But Harry Conway was not equal to the task of herring around the boundary and cutting it off. I think it was a bit of a forlorn chase, but it's 4 more to Borman, who's moved in quickish time onto 27, 184 for 7, the lead 211. Proctor in, bowls to Borman short, and he ducks underneath it, goes through to Lewis McManus. Ben Sanderson's turn now to throw himself to the ground and start twisting and turning in a manner that always to me looks extremely painful, and you think, how long would it take me to get up if I did that?
Not sure I'd be able to get into that position in the first place.
I think I might need the aid of some heavy lifting gear to get me up off the floor. Outside the off stump goes Proctor, left alone by Borman. The over ends 184 for 7, so Gloucestershire leading by 211. Borman is 27. Van Buren is 3. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's been off the field for some reason, is back on again. So Rafi Weatherall. No, in fact, Rafi Weatherall's staying on because I think now Ben Sanderson might be going off, possibly to put his bowling boots on.
Yeah, probably more likely than twisting something, doing his extraordinary contortion act. But
dearie me,
no, I'm sure he's fine. Getting a drink down there as well. So James Sales to continue. Van Buren has scored off every ball this over. There's still plenty of people moving as he's ready to face. Oh, that bounces up, and Van Buren, who's not the tallest, so the extra bounce potentially troubling him. But that was a sharp ball from James Sales. He's got a lot of power in that action. Rose up off back of a length. Van Buren, not the sort of delivery that he would want to face, possibly at any time. Sales in to him and worked back towards the bowler. Van Buren is clearly looking to score off pretty much every ball here. I think it's partly the situation anyway, but to be honest, even at his best, Van Buren has tended to be somebody that almost attacks more in their first 15-20 balls than he does after that. He likes to get himself moving in his innings and then ease into the rest of it. Sales bowls. Oh, has he chopped it on? He has. It was back of a length outside the off stump. Van Buren laid back and tried to carve it away. Gets a bottom edge. I think the ball may even have gone into the ground before clipping the leg bail, and James Sales has 2 vital wickets. And Graham Van Buren, he has found some ways to get out this season, it has to be said. I remember in the first innings there was the ball on his hip that was helped down to fine leg. He was out at Derby to a rank short ball from Shoaib Bashir that he slammed into short leg, and somehow Matthew Montgomery held on to the ball. And that's unfortunately another one really to add to the list of those dismissals, because it was probably a ball that Graham Van Buren in form does hammer away through backward point, but he's out, and now it's Matt Taylor walking out to join Tommy Borman, and it immediately goes from a partnership between 2 established batters to having the number 10 come out, and the feel of how many more runs can Gloucestershire add here. Their lead is at 211.
In terms of overs left in the day, still got 52 after this. Well, obviously potentially we'd lose a couple for change of innings, but I mean the last couple fell quickly here, there is scope for the match to be completed one way or the other today. So, well, you just have a funny feeling that somewhere along the line, weather might just, whether it's rain, bad light, or combination thereof, might just take it into tomorrow.
Yeah, I suppose it depends how quickly can Northamptonshire score, because scoring at 4s on
Not
this
easy.
surface I don't
Not
think
at
is going
all
to be
easy.
easy unless Gloucestershire are helpful in that regard. Matt Taylor facing Sales. That's down the leg side. McManus with the take to his left. Every run vital now, so each take like that from McManus to save some extras feels important. Ollie Price, Luke Charlesworth and Ed Middleton wandering down in front of us. Ollie Price kicking a football about in his sandals as Sales bowls to Taylor, who drives through extra cover. And the ball is rolling well across this outfield, but I don't think this one's quite got the legs. It's just hauled in, but it's a long way out there, and they were running briskly from the start. So 3 runs to Matt Taylor, he's off the mark. And Gloucestershire 187 for 8. Borman has 1 ball this over. Wondered whether Northamptonshire might bring potentially backward point and deep square up, but they're not going to change the field. And Sales bowls to Borman. Oh, it's another one of those ones that he digs in back of a length that rears up and passes Tommy Borman's right shoulder, but he plays it well. Couldn't do much with that in terms of finding any sort of a gap. So over complete. 52 to go. Just under 40 minutes until the tea break. And Gloucestershire 187 for 8. Of course, I was thinking we might lose overs because of the change of innings. If it lasts, well, it would have to last about half an hour, this innings, I suppose, for us not to lose overs because of an early tea. So actually, if it does that, then I think that really does eliminate the possibility of a Northamptonshire win today.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, it would leave Gloucestershire probably as the only side that could win it today. But we shall see. This game has had a lot of twists and turns along the way. Here's Luke Proctor running into bowl to Matt Taylor, who spoons it up in the air just to the left, or to the left of James Sales, running back from mid-wicket. It was in the air a while, but it landed safely. And Matt Taylor gets a single. He goes to 4, 188 for 8. Well, that gives you a clue maybe as to how Matt Taylor's going to play it.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, you wouldn't blame him, really, trusting his eye. So we'll see whether it changes how Borman plays. We'll see.
Proctor in bowls short to Borman, who ducks underneath it. Crucially keeps his eye on the ball.
At all times.
At all times. As it slaps into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Still 3 slips in place for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos at first, Harrison at second. Louis Kimber at third. Proctor is in, bowls it's wide of the off stump, and Borman leaves well alone. Lost the sunshine at the moment.
Be hosing it down somewhere in South Gloss again. There's another of those billowing clouds that has made its way to the north of here.
Yes, well, there's one just coming up through Wells at the moment towards Midsummer Norton. Here's Proctor edged just in front of Vasconcelos at slip. Second one of those we've seen today, where the previous one was Sanderson finding the edge. There it was Proctor, but it just fell in front of Vasconcelos. And again, Borman not going fully at the ball, just holding it back a little bit, checking the shot, playing it with softer hands, and just getting away with it. His Proctor in, bowls and turned by Borman up to James Sales at mid-wicket.
I think Wootton under edge is in danger of being Wootton underwater soon. Looking at that cloud.
Yeah, there is a bit about. We've actually done really well to miss most of it, because there's been a lot to the south and a lot to the north, and thankfully none here so far. Proctor In again, bowls short and Borman pulls, goes down to long leg where Harry Conway fields, keeps it to a single, but it means that Borman keeps the bowling for the start of the next over. 28 to him, 4 to Taylor. Gloucestershire are 189 for 8. They lead by 216. Just a little bit more urgency in how Northamptonshire are changing over. They probably are just thinking about maybe where they are with the over rate, having bowled just a single over of spin. But I just think I noted a little bit of extra urgency as they got themselves round.
Oh, the over rate's -3. Sales bowls and flicked away by Borman through forward square leg, and yeah, you could rather see that was not a stop that George Bartlett was going to make with the angle that his body was at. He ended up sliding, but sliding almost the wrong way. I think the only thing he could have done there was kicked the ball onto somebody's car, and it's 4 more to Tommy Borman. He's on to 32.
Well, if it's -3, they've got to do something about it.
You'd have thought so. Because then there's the danger that they come away with zero if they don't win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sales into Borman, bottom edge, but that'll work for Gloucestershire. It's gone past second slip. It fell well short of Calvin Harrison, but it's just the sort of one that you break a fingertip on, and it's gone right between first and second slip. So back-to-back boundaries to Borman. He's on to 36. Gloucestershire 197 for 8. In the match at Teddy's, Oxfordshire 119 for 3 in the 16th over. So they pulled it back a bit in terms of the run rate, but that's still going to be a bit of a chase on for Gloucestershire as Sales bowls to Borman, pushing forward, not getting a run out to cover. I don't know if this has happened before for Gloucestershire's women, because they haven't played in the same team too often, but we do have a court Shah Phillips bowled Charlie Phillips. I don't remember that combination happening before, and last season they were both going by Charlie Phillips, really. I think one of them's more designated Shah Phillips this year. Sales bowls, beauty, beats Borman, all ends up, and goes through to McManus, just not getting an edge on that. Sales is, when he gets it right, he is very hard to play.
Meanwhile at Desborough, in Northamptonshire's match in the same competition, Bedfordshire and Huntingdonshire eventually making 56 for 8 in their 20 overs. So Northamptonshire needing 57 to win.
Sales to Borman, who drives and misses. Stepped into that one, thought it was full enough, but it wasn't, and then I think the ball seamed away from him as well. So 2 boundaries in the over, but oh, that's an away swinger from Sales again. Actually, it's almost as much late swing as I think it is seam movement. So is still doing a bit this ball in the 64th over, more than a bit. Sales bowls, a wide ball wafted at and missed by Borman. Strange over, and Borman's still there at the end of it on 36. Taylor has 4. They have got Taylor on strike for the next over. I think that last one, I mean, it's where it does become tricky, especially as a young batter when you're batting with the tail, where Borman's thinking, I've got to get bat on this because I really want to be back on strike, but it's a tricky pitch to manufacture shots like that on.
Well, Sanderson is back on the field, but Proctor is going to continue. But if with -3, they're surely going to have to do something about it, or presumably it's just saying, well, okay, we'll gamble on winning the game. But if not, as you say, if Northamptonshire lose, because if they draw, they just get the 8 points. But if Northamptonshire lose, then they get absolutely nothing out of the game. Here is Proctor running in to bowl to Taylor, who drives pleasantly out square of the wicket in the offside, fielded by Guthrie down at deep point, who sends in a slightly scruffy return. They just pick up a single, Taylor goes to 5 and Gloucestershire to 198 for 8, leading by 225 with round about half an hour to go until tea. Ben Sanderson now doing this rather strange high-kicking warm-up of his. Edged and caught. And Proctor has Borman edging, and this time it did carry to Vasconcelos at slip, who took a good catch to his left. And well, it's another useful contribution from Tommy Borman, who hung around a long time in the first innings for 22 after being hit a very, very painful blow where it hurts most. On this occasion, just getting a nick to that one. And I say, nice catch from Vasconcelos at first slip, and Gloucestershire are 198 for 9, leading by 225.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of bowling from Luke Proctor, and I mean, as I say, it's different when you know you've got a bowler at the other end already. Maybe Borman would have left that on length in another situation, but I'm feeling he has to play at it, has to score what runs he can. But as you say, it's another useful innings from Borman, who I feel his early first-class career has shown a lot of promise. He has yet to pass 50, but he's already got a couple of late 30s and 40s that have proved valuable.
Well, 36 off 54 balls there, and that's a very handy contribution in what's been a pretty low-scoring game.
Yeah, and I sort of feel as though he's played in some low scorers. Really, only got to bat once when Gloucestershire went big at Derby, and the rest of his innings have all been here on quite low-scoring seam bowling surfaces. So
Gabe Bell, number 11, facing Proctor. Plays the first ball out into the covers. And there is no run, fielded there by George Bartlett. Still 3 slips in. Proctor 1 for 44, but the chances of getting anything back in terms of the over rate diminishing very rapidly. Here is Proctor in again. Bowls and driven by Gabe Bell, and he's going to get certainly 1, may well get 2. It does get 2. As nice bit of fielding by Nathan McSweeney, just skids slightly on the outfield. Pick up 2 runs, and that brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire. 200 for 9. We're in the 65th over of the innings, so as Ed was saying earlier, it's comfortably the longest innings of the match so far. Both the first innings ending in the 52nd over. Now, for Bell, they're now dropping out deep point. Give him a single, presumably, as Proctor is in bowls. Bell defends. Out into the covers for Bartlett to field.
It's potentially Bell's last innings at Bristol. Well, it certainly is last innings of this spell, so I'm sure he will have come out with full determination.
Well, he's already exceeded his first innings contribution when he was out for naught. Proctor is in bowls to him short of a length, and it bounces up off some part of the anatomy. I think it may have been just off glove, but there's no short leg in, so it was perfectly safe. And that is the end of the over. Bell is 2. Taylor is 5. Gloucestershire 200 for 9. Leading by 227. Proctor 15 overs, 4 maidens. 1 for 46. That is first wicket of the innings. And, well, now as far as tea is concerned, of course, we'll keep going until somebody drops, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah.
Sort of keep going, keep going.
Tea at 4:30.
Yeah.
I somehow, without wishing to disrespect Messrs. Matt Taylor and Gabe Bell, Sales bowls, and he's slogged at that one as Taylor. He's got a thick top edge, and it will go 2 bounces down to the deep third boundary for 4. That was a sort of shot that we were seeing Liam Guthrie attempt in the Northamptonshire innings, but unfortunately for Guthrie, he never quite managed that. That was ideal from a the Gloucestershire point of view in terms of if it wasn't going to go to mid-wicket, it was likely to be a top edge that went over the top of the slip. So
oh, look, we got
4 runs.
There's a third man.
Hey. 204 for 9. The lead 231. Sails into Taylor, who flicks at this one, helps it down to fine leg. He's happy to take the single second ball, so we'll move his score on to 10. And Gloucestershire 205 for 9. So now Sails versus Bell. This is Northamptonshire we're after. Bell's first class average still just a tick over 7. And it did have his highest score of 27. In fact, I think he had a match where he had a 27 and a 13, which is his best match with the bat this winter in the Shield. Sails to Bell, cut away in front of square. This should be at least 2. Has even got a chance of going to the boundary. Again, it's just tipped back in. They've taken 2 and they are going to go through for a 3rd run because Sanderson had to just make sure that that ball stayed in the field of play as well as him. So 3 more runs. 235 is the lead, and also brings Matt Taylor back onto strike. So Kimber drops back again to deep 3rd. There's a deep square, fine leg and deep backward point. Sails bowls very short. It's been top edged by Taylor. It should be caught, although the fielders haven't called for it, and it's been dropped. And they're back for 2 runs. It looked as though it was always Nathan McSweeney's catch down at fine leg, but he just had a bit of hesitation, I think, as to whether deep square was running at him. And in that moment, he has not got to the ball, really, and barely got a hand on it. 2 runs. So 210 for 9. That was very short, but Taylor still went after it. Sails bowls, spooned in the air, but he's got it over extra cover. I say spooned. Doing him a disservice. He's timed it over extra cover and gets 4 runs. So the lead is up to 241, and crazy cricket is back.
Well, it is, and I just wonder, Ed, I don't know what your thought on it is, but you know, James Sails has done a really good job here, and he's picked up a couple of wickets, but you know, he doesn't bowl a lot, and there's always the potential, as we were discussing this morning, that maybe he's going to concede a few, and with the over rate being what it is, surely against 10 and 11.
This isn't helping that either.
Well, surely with 10 and 11, you think about getting the leggy on just to try and do something about the over rate, but also I wouldn't think 10 and 11 would massively fancy leg spin.
Last ball of the over, that is incredibly short and wided. So that's another run and another delivery, and I think that is now the bouncer allocation done. So Sails isn't going to be able to bang one in short so that Taylor can't really hit it. So now he's going to have to bowl full, and they still have the field back, which gives you an indication, I think. I mean, I know that they probably want to bowl at Bell, but they are concerned about these runs. Sails bowls to Taylor, flicks it up to mid-on. Easy single available there, even though Conway was one of the only fielders who wasn't on the boundary. And that ends a massive over for Gloucestershire, 216 for 9. Taylor has 17 off 9 balls, and Bell has 5 off as many. The lead is 243, and just in this sort of situation, I suppose the bowlers come out with very little pressure, and in that sort of situation where you've got very little to lose, you can create some chaos.
Can't help but think that was maybe an over too many. You know, James Sails has done his job and done it very well, but he's an attacking bowler, and mind you, it doesn't help when the catch goes down, of course.
Yeah, it's true.
Unhelpful. But anyway, easy game from up here, as we always say. Now, Proctor will continue. Northamptonshire have now got fielders scattered everywhere. 3rd man on the boundary, deep backward point on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary, long leg on the boundary. Proctor is in, bowls, and Taylor ducks under that short ball taken by Lewis McManus. Let's just continue the theme. Deep backward square on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket, not quite on the boundary, about 3/4 of the way out there, where Calvin Harrison is holding imaginary catches being skied to him. Proctor is in, bowls, and dropped into the offside by Taylor. Certainly one. I think that's all there'll be. Vasconcelos setting off in hot pursuit. It's Guthrie, in fact, that tidies up. One more to Matt Taylor. He goes to 18, 217 for 9. The lead, 244.
I wonder, actually, if they might take tea anyway, because they don't have to take tea at 4. It's only a sort of a plan to have it. So they might just say, to save the couple of overs, we'll take tea when the final wicket falls.
Proctor in bowls to Bell. Just drops it into the offside. Bartlett fields an extra cover. Yeah, maybe.
End up with another massive evening
Oh.
session.
Yes, I know. Well, what larks. Then I suppose we may be just keeping half an eye on the weather, although at the moment it's fine. Proctor in and bowls to Bell. Pushes it down to Guthrie at backward point. And there is no run. So the other thing I was wondering, Ed, was whether Northamptonshire might usefully have turned to Ben Sanderson by now, who's, I think, went off the field, didn't he, some time ago, and we thought he'd probably just get the bowling boots on, but we haven't seen him for a while. Here's Proctor in, clipped away by Taylor. Well, he's going to be in the action, but not in the way that he would hope, because he's going to have to retrieve that ball from the other side of the mid-wicket boundary, as it's been clipped away by Bell for 4. He goes to 9, 221 for 9. The lead, 248. And, well, this last, I don't know, last 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes or so, I wouldn't say exactly the wheels have fallen off as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, but they may be just rattling a little.
Yes, the period of chaos very much doesn't suit them at this stage.
No, definitely not.
They wanted it to be dull.
Proctor is in, bowls short, and Bell ducks underneath it. Taken by the keeper. End of the over. 2-2-1 for 9. Taylor is 18, Bell is 9. And we have 47 overs left in the day. And, well, this, yeah.
There certainly had to be a change,
Well, there had to be a change, and I think it's the change that, for my money, and we say, yeah, it's an easy game from up here, but I think for a couple of reasons, I would have gone with Harrison maybe a little while ago. A, for the over 8 big, just to see if they can polish this off. But we'll see what happens. They'll probably go and smash 24 off the over or something.
Never know. I don't think Taylor's going to be holding back.
Oh no.
So there's every chance that this could end very quickly, or maybe Taylor gets hold of a couple. Although Northamptonshire are going to be extremely defensive. They'll have a slip, a backward point and a cover, everybody back on the leg side and 2 deep on the offside, as well as Taylor tries a cheeky little late cut even and picks out backward point, so there's no run. Matt
Taylor thinks he's Ranjit Singh all of a sudden, giving the little late cut.
Little master. There's late cuts, like in my childhood anyway. Short ball, bowled him. It didn't take long. Second ball, I said it was short, but it obviously wasn't that short. Taylor rocking back, trying to pull, and is cleaned up by Calvin Harrison. So that wraps up the innings. Gloucestershire 221 all out. Yeah, it wasn't very short, really. He hoped it was short enough that he could get deep in his crease. But that was not short enough, really, to pull. But it ends an enterprising 18 from Matt Taylor, that's come in only 13 deliveries. Bell finishes his last Gloucestershire batting innings for now 9 not out, and Northamptonshire have been set 249 to win.
Yeah, I do think that they may have possibly, and I've said I don't wish to labour the point, but I do think that Harrison might usefully have come into the attack a little earlier, and that is tea.
Yeah. So they probably do that.
Yeah. So tea has been taken with, or is being taken with Gloucestershire all out for 221 in the 68th over. Northamptonshire bowling figures: Ben Sanderson, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 50. Harry Conway, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 42. Luke Proctor, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 51. Liam Guthrie, 3 overs for 16. James Sales, 8 overs, 2 for 47. Calvin Harrison only bowled 8 balls in the match, 1 for 9. And Nathan McSweeney, 1 over for 1 run. There were 8 extras, 5 byes and 3 wides, 221 all out. Northamptonshire need 249 to win.
An innings from Gloucestershire's perspective that was very much built on that partnership between Bancroft and Bracey. 31 for 5 when it came together, put on exactly 100 in exactly 29 overs. And then some handy contributions. Borman making 36, Matt Taylor 18, and Bell adding 9 as well from number 11. So yeah, there was certainly more at the end there than I think, you know, Gloucestershire would have budgeted for. So it remains to be seen whether that's enough. But I think one thing we do know is that Northamptonshire won't win tonight now with those extra runs. They'd have to score 249 in 46 overs, but we will have a 46 over evening session, weather permitting, and we will be back in about a quarter of an hour's time for that evening session, with Northamptonshire set 249 to win.
Here are the full details of the Gloucestershire second innings, including the wickets which fell yesterday. Craig Miles caught Proctor, bowled Sanderson 11. Will Williams caught Harrison, bowled Conway 4. Ben Charlesworth caught Harrison, bowled Conway 0. Cameron Bancroft LBW bowled Sales 82. Ollie Price caught Harrison, bowled Sanderson 0. Miles Hammond caught Bartlett, bowled Sanderson 2. James Bracey caught McManus, bowled Conway 48. Tommy Bowen caught Vasconcelos, bowled Proctor 36. Graham Van Buren bowled Sales 3. Matt Taylor bowled Harrison 18. Gabe Bell not out 9. There were just 8 extras, 3 wides and 5 byes. 221. And the bowling figures for Northamptonshire: Ben Sanderson, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 50. Harry Conway, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 42. Luke Proctor, 16 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 51. Liam Guthrie, 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 16. James Sales, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 47. Nathan Sweeney, 1 over for 1 run. And Calvin Harrison, 1 over and 2 balls, no maidens, 1 for 9. routines. Well, please welcome back James Treadwell and Hassan Adnan, our umpires for this match, for this final session on day 3. 46 overs hopefully remaining, assuming the weather holds. In the field, the Gloucestershire side, captained by number 1, Callum Bancroft. And to open the batting for Northamptonshire, their captain number 2, Luke Proctor, and number 27, Ricardo Vasconcelos. And from the Bristol Pavilion end, number 5, Gabe Bell.
Well, everybody's getting very excited out there as Gabe Bell is going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire as they try and defend this target, which stands at 249 runs to win for Northamptonshire. And their 2 left-handed openers, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor, are out in the middle. We're unchanged. Andrew Radd and myself, Ed Seaborn, I can promise you that. We will be unchanged for the 46 over evening session as well. But it continues to be absorbing cricket, and although it's unlikely that we'll see a result tonight, even though the forecast is pretty horrible for tomorrow, it may well be that we don't need very much cricket. So a short window is quite likely to be enough, with plenty of cricket tonight, we hope, and what we get tomorrow as well. It's sunshine for now. There are some showers about, but as yet nothing threatening Neville Road. So ready to get underway with Bell from the pavilion end as he runs in over the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, who's turning the ball into the leg side, and Craig Miles springs up from mid-wicket to field.
Yeah, we've been lucky, haven't we, today? Because there's been some fairly filthy weather to the south of us and to the north of us, but it's been like sort of a marble alley at the moment, and we're in the bit in the middle. But hopefully that will remain the case. But chances of getting all 46 in might be a little bit doubtful.
Bell in down the leg side, and Bracey has stopped that one in its tracks as it continued to swing further away from him. It keeps Northamptonshire scoreless. And you'd imagine it'd be Williams to take the new ball from the Ashley Down Road end, but Matt Taylor, who took the 5 in the first innings, you'd imagine wouldn't be too far from the attack. They've tended to like to do that anyway, as Bell bowls another one down leg side, and once again Vasconcelos misses it. They tended to bowl one of the 2 openers for about 4 overs, something like that, take him off and then switch ends and have another spell, but you never know. And in this match, compared with the last couple, Gloucestershire have that 4-pronged seam attack back with Craig Miles in the side. In comes Bell, bowls, Vasconcelos covers up. Another in-swinger, which started on a much more threatening line from Bell, and Vasconcelos had to be about his business to defend. 2 for 37 for Bell in the first innings. His 2 wickets came in 2 balls on the first evening. Removed Conway, the night watchman, and then Calvin Harrison. Bell in a very full ball, and once again drifting down leg side and mopped up by James Bracey. Price, Bancroft, Hammond in the slips, and there's a gully as well, I think in the form of Ben Charlesworth, although Joe Phillips is on the field at backward point, so think it might be, is it Tommy Borman in the gully? Bell bowls pushing forward, and Vasconcelos is underway. There'll be at least a couple of runs. The ball's running quickly across this outfield, as is Graham van Buren, and he motions as if to chuck the ball in, but he won't bother. He'll hold on to it. It'll be a dead ball, and 2 runs to Vasconcelos to end the opening over. So it's 247 to win. And just trying to have a look now as things reorganise themselves. There are a lot of 4s out there. We were 24, 34, and it would be a 64, but no, it is. Yeah, Ben Charlesworth is not on the field by the looks of things. Borman out there in the gully, and Joe Phillips on as a sub. Charlesworth, I should say, was out there because he was warming up with some bowling. So I don't think. I'd hope it's not anything too alarming.
Well, Will Williams it will be to open up for Gloucestershire from the Ashley Down Road end. No wicket for 25 from 12 in the first innings. Very tidy. Going to be bowling to Luke Proctor with 3 slips and a gully in place. Ollie Price in there at first, Bancroft at second, Hammond at third. And Borman in the gully. And here's Williams running into bowl to Luke Proctor. That's wide outside the off stump, left well alone. In the Women's County Cup, last time I looked, Northamptonshire were very nearly there. They're even more nearly there. In fact, they've just got there. It's ticked over. Northamptonshire have won by 8 wickets against Beds and Hunts at Desborough. By 8 wickets with 11 overs and 3 balls to spare. 1 in the 9th over. Here's Williams in. Bowls to Proctor, who drives up back past the bowler. Runs for him here. May even get 4 as it's going up towards the boundary, and it crosses the rope in front of the flats at the far end of the ground. And Proctor is underway with a boundary. He goes to 4, and Northamptonshire are 6 for no wicket, chasing this target of 249 to win. So 56 for 8 never looked a particularly challenging total, and indeed knocked off with some ease. Gemma Marriott captains the T20 side, 28 not out. Amelia Kemp made 14. Here's Williams in again outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. So Northamptonshire safely through to the next round. Nice early finish as well. They could nip into the little sort of children's zoo next door. It's very nice at West Lodge Park. Very pleasant.
What are some of the main attractions?
I think they have things like goats and...
okay.
It's like sort of, what do they call it? A petting zoo. That's sort of domestic, not
Right.
not lions and tigers. Well, don't pet those very often. Here's Williams in, bowls to Proctor, who pushes it out into the covers, and there is no run. And they got like a little train as well, pulled by a tractor. At least they had the last time I was there. I didn't have a ride on it though, because I thought at 63 it would look a bit odd. But
Whipsnade. I was trying to look up the
oh,
name
yes.
of the actual. Well, you might see a tiger or something.
There aren't any in Desborough, to the best of my knowledge. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, left alone, through to James Bracey. But no, it's a very nice place to visit. Cricket ground, relatively new. In my undistinguished playing career, we used to play at a different ground in Desborough at the Waterworks Field, which was shared with the football club, and called Waterworks Field spookily.
Some happy trips
because there was a very large water tower. Is still a very large water tower there. Here's Williams in, bowls to Proctor, who steers that away through the slip cordon, and he's going to pick up 4 runs down to third man. So a couple of boundaries in the over, giving Proctor a decent start. 8 to him, 2 to Vasconcelos, and Northamptonshire in pursuit of 249 to win are 10 for no wicket.
Yeah, not much wrong with either of the deliveries that Williams bowled that went for 4 in that over, but sort of the way that when Gloucestershire had some success, particularly with Bancroft and Bracey, just got to find some sort of a way to score off good balls. Just keep yourself moving, and Northamptonshire off to a good start in the first couple of overs. Here comes Bell, and bowls, and Vasconcelos is struck on the pad. He's been given LBW, and Bell strikes. Vasconcelos gone for 2, and Gloucestershire have their first scalp, 10 for 1. Bell right arm over the wicket. I suppose the question was, did it pitch in line? It certainly looks to be smashing into middle and off. It's always the thing with the right arm over to the left-hander.
He held the pose for long enough, Ricardo Vasconcelos, after he was given out. Yeah, interested to have a little look at that one, which I'm sure we shall. Thank you. Well, it is to have friends in high places. Let's have a little look. That's probably fair enough, I think.
Yeah, it's so hard without the lines being drawn, isn't it? Yes. I mean, we may or may not have the technical ability to do that, but what I can certainly tell you is that we won't be seeing it. So, for understandable reasons. So, and again, as I mentioned before, with this anyway, even if the lines were drawn, I'm not sure that the technology is of a level of accuracy where we'd be able to say for certainty whether that's where the actual line was anyway. But I mean, it certainly wasn't obviously pitching outside leg, but then yes, it was
tight, but I think it was hitting. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yes,
I think the only thing was whether it might just have pitched outside, but I don't think there's too much. Personally, I don't think there was too much wrong with that one.
So Calvin Harrison has come out to the middle, and he is on a king pair, isn't he?
As poor Ben Charlesworth was.
Yeah. So Bell bowling to him as well. So he's on a king pair to the same bowler. Charlesworth dismissed by two different bowlers, but Harrison facing up to Bell with 4 slips and a short leg. And Bell is in to bowl to him, and is he caught behind first ball? Gloucestershire are appealing for this, but not out, says umpire Treadwell. Had a feeling when it happened that might have been one of those where, whilst it was close to the bat, it had probably come off what was just behind. In fact, yeah, it certainly isn't out caught behind. I think you can see it's missed the inside edge. It's more a question of whether the LBW is out, but
going over the top.
I think high and maybe even just outside the line, but it was a cracking delivery.
It was a good ball. Other than that,
yeah. Here comes Bell in and bowls, and on leg stump, and happily flicked away by Harrison for 4 through square leg. So there's plenty going on, and Harrison, having got off the king pair just about, is now off the pair full stop, as Northamptonshire are 14 for 1.
The trouble is, Ed, we're now 24 hours ago, we were heading towards that completely balmy 2¼ hours. It started, at 5 o'clock? So we're heading dangerously close to mad half-hour territory.
Gosh. Bell to Harrison, who had a little think about playing at that one and then did withdraw the bat. Entirely sure on the timing of that, but in any case, Bell is got to be encouraged, albeit he was hit for a boundary. He's got to be encouraged by the start that he's made here, and to say this is his last opportunity here with Gloucestershire, as we welcome those listening on Sports Extra 2 as Bell bowls to Harrison, and that's let go wide of the off stump, a match which has been very much dominated here between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire by the ball. But today, Cameron Bancroft, Gloucestershire's captain, digging in, making 82. James Bracey, 48. Gloucestershire recovered from 31 for 5. to 131 for 6, and then bowled out for 221 with runs for Tommy Borman, Matt Taylor making a quick 18 at the end. Bell bowls to Harrison, who's forward, squeezing it towards extra cover point, I should say. And there is no run as Craig Miles is across quickly. So 3 overs have gone. Bell, the Tasmanian, has got the first wicket for Gloucestershire in this run chase, trapping Ricardo Vasconcelos LBW for 2 and 14 for 1 with 235 more to win. There are 43 overs remaining in the day's play. So, as we have said before, but for the benefit of our Sports Extra 2 listeners, it is bright sunshine in Bristol, so we may get those overs in, but even if we do, it may be that we need some cricket tomorrow, and the forecast is dreadful.
It's not encouraging, is it, for tomorrow? There's a lot of cloud around, and there has been for most of the day, but we've been very fortunate. It's been weather, unpleasant weather all round us. Is outside the off stump goes Williams, left alone by Luke Proctor. We say we've had some very vile weather to the north and south, but fortunately none of it is impacted here in Bristol. It would be very nice if we managed to get through to the close, because it has been an enthralling day's cricket. We were saying earlier, because there's been so many interruptions and 3 hours lost yesterday, but a time lost on the first day, maybe that sort of unbroken thread that you ideally want in a 4-day game has been missing, as Williams is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor. But at the same time, we had that bizarre session last night, 2¼ hours, where, well, I think as a cricket commentator, being rendered speechless isn't probably very good for business, but it was very hard to come up with rational explanation of what happened in that session last night, when the game, well, we had all sorts. We had runners, we had cramp, we had night watchman openers, king pairs, all sorts.
Failed floodlight.
Failed floodlight. Here's Williams in and stroked into the offside by Proctor, but there is no run, fielded there by Graham Van Buren.
And knowing what happens when we tend to commentate together, Radders, I fully expect to be here at about 6:15 tomorrow evening with a window of opportunity for about 5 overs, which determines which of the sides win the game.
Yes, we have a bit of previous, Ed and I, when it comes to exciting finishes and tight finishes. Here's Williams in, bowls to Proctor, who just drops a dead bat on it, rolls out into the covers, and there is no run. So yes, if Ed and I are on together, if anything can happen, it probably will. But it was a very odd final session last night when we came back on at 5 o'clock. This morning, Northamptonshire at 31 for 5, having Gloucestershire in deep trouble. At that stage, they were just 58 runs ahead, but the partnership between Bancroft and Bracey, transformational as far as this game is concerned. Outside the off stump goes Williams, left alone by Proctor in bright sunshine. Even though over to our left, which is where the weather tends to come from, there is a lot of fairly heavy cloud, fairly dark cloud, but the radar that's been our constant companion, I have to say, for these 3 days, isn't suggesting anything imminent here anyway, so that's good news.
No, chucking it down over the marches.
Here's Williams from the Ashley Down Road end, bowls and lovely looking drive by Proctor, beaten mid-off, and that will run away for 4. So a third boundary for Luke Proctor. He goes to 12, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 18 for 1. Remember the target, 249, and Northamptonshire requiring a further 231 to win. Mind you, Ed's done very well today, because there was a champagne breakfast this morning, and I thought for all money he'd be down there quaffing, but no, he was admirable. Self-control, decided not to go down. Very good.
No quaffing, no scoffing of food either. I've been disciplined as ever, you'd expect. 4 slips. The short leg has been dispensed with for now. Moves into a square leg as Bell bowls to Harrison, who gets a bit squared up there and ends up pushing it back to the bowler for no run.
The other thing that's worth mentioning, particularly for our Sports Extra 2 listeners, is the fact that Northamptonshire's over rate was well behind. -3, I think, was showing on the board at the end of the Gloucestershire innings, and we were speculating as to why perhaps Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner, hadn't been bowling.
Bell into Harrison, that's turned leg side, just behind square. Borman herring after it from backwards square. Will win the race with fine leg, and despite a throw somewhere vaguely in the vicinity of the middle of the pitch, it's only going to be a single, so 19 for 1.
Well, he did come on. He wrapped up the innings' second ball. It was a slightly strange one, and well, we don't know obviously whether they'll have to do all the calculations and work out what Northamptonshire can be given allowances for. But of course, if they lose this game, and if they were to lose 3 points, they would come out of this game with precisely nothing, because they've got 3 bowling points, no batting points. So if they lose 3, it will be a long way to come for absolutely nothing.
Proctor to face, Bell over the wicket, can't tempt him with a wide one. That's left alone. The T20 Women's County Cup round 2 still going. Gloucestershire's women have hit back. They need 152 to win, so set a decent target by Oxfordshire at St Edward's School in Oxford. But Gloucestershire are 77 for 1 after 9 overs, so they need 75 more from 11 overs. Meg Ahern, 46 not out. Bell in, Bowles beats him. One that was pitched up, drawing Proctor forward into the shot and then left him, but did too much really to take the outside edge. Proctor feeling that it was a ball that if he left that alone, well, he didn't follow it too much, but that's a beautiful shape on that ball from Bell, just pitched up and moving away enough. Here he comes again, bowls, and Proctor dabs that one defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Meg Ahern was named into the England under-19 women's squad, so 46 off 29 in that game. And the BBC's Melissa Story, I think has gone from commentating yesterday on an England women's ODI to playing for Gloucestershire today. She's 21 not out from 18 deliveries. Bell into Proctor. That's a good delivery again, which Proctor has to meet defensively. There's no run as it's played back to the bowler. So 19 for 1. Proctor has 12. Harrison has 5. And in a similar way to what we were chatting about quite a bit with the Sanderson-Conway combination, particularly Bell, you feel that new ball spell of Bell, just because he's got that little bit of extra height. I'm not saying that Will Williams isn't a threat at all. I mean, he's been excellent for Gloucestershire this season, but you just wonder, especially with that extra incentive of Bell, that it's his last game for Gloucestershire this season. They do have Matt Taylor, of course, to come, who got the 5-wicket haul in the first innings. But I suppose in general, what I'm getting to in a very roundabout way is that the new ball could be critical.
Absolutely right. Here is Williams. This long straight approach, in and bowls, and Calvin Harrison pushing that up to mid-off, and there's no run. Harrison out first ball in the first innings. LBW2 Gabe Bell. When the players came back on, to the surprise of many, having come off for bad light, we went back on at 20-7, which took many people by surprise, not least the scorers, who I don't think were expecting play to resume, but it did, and Gloucestershire picked up 3 wickets in that little session. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Harrison on leg stump and turned away down to deep backward square. They come back for 2, take on Gabe Bell's arm, do so successfully. So Harrison goes to 7, Northamptonshire to 21 for 1. Harrison making a painstaking 100 for Northamptonshire last time out up at Derby. Batted a long time for a century, but couldn't prevent Northamptonshire losing there. Faces this next ball from Williams and plays defensively out into the covers. And there is no run. Williams also made a century down at Canterbury, so a couple for him. In fact, Northamptonshire have had 10 centuries in the championship this year so far, scored by 6 different players. But, well, they could use a contribution of similar magnitude from somebody in this innings. Here's Williams in, bowls and turned away by Harrison. Should be just a single, down to Bell. Gets to the ball quickly, sends in his return, and it is indeed just a single. 8 to Harrison. Northamptonshire's 22 for 1. Confirmation that Essex have beaten Leicestershire by 7 wickets at Chelmsford. Leicestershire bowled out for 60 in a session earlier today, and Essex knocking off the 101 runs required, not without the odd little alarm. There were 20 odd for 2, but got there pretty comfortably in the end. So 7-wicket win there. Off for rain at Southampton between Hampshire and Nottinghamshire. Round the wicket comes Williams, bowls wide of the off-stump. Proctor decides to leave it alone. So Hampshire in their second innings, 36 for 3 against the champions, just 21 runs ahead. Off for rain 2 at Taunton. Sussex 155 for 3, replying to Somerset's 526 for 8 declared. Daniel Hughes 83 not out. Tom Clark made 31. Williams in again, bowls to Proctor, who leaves on length. It goes over the top of middle and off into the gloves of James Bracey, and that's the end of Will Williams' third over. 3 overs for 15. Northamptonshire are 22 for 1, need another 227 runs to win. At Edgbaston, tea there, Glamorgan 73 for 3 in their second innings against Warwickshire, leading by 181. Surrey are following on against Yorkshire at Headingley, having been bowled out for 204 in their first innings. They're 5 for no wicket. Following on, still 277 behind. We'll wrap up the other scores in a moment.
As Bell is running into Harrison, and that's tucked away through mid-wicket. Potentially runs in the plural here for Harrison. There will be. Borman from square leg will field. They take 2. So Borman, who was at 4th slip, has now been whipped out of there, and Will Williams is fielding at 4th slip. Is there anything the man doesn't turn his hand to? And he's now not going to field at 4th slip because they want to plug that gap at mid-wicket, so there's the 3 in the cordon. Will Williams in the cordon was not something I had as likely today. 24 for 1. Bell into Harrison, and it's very straight and turn to Borman at square leg. There's no run.
No play today at Beckenham between Kent and Durham. Durham 173 for 5, replying to Kent's 523 all out, but blank day there. Off for rain at Southport, where Lancashire 231 for 7, replying to Worcestershire's 270 all out. Keaton Jennings made 69.
Big gap at cover. 3 fielders in the ring on the onside. Bell bowls again, it's straight and turned down to fine leg by Harrison. They'll turn but not go for the second run. It's the substitute fielder Joe Phillips down at fine leg. So still, I don't think any sign of Ben Charlesworth this innings. Northamptonshire 25 for 1.
And last but not least at Lords, Middlesex 216 for 5, following on against Derbyshire, still 18 runs behind.
Fighting for dear life. There, Ben Aitchison, name on both honours boards, 5 for and 100. Extraordinary. Now, Graham van Buren's waving up here, but he's not waving at us. I'm certain.
Friendly chap though he is.
I think there might be a door to one of the hospitality boxes, possibly, that was open. Anyway, Bell to Proctor. A little bit of lift from this surface, and that's left by Proctor. This hybrid surface, the same pitch these two teams played on back in 2024 for all of a couple of sessions before the match was abandoned. safe to say it's done quite a lot this match as well. But certainly today, particularly Bancroft and Bracey have shown that there is certainly a way to bat on it, as Bell is into Proctor, forward, gently defending to mid-off. I do think it's not as though everything's gone out of it by any means, but it has just been a little less temperamental, I think, today as well. It's still not been easy, but it's just been there's still been some body blows that batters have had to take, but it's not seemingly been what it was yesterday, as Bell bowls to Proctor, turned off the hip down to fine leg. Should just be the single. And indeed, it will be. So Proctor will keep the strike at the end of that over. 4 more from Bell's 4th over. Matt Taylor was already loosening up. And in fact, he's already kind of come into the attack. So just the 3 overs for Will Williams. And on comes Matt Taylor, who took his second 5-fer of the season. Got a career best 6-fer in the first innings against Lancashire. 5 for 36 in that first innings to dismiss Northamptonshire for 127. A crazy couple of days, really. Gloucestershire bowled out for 154. Looked like another low first innings score for them after Lancashire dismissed them for 136 a couple of matches ago here, but then found themselves with some good bowling as well, but found themselves with a 27-run lead after first innings. We'll see how crucial that proves to be.
It's going to be Matt Taylor, as Ed says, coming into the attack. Left armour from the far end, the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to Proctor with 3 slips. His first ball is driven up to mid-off by Proctor, and there is no run. Calvin Harrison has changed his bat. Not happy with the one he had, so 12th man came out with a couple of possibilities, which he has selected one. Northamptonshire support staff, including Glenn Chappell, Graham White and Lee Daggett, just having a little wander round. Haven't seen the head coach, perhaps he's got his feet up. Here's Taylor in, bowls and on-driven this time, up to mid-on by Proctor, and there is no run. I think the problem, Ed, you were saying about this surface, and I think what Darren Lehman was saying last night was, if the movement is lateral, fine. The problem, I think, that we saw a bit yesterday in particular was that it was up and down, and that was, I think, the big concern. But I would agree, it's been much less pronounced today. Here's Taylor, in and bowls and driven crisply by Proctor, but can't get it past Graham Van Buren at mid-off. Lovely moment yesterday when he came back onto the field and Graham Van Buren decided to hitch a ride in the groundsman's tractor. I was wondering if he was just trying to get out of the rain because it was just spitting a bit. I think you were probably right. He was hoping to catch a lift down to deep fine leg.
Save a few steps.
But I think he was removed from there in fairly short order. Is Taylor in, bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that one, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Sunshine coming and going. It's out at the moment. There's quite a few spectators in the ground, scattered around, particularly at the far end when they're in the sunshine, and I suspect probably out of the breeze to a large extent. But it has been and remains an absorbing contest, which is, I would suggest at the moment, difficult to call. Is Taylor in, bowls very full, dug out by Proctor, up to mid-on, and there is no run.
There's always these days a little tricky to tell in terms of relative size, trying to compare the crowds this year versus last year with this Zahira Bar stand, which is being used for championship matches now. There's always a few people down there who might have been scattered elsewhere, but yeah, it's not a bad crowd, especially considering there was still a little bit of uncertainty over the weather today.
Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump, tight leave from Proctor, but well judged, through to Bracey, And that's the end of Matt Taylor's opening over, which was a maiden. Northamptonshire stay on 26 for 1, needing another 223 to win. Luke Proctor is 13, Calvin Harrison is 11. The man out, Ricardo Vasconcelos, LBW to Gabe Bell for 2, with a total on 10.
Gloucestershire will have to keep an eye on their over rate as well. Certainly trying their best with the seam at the moment to keep things moving. Ollie Price is running to Bell to take his sweater and hand it to the umpire, just that sort of thing to keep it moving. Bell bowls, and that's pleasantly pushed by Harrison on the drive straight of mid-off. Van Buren takes a look round to see where the batters are, but it'll be Matt Taylor, in fact, from mid-on who will win the race. But 2 more runs to Calvin Harrison, who's getting down the pitch and across a little bit as well, so taking a bit of a leaf out of the Cameron Bancroft book to maybe try and take Bolden LBW out of play as much as he can. 28 for 1. Bell in once more, bowls to Harrison, another straight delivery, and that is kept out in defence to mid-off. Clearly decided to bowl extremely straight to Harrison with this field where you've got mid-wicket protected, mid-on square leg, nobody at cover. They do have 3 slips, but at the moment Bell looks, as he has been really, I think, for most of his Gloucestershire tenure, he looks to be going for those stumps. Bowls now to Harrison, and that's flicked over the top of mid-wicket, and that will go for 4 runs out to, I say it'll go for 4, it tried to slow up a little bit. It did just have enough energy to cross the boundary rope, but I'm sure that plugged a little bit as it got towards the rope, but it is 4 more to the total. Northamptonshire 32 for 1.
Yeah, the Greens were holding there, weren't they? Just plugged and had enough on it to roll on. Reach the rope.
2:17 to win. Bell to Harrison, shortened down the leg side, lifting the gloves out of the way. That was Harrison. There's no leg slip, as Northamptonshire had for quite a lot of their innings, or, well, a fielder back there in that area anyway, a leg slip or a leg gully. I thought they might strangle Bancroft with one that rose up and caught his gloves, so might to be something that we see Gloucestershire decide to do if the feeling takes them. Bell in another one on leg stump and turned to deep backward square by Harrison, who is timing the ball well. He's got 18 from 19. Northamptonshire 33 for 1. And certainly, whilst still the possibility of it ending tonight in a Northamptonshire win is not there, I don't think they'd look at it this way, but if they were to score quickly, then less play needed tomorrow. Bell to Proctor. He's defending into the offside to complete Bell's 5th over. 5 overs, 1 for 18. 32 for 1. Things just settling a little bit after the early breakthrough, and really in the first couple of overs, a couple of dramatic boundaries as well. It all started pretty much as it had finished with Gloucestershire's batting innings, where the last pair added, again, I don't know how crucial that will be or not, the last pair adding 23 runs in 3 overs, and with a dropped catch down at fine leg costing 13 extra runs. It all got a bit helter-skelter again, but things just calming down a bit now.
Yeah, small margins potentially in a game like this, Ed. Here is Taylor, round the wicket to Harrison, works it into the leg side, goes up to mid-on where Van Buren fields, and there is no run. The other thing to say, if you're listening to us and just coming to this match, perhaps you've been listening or following elsewhere, I can tell you that Northamptonshire have had a change in their team through a concussion substitution. Saif Zaib is out of the match. He picked up a blow on the head during warm-up yesterday. He did bat, but developed symptoms overnight, which they decided obviously needed to be supervised. Is Taylor in again, bowls, and again worked into the leg side by Harrison up to Van Buren, and there is no run. So he is out of the match. Louis Kimber replaces him, and Safe Zabe will be out of action for at least 7 days, which means he will miss Northamptonshire's T20 Blast opener against Glamorgan at Wantage Road on Friday. May miss the following game against Worcestershire a week today as well. We shall see. 3 slips in as Taylor is round the wicket, bowls and edged by Harrison into the ground, not stopped cleanly at second slip. It rebounds down towards short fine leg off the hands of Cameron Bancroft, and they pick up a run. Harrison goes to 19, Northamptonshire to 34 for 1.
Some applause from Taylor for Bancroft there, at least, to save the boundary. First time that the outside edge has been found, but soft hands keeping it down in front of the slip cordon.
215 more runs to win. Here's Taylor in bowls, and Proctor defends with a method that is very much his own, but has been mightily successful. First for Lancashire. She was a member of that side that won the championship back in 2011, and since then with Northamptonshire, his 4th season as Red Ball captain. Celebrated his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire in the previous game at Derby, although it wasn't much of a celebration as Northamptonshire lost by an innings, but there you go. Here's Taylor, back over the wicket to Proctor, and he's bowled him. Proctor is bowled. A little change of angle, and Proctor is well and truly castled by Taylor, and Proctor, who Northamptonshire know is just one of the most patient players in the game, and they would have been looking, I'm sure, to have him anchor the innings, but he's gone. Bowled by Taylor for 13, and Northamptonshire have lost their 2nd wicket, and they're still 215 away from their target, 34 for 2.
Little inside edge from Proctor, but I think it was probably squeezing through anyway. It's the in-swinger, I think, from Taylor. I think that's probably moved a bit off the seam as well, but I think it swung in and then moved a little bit further, and it was an inside edge just flicking the top of leg stump. But you could see, we had such a good view of that from our position here. This is the one thing, I think they should use this hybrid more often, actually, because we get a cracking view every time a match is played on here, and you could just see it was angled in so perfectly from Matt Taylor, who's got his 6th wicket of the match. Just left his hand fading in, and then, yeah, it was more off the pitch than through the air, but then the inside edge made it look as if it had gone sideways.
But as you say, I think it off the inside edge, it hit the top of leg stump, but I think, as you say, I think it was probably sliding through anyway. It was a lovely bit of bowling. Brings Nathan McSweeney to the crease, and he was out to Matt Taylor in the first innings, LBW for 6, 34 for 2. South Australia's captain facing his first ball, and he's in behind that one from Taylor and dropping it out into the leg side, where Miles Hammond fields, and the end of a successful over for Matt Taylor. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1. Northamptonshire 34 for 2. Harrison is 19. McSweeney still looking for his first run. Northamptonshire having lost Vasconcelos for 2, Proctor for 13.
Well, fears of a Gloucestershire upset at Oxford have been mostly allayed. They now need 18 to win from the remaining 4 overs. So Mega Hearn, who was out for that 46, Melissa Story made 39, Maddie White 27. In comes Bell, and Bell's edged but short of, well, I'm going to say second slip, but it might have been Hammond actually who got in front of second slip to stop it. Between them, they've shut the gate, but another edge that was soft enough that the ball doesn't come too close to carrying. Actually No, I was about to say I still couldn't tell exactly who ended up stopping that, but I think from the way that Cameron Bancroft is now wringing out his left hand, it's quite obvious who did. Bell to Harrison, forward defence, up to mid-off. Van Buren charges in aggressively and then probably just grins at everybody to ruin the illusion.
Good news from Taunton, where they're just about to get back on after the rain. I think there's about another 32 overs, I think, left to be bowled in the day.
After the celebrations of County Cricket Day were cut short yesterday, they'll be delighted to have some more cricket there today. Bell, back of a length, rising up on Harrison, takes a hand off the bat, but plays it well down into the onside. There's no short leg anymore, but a deep square, so he's got plenty of room to hit the ball into.
We were mentioning earlier a situation at Beckenham where sadly there's been no cricket today between Kent and Durham. Apparently the issue was overnight, where some water got under the covers at Beckenham, and much though they tried to get something on today, it was called off about 4 o'clock.
Bell in and bowls to Harrison, down leg side. It's going to head it on its way down to fine leg as Harrison helps it away. And yeah, leg by. It didn't go down there with too much force, and Bell possibly a little fortunate that Harrison didn't get some bat on that, because that would have had the pace then to beat fine leg to that short boundary to the flats. But another single, so 35 for 2.
Also back on now at Southampton, where Hampshire are 44 for 3 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire.
In comes Bell then to McSweeney, turns it away to short mid-wicket. Smartly fielded by Joe Phillips, who is still on the field, although that is Joe Phillips, isn't it? It's Joe Phillips' shirt. For a moment he seemed to be moving a lot like Ben Charlesworth, but it is definitely Joe Phillips. He's obviously role model Ben Charlesworth. He's starting to take on his body language in the field even. Bell goes in and bowls to McSweeney, and he just defends into the offside, and that is a maiden from Bell, his first maiden, 6 overs, 1 for 18. We'll see how long Bell goes for. We've seen some pretty lengthy spells today from various seam bowlers. Sanderson bowled an 8-over spell. Proctor bowled a 9, I think, didn't he, this morning?
Well, Ed Middleton's on now.
And straight into the slips.
Straight into the slip cordon.
Well, I hope that Bancroft's finger is okay, because he was wringing it out the previous over.
He's just gone off, I think.
Maybe just going to get it checked out. Hopefully there's no issues there. I suppose whilst there's no more championship cricket for Bancroft until mid-June, he would quite like the captain to be on the field and his slip-catching ability.
Taylor round the wicket bowls, and that gets big on Harrison. And we were just saying that nothing much has misbehaved. Well, that one did spit off just short of a length. Harrison played it well. I think, as we've said many times in this match already, the new ball is not a pleasant proposition to be batting against, probably on this surface.
Especially not when Taylor's getting it to fade out of his hand, and then you know that there's some lateral movement off the pitch as well. Taylor
is in, bowls, and that's a beauty, and that has beaten Calvin Harrison, and it almost knocked James Bracey off his feet. He finishes up on his backside, but I think that had more to do with just a little bit of physical comedy.
I think he juggled it, or
he
dropped it, in fact, because he thought he was going to take it palms down, and all of a sudden the hands went up, and
he was interpreting catching the ball through the medium of modern dance, but maybe not.
Interpreted dance.
Throwing himself on the floor. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Harrison, and Harrison this time on the front foot plays it hard into the ground, bounces it up nicely for Taylor to field. Umpire Hassan Adnan just having a little look at where Taylor's front foot has landed. The Northamptonshire Brains Trust has been joined by head coach Darren Lehman in their lap of the ground.
It was that short-lived BBC series called Fast and Loose. I don't know if you ever saw it. Hugh Dennis was host of it, where they had interpretative dance.
Taylor in, bowls to Harrison, who defends out into the offside, and there's no run.
And I remember that you always remember the things that are played at school that weren't to do with the lesson, because that was the best part. But the teacher would allow us to watch this interpretative dance, and things like in the lyrics to "Human" by the Killers, mimed out, and they had to guess what song it was just from the mime.
They did do that at my school, but then again, there's a few decades between you and I, Ed. So we still had slates, I think, when I was at school. Celebrated Empire Day. You know. Here's Taylor in, bowls, and again defended by Harrison out into the covers. And there's no run as sunshine once again bathes the ground here in Bristol. The odd occasion when I had to go to various school concerts and things as a parent, the interpretive dance always seemed to be either pretending to be a tree or just throwing yourself on the floor at a wall for some frankly inexplicable reason, but I'm sure there's something deeply educational. Anyway, to the matter in hand, Taylor is in, bowls and driven by Harrison, and misfield at extra cover by Tommy Borman allows Harrison to come through for a single. He's fielding actually on one of the pitches that I think we were saying might be used for Women's World Cup T20 matches.
I'm not, to be honest, I'm not sure what that pitch is for. I thought for a moment that it might even be that they decided not to play on this one and they were going to use that one at the start of the game. But the only other thing we could think of way back was that's going to be the pitch for the T20, but it's already been marked out for something, so I've no idea what that pitch is for.
Well, the single takes Harrison to 20 and Northamptonshire 36 for 2 at the end of the over, and we're going to see a change from this pavilion end.
Yeah, so the customary switch of ends for one of Bell or Williams, and it's Williams who's going to switch to the pavilion end. And whilst he was wicketless in the first innings, he did have a catch dropped off his bowling, so he still could easily have picked one up, and a massive bright spot for Gloucestershire in the early going. Will Williams, first year of a 3-year deal, 19 wickets at 28, and he's kept things so tight. Economy of 2.9. Runs in now and he bowls to Harrison, and this is just pushed away calmly into the offside by Harrison. Continues to get outside his crease, and I cannot imagine that it'll be too long before James Bracey is signalling to the dressing room for a helmet to be brought out, because he does stand up to Williams an awful lot. Maybe just thinking for now, with this new ball potentially bouncing a bit extra, just stay back. Williams to Harrison, again is well forward and down the pitch, patting it out to cover point. There's no run there either. It's another one of those sort of feeling a little bit earlier when we had Bancroft versus Sanderson, where Harrison's clearly got his method of how he's going to go about facing Williams here, and the question is who's going to be coming out on top. Both bowler and batter looking to outthink each other. And once again down the pitch and defending, and now Williams is almost signalling for James Bracey. I'm sure it's a mutual decision. It may even be that Bracey said, right, I'm standing up himself, and Williams made the signal, but that probably lasted a couple of balls longer even than I thought it might. They're going to try and pin Harrison into his crease, so the helmet has been brought on by Luke Charlesworth, and Bracey get himself settled back there. The slips just going that little bit narrower, as they have to do with the keeper up to the stumps. And Williams is in and bowls to Harrison, who's forward driving, times it well, beats Van Buren at wide mid-off. It's the shorter boundary. Van Buren will just get there. Furious determination. They're going to come back for a third run, which is well run. Van Buren saving the boundary. So 3 more to Harrison. 23 for him now. He's made a bright start to this innings. 39 for 2. And 210 more runs required by Northamptonshire.
Yeah, he soaked up just over 350 deliveries across the 2 innings at Derby in the previous game. 107 off 269 in the first innings, 37 off 84 in the second.
One fielder from the leg side has now gone to the offside for McSweeney, and Bracey standing back. Williams in and bowls to McSweeney. There's some lift there, but it's wide of the off stump, and McSweeney doesn't have to play. It's, I suppose, this sort of situation where, in the same way that Gloucestershire were able to lean on Bancroft in their innings of 221, Northamptonshire would love to be able to lean on the quality of their overseas player as well here in Nathan McSweeney, especially with Saif Zaib unable to bat, albeit replaced by Louis Kimber, as that's been left to complete Williams's come back over. And pleasing sight for Gloucestershire supporters down there as Cameron Bancroft has made his way back onto the field. So Ed Middleton will be replaced, and whether there was some of the old magic spray coming out or whatever it was, Bancroft clearly not feeling the effects too much of that wrap on the fingertips. 39 for 2.
Would have been interesting to see what had happened in terms of the replacement of Saif Zaib. I mean, like, it's fair replacement with Louis Kimber, who's been here for the whole match as 12th man. 2 slips in place as Taylor comes in and bowls to Harrison, who clips that away out to mid-wicket. Good stop by Miles Hammond. Cuts off any chance of a run. And now what's happening here? Umpire Hassan Adnan has asked James Bracey to move. I think it's a
bowling marker.
Bowling marker, which he felt was, I don't know whether it was in his eye line or what it was, don't know. Anyway, he's been moved. The offending item has been put behind James Bracey. And here is Matt Taylor. And again to bowl to Harrison, who's on the front foot, pushing it out to extra cover, no run. On the basis that the only other player that Northamptonshire had here on the ground was Rafi Weatherall, obviously a specialist fast bowler, and he's got a law exam tomorrow at Exeter University. So I imagine they would have had to send back to HQ for somebody. But anyway, there was no problem. Kimber replacing Saif Zaib. Kimber, who made his championship debut for Northamptonshire in the first game of the season against Lancashire. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and once again Harrison on the front foot, pushing it out to Tommy Borman, who's in there at extra cover. Still 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg just in front, and long leg down to the boundary.
Gloucestershire's women have beaten Oxfordshire by 6 wickets, so they will progress to round 3 of the County Cup to take on Essex.
Here's Taylor in, bowls to Harrison, who again is coming across his stumps and nudges it into the leg side where Hammond fields at mid-wicket. Yeah, I don't know who Northamptonshire are playing. Obviously they're in round 3 as well, having beaten Bedfordshire and Huntingdonshire, who are one team, by the way, in case you were wondering, pretty comfortably by 8 wickets with about 11 overs to spare, having restricted the opposition to 56 for 8 in their 20 overs.
Looks as though they will be playing Derbyshire.
Oh, right, okay. Well, East Midlands Derby. Here's Taylor. In and bowls, and Harrison, who I think was aiming over the leg side, has got that off a leading edge, and it's still going to pick up 4 runs away through extra cover. So not quite a 180-degree difference in where he was aiming and where it ended up, but let's have a look at the replay.
I think we're obliged to say bats these days. Even the edges have middles to them.
Well, it was remarkable because he was aiming over mid-wicket. It went over extra cover, and it still had enough on it to go for 4. Harrison goes to 27, Northamptonshire to 43 for 2. Still 2 slips in. The sun out as Taylor bowls, and nice looking straight drive from Harrison, and Nathan McSweeney at the non-striker's end, sensing that obviously if Taylor had got a little fingertip on that, he flung himself into the crease at the far end. And that's the end of Matt Taylor's 4th over. 1 for 6 from those 4. Northamptonshire 43 for 2. We still have 20... Help me. 32. Small numbers. Not small numbers, but small numbers. 32 overs to go, so we've got a couple of hours worth if we get them all in, which will take us for the 3rd time in this match past 7 o'clock.
Yes. Goody. So actually, just one final thing on that County Cup draw. That means that Northamptonshire and Derbyshire are effectively, the winner of that is the team that is guaranteed to make the playoff stage from Tier 2, as Williams to McSweeney and defended. So the way that the draw has been conducted, there are 2 matches which are entirely involving Tier 1 sides, but there is that one match there that guarantees a Tier 2 side in the quarterfinals, I should say. In comes Will Williams into McSweeney, and this is dabbed out to backward point. There is no run, so Gloucestershire going with more of your sort of standard ring field than Northamptonshire, who I suppose it was a slightly different scoreboard situation as there were more wickets down. But when you're seeing that potential target increase, there's that little bit of a different feeling about boundaries. Williams in, and again McSweeney gets a straight ball that he has to block out, square on the offside. But instead of leaving gaps in some areas and then having fielders on the boundary in others, Gloucestershire have gone with more of your standard field, and hoping that Williams is able to win, as I sort of said in the previous over. Really, this game of patience now. You sort of know roughly where Will Williams is going to be putting it. In now, and bowls a shorter ball. That's pulled away by McSweeney, and that will go for 4. And I think it's been misfielded, is it, by Darren Lehman down there? He's let it get by him.
That was worse still. That's Lee Daggett.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Darren Lehman's hurtling. He's at the head of the pack.
No, he was the one who misfielded.
Oh, right.
And Lee Daggett had to go and mop it up for him.
Well, you don't want to show the boss up, do you? I just saw Lee Daggett throwing it back.
Not sure if he quite judged the bobble up off the rope there. 47 for 2. McSweeney off the mark. Williams into him, and he tries to tuck it into the leg side. Doesn't get a run though.
That could be a fine. It's got to be a fine, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
At the end of the match.
Excellent. Because I was fairly sure it was Darren Lehman even at this distance, because he reached down with his left hand to try and and stop the ball. Possibly just bobbled past him. 202 more needed by Northamptonshire as Williams goes in and bowls. What a brave lead from McSweeney. It's a good one. Just missing off stump and maybe moving away. Bit of life from the surface there for Will Williams every now and then. One just lifts that little bit extra. Still taken palms down by Bracey, but probably right around about the limit of that. The end of another over. So Williams through 5 overs for 22. Do have Craig Miles, Gloucestershire, so the fact that Ben Charlesworth is still not on the field doesn't mean that they're down a 4th seamer.
Meanwhile, Taylor bustles in, start a fresh over, and a lovely looking extra cover drive from Calvin Harrison will run away to the boundary for 4, brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire and brings the requirement of runs below 200. 51 for 2, needing a further 198 to win. Lovely shot.
It was just a little overpitched from Matt Taylor, but then I think he's entitled to pitch it up, and sometimes you do just have to think, good shot.
Well, one thing you're talking about field settings there, Ed, and one thing that does occur to me, that whatever people's thoughts about this surface and how it's played over the nearly 3 days that this match has been in progress, as Taylor is in bowls and defended by Harrison back down the pitch. One thing we have been spared as a result of how it's played is a fairly unedifying spectacle of what has become known as, it was the upside down umbrella, when you've had fielders catching in front of square, so you've had a couple of mid wickets in and a couple of extra covers in, and it's just a bit tiresome. It's understandable on some of the surfaces we've seen this year, but we haven't seen it in this match. Here's Taylor in, bowls and drop down into the onside this time by Harrison, fielded at mid-wicket by Miles Hammond, and there's no run.
I remember talking to Marchant de Lange early in his Gloucestershire spell, and this was probably the year before, really, that the pitches here started to get that little bit quicker. And his way of putting it is all you want as a fast bowler, you don't really care. And then, of course, you'd love a pitch that just does a little bit off the seam and that sort of thing. You'd like a ball that swings. You'd like that. But the minimum that you really want is for when you get an edge, for it to carry to the slips.
Here's Taylor in again, bowls short and pulled away by Calvin Harrison. And the fielder at deep backward square, although he was nowhere near it, making it very plain that he didn't see it. But it was picked up beautifully by Harrison for another boundary. It was short of a length, outside off stump, but Harrison swatting it away over mid-wicket for 4. He goes to 35, Northamptonshire to 55 for 2.
Sort of fetch it, didn't he? But it was another one of those shorter ones that didn't really climb, so he could pretty much pick his spot. But it shows again, even with the sun out, how sometimes how tricky it is to see on this ground anyway, with deep backward square not picking it up at all.
And having a look at the ball, so presumably, whether it was the result of the stroke from Calvin Harrison or where it ended up, maybe going into a boundary board or whatever, umpire Hassan Adnan is having a look, showing it to his colleague James Treadwell. We may see the handcuffs come out and have a little look. I don't know about with Gloucestershire this year. Northamptonshire have had quite a number of ball changes in this round of championship matches, and Ben Sanderson's theory is it may have something to do with the adhesive that's used to stick the balls together, or to use to just get them ready to use. He's obviously heard somewhere on the grapevine that it's changed. It's not the sort of type of thing that they used to use. And his suggestion was that it may possibly be having some impact on how the balls stay together.
Yeah.
But or it may be absolute rubbish. But
there were all sorts of theories, weren't there, during COVID as well, that fly about. But I would certainly trust Ben Sanderson.
Well, he's probably a specialist subject, I think, really, isn't it? The Duke's ball.
Well, I mean, who knows? but yes, I suppose what I mean is if he thinks that something's changed, then it has. Yes. Whether that's the reason that they're getting changed more, I don't know. But we did have 2 separate ball changes in the run chase of Kent here last match. Some of that, I think, was because there was a rain shower and the covers were quite wet, and a couple of times the ball went into those, and it was really quite noticeable. And I think in a game of quite fine margins, you can argue whether it made a difference or not. I certainly know what I think, but you could see immediately after they changed the ball to a dry one, all of a sudden wickets started falling again. So you could see why Gloucestershire were after it being changed. And actually it was the second ball change that gave Gloucestershire real hopes of pulling it back and winning the match at the end, but Kent winning by 2 wickets.
Well, the box of balls has been and gone. None of those rather attractive silver briefcases that they have at some counties. But straightforward box here. A new one has been selected, and Taylor will run into bowl with it to Harrison, who again comes onto the front foot, plays it out into the covers. And there is no run. Miles Hammond limbering up.
He still tops the bowling averages.
Well, there you go. Maybe just for something to do. 2 slips in place still. Backward point. An extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep backward square. And a long leg. So I wonder if Taylor might think about testing Harrison out with a short ball. He's in, bowls, not this time as Harrison defends a good length ball back down the pitch. He stays on 35. McSweeney is 4. Northamptonshire are 55 for 2, needing a further 194 runs to win. And we have another 30 overs tonight and all of tomorrow, weather permitting.
I'll be interested to see how Gloucestershire navigate through this. There's almost certainly going to have to be a change relatively soon at that Ashley Down Road end, because they, I suspect, would probably like Taylor to bowl another spell in this evening session. So it might be that, as so often, 6 is the number. It'll be Williams to continue for now. McSweeney on strike, so that means Bracey stands back. Down to 2 slips. Hammond at short mid-wicket. Williams into McSweeney. That one maybe stays down a fraction. Look as if it exactly shot along the floor, but at the same time, it just seemed to die a bit as McSweeney just had to wait and stay in a low position to defend that one. See, Surrey have lost a wicket in their follow-on innings at Headingley, 36 for 1. Burns gone for 11, out to Jack White, him of the reverse sweep.
Yes.
Williams in now and defended by McSweeney into the leg side.
Yes, I think if you're ever get round to sort of compiling just the great moments of the job that we're very lucky to do and to watch and talk about cricket, I think that reverse sweep from Jack White at Cheltenham 2022 would be very high on the list. It was just the most bizarre, unexpected, frankly crazy bit of cricket. But
yes.
when he was promoted, when he was pushed up the order.
Williams bowls middle and leg, and McSweeney, well, I thought that was a ball he was likely to try and flick out through the leg side, but he played it with a straight bat rather awkwardly round his front pad, but he kept it out and may well have been going down the leg side anyway, even if he'd missed it.
It was a wonderful game at Cheltenham, 4 years ago, when Northamptonshire were chasing. Ryan Rickleton got runs, Will Young got runs, and it got really tight, and Jack White was pushed up the order to try and hurry things up a bit and attempted a reverse sweep first ball. It was wonderful.
Williams in now. And again, that one just does bounce that little bit more. Quick bounce, but wide of off stump. McSweeney was never in too much danger there.
I'm trying to think who the bowler was.
I think it was Zafar Gohar.
That would make sense, wouldn't it?
I think so. They would have had, of course, Graham Van Buren in the side as well, because he was captain in those days, but I think it was Zafar Gohar. Williams into McSweeney. Solid forward defence, and there's no run. It was one of those games where you sort of felt final day, some footmarks to bowl into, that probably it was going to have to be Zafar if Gloucestershire were to effect a victory, which they were still very much at the start of its second favourites on a pitch which was fairly batting friendly. They kind of had to go for it given their position in the Division 1 table. Williams to McSweeney, and just waits for the ball to come to him, tries to deflect it into the gully, but there's no run, and that completes a maiden over from Williams. McSweeney showing no signs of urgency, which, to be honest, to take the weather out of the equation, and there aren't. His job to start with, you'd think, will be to see some of the hardness off this new and changed ball. He has 4, Harrison has 35. Northamptonshire 55 for 2, 194 more for them to achieve victory. 8 more wickets to take for Gloucestershire.
Yes, 205 was the target in that match 4 years ago. Jack was pushed up to number 8, so he'd have had vertigo. He must have got in the ear of Will Young, who was captaining the Kiwi, who was captaining the side, having taken over the captaincy from Ricardo Vasconcelos earlier in that season. But he didn't last very long, but it was a good moment. Here's Taylor bowls, and he's caught a slip, one that bounced a little bit more, and Harrison, I think, looking to possibly pull the bat out of the way, gets an outside edge, it carries low to slip, and that's a big wicket for Gloucestershire. Harrison goes for 35. Taylor has got him, and Northamptonshire are 3 down.
Yeah, it was one of those, he didn't want to play at it, but he just felt he had to. He couldn't resist just having a bit of a feel for it, and it was the perfect little edge to carry to first slip Ollie Price.
And it was a good catch as well, because it was sort of going down, wasn't it? And he got hands underneath it, really well taken. And that is, well, that's a big blow for Northamptonshire's hopes. Harrison was just starting to motor along quite nicely. Still need another 194 to win. And Harrison has been and gone. And out to the middle comes George Bartlett, who has been pushed up. Obviously, the order has had to be rejigged because of the absence of Safe Zabe. But Bartlett, who would normally have batted 7, he batted 8 in the first innings because there was a night watchman, has been pushed up to number 5.
I suppose he's got plenty of experience up the order as well. I wondered what they would do with the order with Kimber replacing Zabe, whether Sales would come up, or Bartlett, or not even. Well, I mean, the way this game has gone, it wouldn't have surprised me if they sent out Harry Conway, but but no.
Well, it's funny you say that, Ed. We were talking last night about this whole business of the 2 night watchmen that were used to open the innings yesterday by Gloucestershire, and Darren Lehman said, it's something that, who knows, we may have to think about ourselves if a similar situation arose. Well, obviously it hasn't, but now Bartlett facing his first ball from Taylor, and he covers up and pushes it out into the covers, and there is no run. So the batting to come, in whichever order: James Sales, Louis Kimber, Lewis McManus, and then Sanderson, Guthrie, Conway, in whichever order. 3 slips in. Bright sunshine here in Bristol as Taylor bowls, and Bartlett drives pleasantly up to mid-on. Good tumbling stop. And there is no run. Bartlett this season has had a couple of notable innings. 95 not out in the first round of matches to save the game against Lancashire. Batted a long time on the last day. Northamptonshire were 51 for 6. And batted out the rest of the day for an unbeaten 95 against Sir James, Tom Bailey and others. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and that again just bounces a little bit on Bartlett, runs it down to backward point, and there's no run. And also in the previous game against Derbyshire, batted a long time in the second innings to try and save the game. 65 not out off 175 balls. And he and George Scrimshaw coming within 11 overs of saving the match.
It's funny, there are some players who I think really rise to, when they've got something on it on a second innings, rise to that.
Taylor in, bowls to Bartlett, who comes, as he does, across his stumps. Now, it's come off something pad, I think. I don't think there was any bat involved. No, umpire Hassan Adnan signals leg by. They take a run down to fine leg. So one more onto the total, 56 for 3.
I always felt that about Tom Lace in his Gloucestershire career, and there was that game in 2021 between these two sides where Lace was there at the end. I think he was there
with Van
it was, yeah. He was there with Ian Cobain that same year when they beat Leicestershire out of nowhere. A couple of other innings, in fact Hampshire that same year as well, trying to block out at the end.
Taylor in bowls to McSweeney, who leaves that outside the off stump. An awful lot, you feel, now resting on the shoulders of Nathan McSweeney, who clearly has the pedigree and the experience. But you think he's now got to direct operations a little bit out there. Vice captain. That was a wicket maiden for Matt Taylor, who was bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, picked up 2 wickets for 14. He's having a decent game, isn't he, Matt Taylor?
Yeah.
5 for in the first innings, 2 so far, with power to add in the second. Northamptonshire 56 for 3. Need another 193 to win.
Yeah, not a bad game with the bat either. 25 and 18 in the context of this match. Without his runs in the first innings, you sort of have felt that Gloucestershire would have had no momentum at all going into their bowling innings. Williams into Bartlett, who's come so far down and across that he's turned a ball that was outside the off stump into a ball that he can just push into a gap between backward point and cover and sprints back for 2 runs. So Bartlett's underway, 58 for 3.
The other innings that sticks in my mind, and I know Darren Lehman was impressed with, he made 54 in the game against Worcestershire, and got out attempting to try and get a 4th batting point when they were just running out of overs, and when he was well set. And I know Darren Lehman was saying that's the sort of team first thing we want to see, and that's why we don't always just look at averages, because you look at how somebody's played.
Williams in, way across his stumps this time again. Bartlett gets a straighter one, turns it to Borman at mid-wicket. This is making Bancroft's move across his stumps look like just a tiny shuffle. It's charging across his crease, and yeah, this is, again, not surprising at all. I was going to say, if it didn't happen, that ball, that Bartlett's another one who Bracey will not be standing back for long to, and so see if they can pin Bartlett to the crease in the same way they tried with Harrison. And he stays in his crease, but again turns it leg side to Borman at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Taylor has bowled fantastically in that spell. The question is whether, you push him now or save him for later, because there's still 27 overs left this evening. Try and push him a 7th over for now and potentially pay later. Oh, that's a good ball from Williams. Bartlett dragged across his crease, playing at a ball that was actually quite a way outside off stump and continued to get further away, and a take that James Bracey makes look as simple as anything, but it's risen up. He's had pretty much no time to see it. He just has the feel for where the ball's going to be, and into the gloves it goes. He's almost not looking at it. He just knows where the ball's going to be. Williams in to Bartlett, and a sturdy defence to the offside. And Joe Phillips still out on the field. Is it there to prevent runs? Can't see Craig Miles warming up at point, so beginning to wonder whether Taylor is going to get a 7th over. In fact, he's down there at fine leg and he's not put his hat on, so I think Taylor will bowl another. Williams to complete this one into Bartlett, back of a length, and on the back foot he defends once more. So a couple of runs from that Williams over, and Northamptonshire 58 for 3, leading 191. And I can see why the temptation is there, given that Taylor's bowling well now. If he thinks he wants one more, then he's going to get one more.
Well, he's been excellent, and having picked up the wickets of Luke Proctor and particularly Calvin Harrison, who was just starting to look threatening as far as Gloucestershire were concerned. Here's Taylor round the wicket, bowls and dropped down into the onside by McSweeney, who sets off for a frankly extremely optimistic single. Craig Miles closes in on the ball. Bartlett sent him back very sensibly. Not quite sure what he was doing there. He's had a little wander out to the square leg region just to maybe clear the head a bit.
I can only imagine he thought that the ball must have gone down to fine leg, but
it just rolled out into the onside, and Craig Miles was looming large on the horizon. Here's Taylor in, bowls and beats McSweeney outside the off stump with a beauty. Pitched up, just did enough.
Again, you say what you want about what the pitch has or hasn't done, but in this spell, Taylor's got 2 wickets with absolute jaffers, and that was another one. Drew McSweeney into the shot because of this left arm round angle. It's not something you see an enormous amount.
When we think about what happened here 2 years ago, I'll come back to that in a second, because Taylor's in and bowls, and full length dug out by McSweeney out into the covers. He has a slightly rueful look at his bat, which did make a slightly cracked sound as it rolled out into the covers. We were saying actually earlier in the match that Justin Broad picked up 7 for Northamptonshire bowling full, and they were all either LBW bowled or caught slip or keeper, and it was Gloucestershire all out for 125, something like that in that game here, 2024. Taylor in, bowls, and McSweeney again across his stumps, pushes it up towards extra cover. Borman comes into field, and there's no run. And it was really when the quicker bowlers that Gloucestershire had at that time, with Saman Akhtar and Ajit Singh Dale, Northamptonshire at 116 for 2. The umpires decided it was too dangerous, and we came off. So lengths, I think, and we were discussing earlier in the match, what is the optimum length to bowl on this surface? Here's Taylor in, that's full, no ball called by umpire Hassan Adnan, and it hit McSweeney on the pad, and they were, whilst I think it was probably a bit high, they were just starting to think about going up in appeal, but
just
hit it outside the line.
Yeah. It wasn't far off, but yeah.
But umpire Hassan Adnan had his arm outstretched, so 2 more onto the total, 60 for 3.
It's the first no ball for ages. I'm trying to look back to see. There was one bowled by Matt Taylor in the first innings, one by Sanderson in the first innings. That's it.
Only the third of the match, turned into the onside by McSweeney, fielded there by Craig Miles. Gloucestershire still going with 3 slips. They have a point. Still Tommy Borman in there at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Craig Miles is tight in there at catching mid-wicket. He's going through his full limbering up routine as well, so presumably we'll see him, as Ed says, in the not too distant future. Running in towards us, Matt Taylor bowls to McSweeney down the leg side, and a little bit of interest from Cameron Bancroft, none from anywhere else, but of course he was done down the leg side twice in the previous game at Derby, so I'm sure the analysts will have noted, as they do.
Yes,
end of the over, 60 for 3.
Sorry, Radazand, of course, in the first innings, whilst he wasn't strangled down the leg side, he was out falling over across to the leg side LBW, so that is obviously something that will be picked up upon, and having watched a bit of him in Australia as well, that is just how he bats. He's quite similar to Bancroft, really. He does like to get across and trusts his eye that he's going to not miss a straight one. Matt Taylor seems to be going off now, so that appears to be him done with his 7 overs, 2 for 16.
Ed Middleton on.
Middleton going down to field at fine leg. I bet he loved being able to go on and sub for Bancroft for a couple of overs and field in the slips. He does field in the slips for the second team, but it's Williams to Bartlett with the keeper up to the stumps, and Bartlett drives, gets it between cover and point. They'll take one and they will come back for a second run. That's well run from Bartlett and McSweeney, because the ball was almost in Cover's hands, but he realised that Joe Phillips had to slide and took him on successfully. 187 required. Williams steady approach in and bowls, left alone by Bartlett, who's not jumping about so much now, and that's I suppose that's always the issue, isn't it? You sometimes you want a batter to be walking around all over the place, because actually they're therefore not balanced, and sometimes bringing the keeper up to the stumps it almost forces the batter to get into a better balanced position. Williams in to Bartlett across his stumps, turning leg side. There'll be at least 2 here. They might even fancy a third. Borman is quick out towards that deep leg side boundary, but they are going to take him on. And again, well run. There's always the potential for 3. Borman doing everything he could to try and prevent it, but Bartlett does make it back. So 5 runs already off this over. Northamptonshire 65 for 3. 184 more runs required. Middlesex, well, that game's still... depends how many overs there are left, actually. I might try and have a look, but Middlesex are now 8 down at Lord's. So effectively 67 for 8. Derbyshire closing in. Williams bowls. It's been, I think, edged short of first slip. And that cannot have been far off carrying, and it's off the glove. That's why I did wonder. It looked as if it hadn't come through with as much pace as it might have done, and it's just about an inch, maybe even less than that, short of Ollie Price at first slip. But McSweeney taking a blow to the right hand, and once again that sort of back of a length, it does come quickly, and out comes the physio.
Yeah, Lee Daggett, Northamptonshire's physio, we were discussing earlier on, member of the Northamptonshire side that won the T20 Blast back in 2013 under Alex Wakely. To answer your question, Ed, there are 22 overs left at Lord's, with Middlesex in effect 68 for 8.
Well, there's got to be thoughts. I don't know whether the forecast is as bad there as it is here, but if the forecast isn't great, presumably there've got to be thoughts of Derbyshire going out and having a dart and trying to get it done this evening. So could be some excitement at Lord's.
Yeah, it could well be, and there could be some excitement here because there's still a lot of overs left in the day. 25
yeah.
and a bit. So that's a good hour and a half, isn't it? Which will take us past 7 o'clock.
Back out at Taunton, Sussex 201 for 3. So Daniel Hughes has reached 100. That's Jack leaning for company. So 201 for 3 plays 526 for 8 declared. Physio has disappeared and McSweeney is ready to face and turning down to fine leg again, sprinting the first and falls over. I think he was going to take the second run as well, but slipped over at the non-striker's end, which is always something that can happen when there's, as there is here, significant areas of green by the...
It's a bit lush there,
pitch.
isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, again, that pitch there might be not international usage, but the others next to it will be, as the last ball of the over is left by George Bartlett, and there's no run, so 66 for 3. The 4 next to it certainly would be used for the Women's World Cup games here, men's and women's internationals against India as well.
2 for 16, and for the first time in this Northamptonshire second innings, sponsored by F. Funeral Directors, number 34, Craig Miles.
Do you see why I left the silence there?
Yes, it's the lengthy introduction that will tell you that Craig Miles is indeed coming into the attack. We know who he's sponsored by and all manner of useful information. Craig Miles had a big impact in the first innings. 8 overs, 3 for 22. Wickets of Proctor and Safe Zabe, both caught in the deep, hooking, caught at deep square.
They haven't put a third slip in.
They haven't. Here is Miles in and bowls to McSweeney, goes full, and McSweeney pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
First innings, first ball he bowled was edged through a vacant third slip. But they've just gone with the 2 for Nathan McSweeney.
So 66 for 3. Since the balance has maybe just tilted, I think, in Gloucestershire's favour in this session so far, but long, long way to go for both teams outside the off stump from Miles, left alone by McSweeney. If these two could still be there at close of play, I think Northamptonshire would feel that they have got a decent chance, but of course, you know, weather permitting.
Yeah.
But as they always say, you can't play the weather. I've heard that so many times this year. It's
right.
I sort of wake up in a cold sweat thinking, do I want a drink? Or no, you can't play the weather. I don't know. Here's Miles in, bowls and driven by McSweeney without any great power or timing up to mid-off, and there is no run. If McSweeney goes tonight, I think Gloucestershire will feel that that's quite a big chunk of the work done. Unfortunately, the weather may completely spoil everybody's calculations if it's as bad as it may be tomorrow. Oh my goodness, that ball from Miles doesn't bounce a great deal, and McSweeney did well just to get bat on it as it rolls up to mid-on, was on the back foot. And there is no run. Basically, the forecast for tomorrow is it's going to start raining tonight,
well, yeah,
and keep raining basically down here in the West Country, but in the West. But well, it's been wrong before, so hopefully it'll be wrong again. How much time either side would need to win tomorrow, of course, depends on what happens in the rest of this evening. And there's another run for Northamptonshire as McSweeney turns that ball from Miles down to deep backward square. McSweeney goes to 5 and Northamptonshire to 67 for 3. To 6, beg your pardon.
It's quite likely it'll be around 100 to win if we get these remaining overs in, somewhere around there anyway. So 100 to win, 5 wickets in hand, 6 wickets. It feels around there, doesn't it?
Could well be. Here's Miles in, bowl short, and Bartlett goes for a pull, and I think he's been pinned on the glove as well. They sort of cloths it down to deep backward square. Ed Middleton, the substitute, fields. One more to Bartlett, who keeps the bowling. He's 8. McSweeney is 6. Northamptonshire is 68 for 3. And keeper is going to stand up, unsurprisingly, for George Bartlett.
I suppose I was meaning in terms of the 4 down, 5 down.
Yes.
It feels as though the over-under is somewhere around there. Possibly 100 to win, 5 wickets in hand. I think Gloucestershire would probably
I think
take that.
I think they would. I think they certainly would.
Williams goes in and bowls, and that's left by George Bartlett. Hampshire now 4 down at utility bowl. Lost Tom Prest, so 58 ahead, but 4 wickets down. Sussex have also lost a 4th wicket. Daniel Hughes out for 107 now. So could still be a battle on their hands for Sussex. Williams in now, and Bartlett, it's a big stride forward, even though he can't get out of his crease with Bracey up to the stumps, and still smothers any movement that he can.
Of course, the other X factor here, Ed, is the fact that Northamptonshire have got Louis Kimber. And it'll be interesting to see where they bat him. I was going to say what they decide to do with him. Well, they're obviously going to put him into bat at some point, but at what point, where in the order, and with what sort of role, what sort of instructions? It's an interesting one.
Williams into Bartlett, wide ball, let go. Especially if he were to be in a position where, again, with the bowlers, if you've got somebody like Kimber at the other end, then it might start to be that situation like we were talking about when Gloucestershire's bowlers were in, where you've got nothing to lose, you can have a bit of a dart, and when you see that scoreboard running down when you're in the field as Gloucestershire are, you start to feel under some serious pressure and potentially mistakes happen. Williams in now, and Bartlett blocks.
Well, I was just looking to say, he's only played 1 championship match this year, which was the first one of the season. Batted at number 9 in the first innings against Anderson and Bailey bowling beautifully. 33 off 31 balls with a 6 and 5 fours. Missed out in the second innings, batting at 10. Out to a very, very good catch by Matty Hurst behind the stumps off Jimmy Anderson with a second new ball, leaving Sanderson and Bartlett to block it out.
Williams into Bartlett, who plays it so softly defensively that it goes down into the ground and Bracey picks up. But Bartlett knew where it was, so he doesn't leave his crease.
But he can be such a destructive player, as everyone in the game knows. Yeah, interesting one.
So much interest. We just hope that it doesn't all get spoiled by factors outside our control. Last ball of this over from Williams. He bowls to Bartlett. Again, that's defended back to the bowler. So maiden from Williams. Score remains 68 for 3. Glamorgan 131 for 4 at Edgbaston. It's a 239 run lead. Whether they get aggressive and start looking up the table and declare and give themselves a chance to beat Warwickshire, or whether they think a little bit more conservatively, there's potentially a decision to be made there again, weather permitting. Surrey 49 for 1, still behind by 233, so they're going to have to bat pretty much all of tomorrow as well, right up against it. Bad light has stopped play at Lords.
Interesting. Start of a fresh over from Craig Miles, who concedes a single off the first ball. Clipped away down to deep backward square by McSweeney, fielded there by Ed Middleton. Shadows lengthening now, the shadows of one of the floodlight pylons over to our left, stretching about sort of 2/3 of the way across the ground. Lights not on today. They were on for a good part of yesterday. Indeed, one of them didn't function properly. One at the far corner, far left-hand corner as we look at it. Outside the off stump goes Miles. Bartlett leaves it alone. Through to James Bracey. But haven't been needed today. Whether, looking at the radar, there's still sort of speckling of showers around the place. But, well, hopefully we get a full day in today, because as Ed was saying, with the forecast for tomorrow, we just might need every delivery we can get tonight to just boost the possibility of a result. Here's Miles in and bowls short outside the off stump. Bartlett slightly firm-footed, trying to crack it away through the offside, doesn't time it. Fielded by Miles Hammond. Not too many people out on the balcony, or their balconies, and the flats at the far end of the ground. Perhaps a bit chilly. But
it's usually very hot in the flats when there's any sun at all.
It's a terrific, I mean, it's an unbelievable vantage point.
Yeah.
Wonderful vantage point at the far end of the ground. Here's Miles in and bowls to Bartlett, who comes right across his stumps. And whether Miles saw him coming and was trying to
I think he did.
fire it in at leg stump, but it went past the leg stump, wide of leg stump, and Bracey is a very good take down the leg side. But a touch of the Paso Dobles from George Bartlett there. He's now pointing over in the general direction of deep mid-wicket for some reason. Was there a car?
I don't know. He pointed down at fine leg and then pointed at deep square. I've no idea what that was about.
Here's Miles in and bowls to Bartlett, and he turns it away down to long leg and picks up a single. Down there to Gabe Bell.
Miles still clasping his hands in front of his mouth, thinking, "Oh, I thought I was through there. I thought it got him."
No idea what all that was about, but he was gesticulating. Usually very undemonstrative chap, George Bartlett, but something had piqued his interest. Anyway, that single takes Bartlett to 9, 70 for 3. 179 more runs to win. Miles in, bowls to McSweeney, who was also going to pick up a single down to Gabe Bell. Runs the first quickly. Was thinking possibly about a second, but it wasn't there. So McSweeney goes to 8, and at the end of the over, he's 8. Bartlett is 9, and Northamptonshire 71 for 3. Remember, chasing 249 to win after dismissing Gloucestershire for 221 earlier in the day, a total that represented a terrific fight back from the depths of 31 for 5 this morning, thanks largely to a century partnership for the 6th wicket between Cameron Bancroft, who made 82, and James Bracey, who made 48. Plus a very handy 36 from young Tommy Borman at the back end of the innings.
Umpire's just doing a bit of bookkeeping there, I think, because Will Williams has gone off, so they've got to note down the time that he went off, and Matt Taylor's just come back on, so they've got to try and work out how long he was off for and when he could possibly bowl again. But it's Bell returning from the pavilion end, and McSweeney gets a length ball that he looks relatively untroubled by and defends. Did wonder whether Gloucestershire might think at all of just having a couple of exploratory overs of spin at some point, because if in a way if you can't bowl spin now, then when do you bowl it with runs to play with, and the knowledge that one more wicket really swings the game in your favour? As Bell in, and McSweeney stays down on that one, prods it to cover.
Well, I think it's fair to say I just wondered a little bit whether Northamptonshire missed potentially a bit of a trick in not bringing Calvin Harrison back into the attack early enough after lunch. He bowled one over before lunch, but with the over rate as far behind as it seemed to be, and tail enders in, you'd think that leg spinner might not be a bad option, well, because they did bring him on. He got a wicket straight away.
Bell in now. Oh, it's a good ball, which was the beating of McSweeney coming in and then I think holding its line. So we'll get a second look. Yeah, it does very much straighten on McSweeney, played down the original line, and one of those where the ball's done just, I don't know, 0.7 of a degree or something too much. Down to the 2 slips, Bell in, and across his stumps is McSweeney turning it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Some shades of, I think it was the COVID Ashes where Marnus Labuschagne went so far across his stumps that he ended up basically falling over, and Stuart Broad bowled him, a rare high point of, well, pretty much any recent tour.
Yes.
Down under as Bell in and bowls, and that one was pitched up that little bit further and presenting an outside chance to drive, but again it made a really, if you're McSweeney, not pleasant noise off his bat, and He's then walked over to square leg, not for the first time examining it. He's still peering at it as he's twirling it away there. Obviously one he's desperate not to change. Bell bowls wide of off stump. No stroke. Taken by Braces. It just swerves a bit on him at the last minute, and a maiden over for Bell in his comeback. 71 for 3. And whilst we've had, well, what is it now, about 8 overs without a breakthrough, there's only been 16 runs added, so similar sort of feel to how it was first up this morning, where Gloucestershire batted out a lot of overs, and who knows, even that time, which Ollie Price batted for, may have helped what was to follow in terms of helping out Bracey and Bancroft against the older ball, but it's got that same sort of feel to it. Gloucestershire are down to 1 slip now.
Well, this game, and we've kept on saying it's just been one of fine margins right the way through. Start of a fresh over from Miles, turned into the onside by Bartlett, and there's no run in that. The odd little 5, 10, 15 runs here and there can make a big difference. And as you say, Ollie Price played so well in the first innings, and to the extent that Ben Sanderson was saying in his close of play interview that he hoped that the Northamptonshire batters, top order, were watching the way Ollie Price played it.
That bowling marker was bothering Hassan Adnan again.
Yeah, but it's very strange. Here's Miles in, bowls and driven by Bartlett up to mid-off, and there is no run. But it's just such a fascinatingly poised game, this. It would be such a shame if the weather was to have the final say. Bartlett looking round the field. Just a slip, but also a leg gully, fairly tight in. Here's Miles in, clipped away past leg gully, but not very far away. I think it might have been in the air as well. It goes down to Gabe Bell at long leg, and they come through for a single. Takes Bartlett into double figures, 73 for 3, but it was uppish. Be interested to know just how close that came to Cameron Bancroft, who's put himself in there at leg gully.
Yeah, I'm sure that
away
was
to
in
his
the air.
right. I think it was. It was a Bancroft put the dive in just behind square on the leg side. Didn't get a hand to it. Miles in and bowls to McSweeney. Short, very short. McSweeney doesn't really duck underneath it, just does a little knees bend as it sails over his head.
I was trying to think whether Bartlett's played on this ground since a game played in the conference year between Gloucestershire and Somerset. Somerset made 300 for 8, and Gloucestershire were reduced to 27 for 6. It was completely ruined by the weather.
That one from Miles again just gets up a little bit and takes McSweeney again on the right glove. Takes his hand off the bat at once. Bartlett comes down and gives the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. I think if we had a shiny sixpence for every time batters on either side have come down and given this pitch a slightly suspicious prod over the last 3 days, you could have a slap-up tea with lashings of ginger beer afterwards, but not to be. Here's Miles in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by McSweeney.
Or a champagne breakfast.
Or a champagne. Well, you see, you have the chance. You were welcomed with open arms downstairs by was it the North Cotswolds chapter of the?
Well, I don't know. I don't think I received the invitation. Actually, I think you did.
Come on,
I was invited. No.
Goes without saying that anything around here you're invited to. 73 for 3 at the end of the over.
Now, James Treadwell is rather pointedly taking the bowling marker that nobody seems to want to use and just putting it directly in Bell's way. Not quite. He's got more of an angled approach, actually, than that. So now it's completely out of the offending area for his colleague.
2 men back.
Bell in, edged wide of second slip. That'll be 4 runs. I don't know whether that would have carried or not to a third slip. Would have been touch and go, but it might have had a chance.
Might have done. I'm feeling again it was a bit like the Ollie Price catch to get Calvin Harrison. It seemed to be sort of going down. Let's have a look.
It's bowled it quite wide of the crease. Bartlett so far outside that off stump.
Not sure whether that would have carried or not. Tight.
Yeah.
But it's interesting there because they just dropped deep square, deep backward square, back almost onto the boundary. They've got a long leg down there as well. Just to give Bartlett something else to think about.
On to 14. Bell in, and that's bat and pad close together outside off stump. There was almost a bit of old-fashioned batting from George Bartlett, tucking the bat behind the pad, but not quite. This is a strange passage of play again, with Bartlett moving so far around his crease, and I mean, he played at a ball there that was almost a full set outside off stump. Gloucestershire still just with the 2 slips. 2 fielders back. Bell in, and Bartlett again with that front pad thrusted out there and playing it late with pretty much the bat partially tucked behind that front pad out to backward point. It was a curious method, this, but we'll see. Don't know whether it's because Gloucestershire don't think the ball's going to carry to a third slip, or whether they're just thinking in terms of defence. Sun just pops behind a cloud as Bartlett gets a back of a length ball from Bell that he, I say, sways out of the way of. He didn't really have to move too much. Just watched it pass by. But it's a breezy evening now. The wind is clearly bringing this hefty quantity of rain closer to Bristol as Bell is in. He's edged and is caught at first slip. George Bartlett has gone. It's a second wicket for Gabe Bell. Completely squared up there was George Bartlett. And that's really flown to Ollie Price at first slip, but he has clung on for dear life. And Northamptonshire are 76 for 4 as Bartlett goes for 14. And that was another brute of a ball, really, from Gabe Bell. Was quite full, but he was so far down that he almost needed to play it off the back foot, but because he'd given Bell the charge, he just got himself in such a mess there that he couldn't extricate himself from it with any way other than trying almost to fiddle the ball away wide of the slip cord, and he's helped it into Ollie Price's hands.
By the way, his leg kicked up like that, it put me in mind slightly of the Rob Keogh Fandango 2 years ago, when just before the game was abandoned here. He got hit on the hand and was sort of doing a little dance. And it brings James Sales to the crease. And it's still bright sunshine, and there's still a lot of time left in the day. 18 overs, is that? 18 overs and 1 ball.
Yep.
You can see the way my mind's working.
Well, I'd be... Oh, it's 19 overs,
19
actually. Now
overs,
I look over, yeah. Sorry, I genuinely, I looked at that board and thought that said 18. It's my powers of concentration are obviously wilting.
Well, I suppose I'm thinking the unthinkable from a Northamptonshire point of view, but anyway, James Sales comes in. England,
the England Lion coming in.
England Lion's choice, unbeaten in the first innings, 19 not out of 45. Was left in that unenviable situation of having to try and do something with the tail enders at the other end.
Yes, there's the number 11 out there who was showing no signs of permanency. So,
at what point do we think Harry Conway will be getting the pads on as night watchman.
As soon as he can, I suspect. give him something to do. Get him out of the dressing room. So we've gone from 2 slips to 4 slips immediately. Bell to Sales, straight delivery, pushed into the offside. There's a little bit of a motion from both batters that they wanted to come through for a non-existent single, and Craig Miles has been a ball of energy at backward point in this whole match. He's really fielded well, as well as picking up those 3 wickets in the first innings, and of course opening the batting, cramping up. He's had quite a time of it in this match as Craig Miles in his return to the side. But applause for Bell, who has claimed his 21st wicket in this Gloucestershire stint. Northamptonshire 76 for 4, requiring a further 173.
Bell slipping on his long sleeve sweater down to our left as Miles comes in at the start of a fresh over and turned away by Nathan McSweeney. Fielded diving to his right by Bancroft in this position at sort of deepish leg gully. Backward square, call it what you like. Only the 1 slip, Ollie Price, who held a really, really impressive catch that flew off the bat of the outside edge of George Bartlett's bat and was very, very well held. Second good catch he's taken this afternoon to dismiss Messrs Harrison and Bartlett. Here's Miles in, bowls, and McSweeney in behind that, playing it up towards mid-wicket, fielded by Miles Hammond.
I remember Bancroft was fielding in that position in the famous tie at Cheltenham, where Marnus Labuschagne was dismissed to an outstanding catch. It flew quickly. I think Bancroft took it one-handed off Bo Webster, and at that stage you were thinking, well, 309 for 4. They need another 283. Well played, Marnus, but Glamorgan is still going to fall well short here.
Miles in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by McSweeney.
That's the only other time I can remember Bancroft putting himself there, but it was an excellent piece of captaincy, as it turned out, from Graham van Buren, as he was still captain then. And yeah, at that stage, as far as Glamorgan had come, all seemed to be in hand, and was reliving some memories of that extraordinary match when Sam Northeast was here last week, because he made 187 in that 4th innings.
Miles in, bowls and punched away off the back foot by McSweeney, just behind square on the offside, straight to backward point, no run.
Yeah.
Well, it was just a sensational finish, wasn't it? I mean,
extraordinary. 2 off the last over. Mason Crane, who'd batted so well, 43 not out he was at the end, and his 43rd run put Jamie McIlroy on strike for what turned out to be the possibly most extraordinary catch in Gloucestershire history, with James Bracey taking it without his glove on.
Astonishing. Here's Miles in, bowls and pulled away by McSweeney, going out towards the mid-wicket boundary, crosses the rope, bounces up over the top of the advertising board, and somebody's going to have to go and retrieve that from under a car.
All the way across the concrete.
Oh dear. Well, they'll have to have a little look at the ball as soon as it's thrown back. At least it's missed mine. End of the over. That wasn't the end of the over. 4 to McSweeney, 12 to him, and Northamptonshire are 80 for 4, needing another 169 to win. Having lost in this innings, Vaston Salos for 2, Proctor for 13, Harrison for 35, Bartlett for 14, 2 wickets apiece for Gabe Bell and Matthew Taylor. And they still haven't, they have got it back. Well done. I think it finished up going under one of the cars, maybe parked over by the hedge.
Yeah, it's possibly one of the VIP spaces there.
Well, it might have been under your car then, Ed.
Very good, yes. No, I said VIP, not VVIP.
Mine's parked in the sort of the cheap seats down a bit further down towards here. Still just a slip in as Miles to finish his 4th over. Bowls short to McSweeney, who ducks underneath it. He stays on 12. James Sales has faced just the 1 ball, still looking for his first run. It's 80 for 4. Northamptonshire requiring a further 169 to win. 18 overs left today. And another 96 tomorrow. So there is no problem about scoring rates. What there is a problem with, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, is the 4 in the wickets column.
Yes, I assume the required run rate is on the board. That
Must be
is
there
correct.
somewhere,
Yeah, well, it hasn't always been correct, so I only mention it for the sake of silliness. The fact that it's there at all really doesn't matter at this stage. Bell in full ball down the leg side, drifting away and helped for 4 by James Sales. So underway with a boundary. Bell does get this in movement to the right-handed batter. Got some there, but that was starting on about middle and leg and heading further down, and Sales with a fairly simple shot to get him off the mark, but he plays it well to get 4 for it. And it's 84 for 4. Bell to Sales, and he tries to punch it down the ground. Picks out Graham Van Buren at wide mid-off. And it's funny, we've gone from a pretty defensive field, really. There was only 1 slip for Craig Miles, and fielders positioned around the ring, and all of a sudden it's all out attack from Gloucestershire with 4 slips, nobody at cover, nobody at mid-wicket. As Bell runs in, he bowls to Sales, back of a length, and that's well played. He'll get 4 for this, I think, down to deep third. It was short and wide enough. Sales didn't really cut at it, but he slightly fenced at it, but he knew exactly where he was hitting it, and takes his second boundary in 3 balls, so 88 for 4.
Meanwhile at Headingley, Surrey are 57 for 4.
Oh.
Following on against Yorkshire, and Harry Brook has picked up 2 wickets, including Jamie Smith for 0. Dan Lawrence, no, sorry, it was, Smith, that's it, Jamie Smith, yeah, 2nd ball for 0.
Gosh. Bell bowls, much better delivery. Sales with a turn to leg, fielded by Borman at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you got Ryan Patel out as well for 13. Matt Revis picking up a wicket. Jack White picking up a wicket. Dom Sibley still there, the immovable Dom. Yeah. 28 not out off 59 balls, but Surrey up against it, to put it mildly. Still a long way behind.
Do you remember the special theory that England had to try and get Steve Smith out in the last home Ashes, was bowling Harry Brook at him? Bell in and whipped away leg side. It's just over mid-wicket. He was leaping up as high as he could, was Tommy Borman, and couldn't get there, and the ball has just beaten Matt Taylor to the boundary. So that's 3 fours in the over for James Sales. He has achieved in 6 balls what Nathan McSweeney has taken 49 balls to achieve, but that can't have been too far off.
No, I don't think it was.
I must admit, I didn't see exactly how high the ball was when it reached mid-wicket. It's got to the stage where the ball's kind of in silhouette, so
yes,
it's not always the easiest to pick out, but Borman certainly must have felt he had a chance of getting there at the start. Now he drops back to deep square. Bell to Sales, wide of off stump and left, so 12 off that over, and Sales, all those runs that he's scored in that over, so 92 for 4, 157 to win.
Yeah, low sun now as it sets in the west.
In the west, yes.
And as John Arlott once said, if it sets anywhere else, we'll be the first to let you know. Yeah, it's James Sales. I thought at one point he was going to try and knock him off tonight. Still only 157 more required. We'll have to go at something like 10 and over. Here's Miles, start his 5th over from the Ashley Down Road end outside the off stump, and McSweeney's just not timing it at the moment. He went for, again, a sort of little back foot force. And it goes out to mid-off, and there is no run. Sun just maybe about to disappear behind a cloud. Whether at that point we might need to get the lights on. Pushing 6:15 local time. Here's Miles. In and bowls to McSweeney, who nudges that away into the gap between backward square and mid-wicket. There's a man back on the boundary, and McSweeney picks up another run. He goes to 13. Northamptonshire to 93 for 4. Requiring a further 156 to win. Brings James Sales back on strike. 2 slips in now. Got Price at first, Bancroft at second.
Taylor doing some loosening up at mid-on?
Yeah,
I think so.
Another little burst tonight.
Just a very careful marking of the middle stump guard from James Sales.
3 saving, 1 on the offside. As Miles is in, bowls to Sales outside the off stump, leaves it alone, taken by James Bracey. There's a deep square on the boundary, long leg on the boundary. Gabe Bell down to our left. Looks as though the breeze is getting up, actually, looking at the trees down that side of the ground. That's Kennington Road, is it? Down
Kennington Avenue.
Kennington Avenue down that side. Just starting to sway a little bit in. Quite a stiff breeze now. Here's Miles in, bowls to Sales, defends out into the offside, and there's no run. To the extent that if you look at, we were talking about the flats earlier and people watching the cricket, is that somebody hanging the washing out at the very top?
I'm not sure what they're
straight above the sight screen.
They're putting their underwear on a pole or something and hanging out to dry.
I think they're taking advantage of said stiff breeze. They're going to lose that, isn't it? That's going to finish up in Filton. His Y fronts are going to end up in Filton presently if the wind catches them. Defending his Sales out into the offside. Next delivery from Craig Miles. Fielded by Tommy Borman in the covers.
A couple of people who'd come out from the block of flats next door. I thought they were already worried that they might be getting something unwanted into their to their building.
Well, at first I thought they might be sort of flying a flag or something, but no, I don't think it is. I think it's
I wonder what happened to the I think it was a man up on that top floor. He used to ring a bell every time Gloucestershire took a wicket, but he's not doing it for Gabe.
Miles in, bowls, and guided away by James Sales wide of second slip, and he picks up 4 more runs. Greeted with rapturous applause around the ground. Sales goes to 16, 97 for 4, 152 more runs required. 16 left today.
I don't know whether they'd have needed a 4th slip there, but I doubt that Sales would have played that shot.
Well,
so
put it this way,
point.
I would hope not.
No, you would hope not. Anyway, he has raced on to 16 and target around about 150, and then get it below that. It's not too far off halfway, and at the moment Gloucestershire will feel in control. Too much longer of this from Sales. He might wrestle back some momentum. Bell is into McSweeney, and that's defended into the offside. As they no longer on all-out attack for McSweeney, albeit he hasn't timed too many yet, but the longer that he stays there, the more you feel that he might still provide a defining contribution for Northamptonshire. Fellow Aussie looking to remove him. Bell bowls him an away swinger that McSweeney doesn't offer a shot to. See that Sussex have lost a few wickets at Taunton, 213 for 6 now. Somerset have used 7 bowlers. 2 wickets for Tom Lammonby, the 6th bowler, and 1 for Archie Vaughan, the 7th.
Tom Lammonby bowls little left arm
Yeah,
dob, doesn't he, if I remember rightly?
quite useful. 213 for 6, behind by 313. Bell in, another gentle away swinger. McSweeney doesn't play at. Close of play at Southampton, where Hampshire 82 for 4, leading by 67. Jake Lehman 30, not out. And Ben Brown, I say in theory, will be resuming in the morning, but I imagine the forecast for there is probably not too clever if it isn't here, but we'll see. Bell bowls to McSweeney. It's another away shaper, but it starts a bit straighter, so McSweeney has to defend. Colin Ingram and Sean Dixon continuing to build Glamorgan's lead at Edgbaston. It's 268 now, and they have called stumps at, well, they don't call stumps, but you know what I mean. They call time, but stumps at Lords. Bell bangs it in short, doesn't get up masses, and McSweeney sways out of the way anyway. Middlesex then closing on 278 for 8, leading by 79, so there'll be rain dances done in North London. And continuing to rain at Southport, a game that's been ruined by the weather, really. There's only, well, you'd think there's only one side that could win it tomorrow, and that would need a Worcestershire collapse, but they have collapsed in a couple of second innings recently. Lancashire 262 for 7, behind by 8 runs. Bell bowls and guided away by McSweeney. He'll get a boundary here. There's nobody down on the deep third fence and nobody in the gully either. So 4 more to McSweeney, and that is the 100 up for Northamptonshire once again, greeted in the customary manner. No, greeted by one person.
Thank you. Yes, well, I can offer you in terms of Worcestershire collapses, 8 wickets for 26 at Northampton a couple of weeks ago, from 88 for 2 to 114 all out. Ben Sanderson 6 for 7 in 29 balls.
Collapsed against Durham as well.
Yes, they did.
102 in 39.5 overs there.
There's an interesting comment. I don't know if you spotted this, Ed. I'm sure I read this right. I think it was the coach saying something about we have to concentrate through the whole game, not just sort of bits of it, which is, I suppose, stating the you-know-what obvious, but sometimes these things need to be said.
Well, you know, if you're asked what the problem is, well, that's the problem. How do you fix it? That's more difficult, but identifying the problem potentially is the first step.
148 more runs required for Northamptonshire, 6 more wickets required by Gloucestershire, and as anticipated, Matt Taylor coming back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end. 2 slips. Going to be bowling to James Sales on 16. Round the wicket, and Sales turns that into the leg side. Down to Bell at long leg for a single. Sales to 17, Northamptonshire to 102 for 4. We were talking earlier on about tail enders, mentioning Jim Griffiths and Martin Ashenden, who you mentioned, was played for both Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. I was thinking of a marvellous story that Matthew Engel told me when he was covering Northamptonshire for the Chronicle and Echo back in the early 70s. John Dye, wonderful left-arm bowler, not much of a batter. Here's Taylor in, bowls and clipped away by McSweeney. Runs for him here as it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. They've completed 1, they'll come back for 2. Takes McSweeney up to 19, Northamptonshire to 104 for 4. And you know, as you come out of the county ground, you've got those traffic lights near Abington Park. And Matthew was saying he was in one lane and John Dye was in the other, and John wound down the window and said, "Hey, you've got my batting average wrong." Matthew thought, crikey. Here's Taylor. In and bowls, and attempted drive by McSweeney. Gets an inside edge into his pad, rolls out into the offside, and there's no run. He said, "You've put it was 3.43. It's 3.57 or something." Most exercised about 100th of a run or something. It was But my goodness, what a bowler John Dye was, living in Spain now. It's very much one of the heroes of 1976, being celebrated 50 years on by County Club this year. Here's Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump. Tight leave by McSweeney. Certain amount of oohing and ahhing behind the stumps, but well, gentleman down below says it's very good, so it must be.
Well, I think it was a very good leave and a very good piece of bowling.
Well, there you go.
So very good. Very good.
×2. Just a bit more cloud around. I think where the weather is coming from over to our left. Here's Taylor. In and bowls, and McSweeney is forward, steering it down to backward point. Joe Phillips on his 12th man fields.
I think we'll be closing on time again at 7:15.
Yes, well, we've been pretty much, it's been consistent, that we can say over the,
well,
over the 3 days.
If you turn up to any other county championship game and the close is not scheduled for 7:15, then well,
something
you've been
wrong.
shortchanged.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor is in, bowls short, pulled away by McSweeney, and picks the gap between deep square and long leg, and it goes for 4. McSweeney goes to 23, Northamptonshire to 108 for 4. 141 more runs required. That's the end of the over. 14 left, I can see that now. So 14 overs is an hour, isn't it?
Probably.
Probably not far off anyway.
Assuming that there are no wickets, it might be a little bit less,
Yes.
but yeah.
Well, it's going to be, it's 7:15 in all probability.
I've really enjoyed watching McSweeney play those couple of pull shots. I know that neither time as the ball got up masses, but just the level of control and the technique, absolutely perfect, and nobody moved, even though there were 2 fielders back there on that pull shot. There's Graham van Buren going. He wants to swap with Will Williams. No change to the field. There is a fielder back on the deep third boundary though now, so I'll try and plug that gap that Sales has found a couple of times. Bell bowls him a good short ball. Sales, I noticed that in the first innings he did that once. When he ducks, he ducks, which you certainly wouldn't have done in the days before helmets.
Yeah.
He sort of ducks into it, but he obviously must know how high the ball is coming through. But there was another one where again, the ball was going a long way over his head, but he does duck with the top of his head facing the ball. Bell in now, pushed away into the offside, and Sales now taking a leaf out of the Bracey Bancroft book with that gap there. There is a push and run available, and he's happy to take that. 18 to his name now. So 109 for 4. And again, similar to that Kent chase, really, which was 261. Similar sort of feel of a 20-30 run partnership being valuable in the extreme as McSweeney takes a hand off the bat. I think it was it bat or was it glove?
Glove,
certainly,
glove, I suspect.
Does look like he's not put his right hand back on his bat, although now he'll swap hands. But anyway, it's a single to him, 110 for 4.
He strikes me, and obviously, we're all learning about Nathan McSweeney being new to Championship cricket this year, but he strikes me, what we've seen so far, as a very adaptable player.
Bell, another one down the leg side, missed by Sales, taken by Bracey.
By which I mean, if you look at his 200s, the 2 Championship 100s he scored this year, the one at Canterbury, when he went in with absolutely no pressure, just they needed to get on with it, quick runs before declaring, and he had 100 off 85 balls, 3 big sixes. Very different set of circumstances against Middlesex, and batted a long time, 100 off 190 balls, and just dug in.
Bell Bowls worked to leg by Sales, picked up at mid-wicket.
And then got just a mild rebuke from the head coach for getting out for 107. And he said, you know, he should have gone on and got a big one, as James Sales did. He went and got 164. But he just publicly as well, just sort of said, you know, this is, we expect, it's good, he's played well, but we expect more.
Bell bowls to Sales, who gets squared up and skews it. A strange angle the bat came down there, out to backward point, but it didn't go in the air. And it fielded there at backward point, so Sales remains on 18, McSweeney 24, 110 for 4. I've watched a lot more of him in T20 cricket than in the multi-day stuff. Obviously, you can occasionally get some Sheffield Shield highlights here or there, but I'm afraid I'm not staying up all night these days to watch Sheffield Shield. But in the BBL, he is that sort of player that you feel, if the rate's at 7.5, he'll score at 7.5, and if the rate's at 10, he'll try and score at 10. He's not somebody that, as you say, has one way of playing.
Yeah. He's on 24 and he's facing Matt Taylor coming round the wicket, pushes it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I did see some of the highlights of his double 100 against England Lions out there during this last winter, when he's captaining Australia A. Didn't have a great Shield season by his own standards, apart from, of course, captaining South Australia to the title for the second time in as many seasons. Here's Taylor, in and bowls, and forward goes McSweeney, goes off a thick inside edge, scamper through for a single. McSweeney goes to 25. The dreaded Nelson will presently appear on the board.
Didn't stay on there for long in
the
innings earlier on.
It didn't. It was, I'm trying to think, who was it?
It was Bancroft.
Bancroft, that's
obviously
right.
Not superstitious, being the wrong number for the Australian to be superstitious, so he wasn't bothered at all and crashed the next ball for 4.
Well, that run hasn't been added on. I'm sure that should be 111 for 4, because James Sales is on strike, facing Taylor, and he defends. Back down the pitch, Taylor fields. Sun's still out, still, as it has been for most of the day, a deal of darkish cloud over to our left. But I say, we've been very fortunate today in that, so far at least, none of it has deposited over us.
Certainly breezy, though. It will
will
be breezy enough for the bowlers to have to battle it a little.
Here is Taylor again round the wicket, bowls to Sales, and Sales defending out to extra cover where Tommy Borman fields, and there is no run. The garments of whatever description up on the washing line at the flats at the far end are still in place. You'll be pleased to learn.
Forgotten about those. Now I'm not see anything
no, I know.
From the middle other than them once I've been reminded now.
A couple of people up there as well having a good look at the game from one of the terraces. Round the wicket comes Taylor again. Forward goes Sales. Thickish inside edge out into the onside will pick up a run. Sales to 19, 112 for 4, 137 more runs required. And those are named after those flats, after greats of Gloucestershire. Is it Hammond?
Yes, Hammond, Grace, Jessup, Graveney in some particular order, which I never quite remember because I don't tend to go outside the ground and look. No. But yeah, I can tell you the one straight behind the bowler's arm at the moment that's the Grace, and that's split into 2.
WG and EM. Here's Taylor in and bowls to McSweeney, who defends up into the onside, fielded by the 12th man, Joe Phillips at mid-wicket. End of the over, 112 for 4, Sales 19, McSweeney 25. 12 overs left in the day, 137 more runs required for Northamptonshire. Yeah, but we've got WG, EM, GF. There's loads of them, of course, that played. So.
And his son as well, WG
WG Junior Bertie, who I was writing about recently because he played for my club for Oundle Town.
Oh, really?
Who we're celebrating our bicentenary this year. And he taught at Oundle. And that's why WG Gray scored his 200th century in all cricket at Oundle School.
Then comes Bell and bowls, and Sales steers it away to cover point, and there is no run.
Made 141 for WG Grace's 11 against the school. That was his, according to J.R. Webber, who's written the sort of the definitive book about Grace's career, including all the sort of club games and so on, was his 200th score of 100 or more in all cricket. That was 1901, I think.
Bell bowls, and not for the first time. Sales just gets a ball that puts him in a tangle, but he seems quite calm about it and still has time to make the adjustment just to keep it down rather than really bring that leading edge into play.
And 9 days after that, Bertie went out and batted for Oundle Town and made 141, same as his father, against Lilford Park, a club game.
Right.
Thought you'd be interested.
Oh, yeah. Bell in now and tucked away through the leg side. Quick single. Hammond springs up and throws at the non-striker's end. It's backed up by Williams. 113 for 4. I must say, I don't know quite how that hasn't. Maybe I've just forgotten it, but I thought I would have remembered it if we'd mentioned that before. But
well, sadly, Bertie didn't live long after that. He left Oundle, went to teach at Osborne, the Isle of Wight, and sadly died 1905. I think, wasn't very old, early 30s.
Bell to McSweeney, full and punched up off the front foot to mid-on by McSweeney. But it is almost like watching Bancroft at times, in that he goes for almost exactly the same wander. He doesn't have the same obsessive routine, I don't think, as Bancroft, but just like Bancroft, again, it's that same gesture of almost wiping something off the surface, although he doesn't quite do it actually as Bancroft does, and then faces up very quickly again. Bell to McSweeney, and he drops that right down at his feet and then just taps it once more with the bat to make sure that the ball isn't going to move again.
It doesn't work well on the radio, I admit, but I've just got up on my laptop photograph of Bertie, WG Junior, and WG, and the captain of Oundle School at the school ground in that match when WG got his 200th 100.
Last ball of this over from Bell. He bowls now, and McSweeney sprinting off, having turned it into the leg side. Borman up from the boundary rope, does keep it to 1. McSweeney, from a Gloucestershire point of view, starting to look a little potentially concerningly more settled, as he now has 26 and Sales 20. As much as anybody can look too settled out there, it's 114 for 4, 135 required.
And there he is, WG coming off after making that 200th 100. In the background, spire of St Peter's Oundle, which is the biggest, tallest church spire in Northamptonshire. So, yeah, lots of connections between the Grace family and Northamptonshire, of course, naturally. So WG, of course, having a punch-up on Northampton Racecourse, famously, in 1873. Here, Matt Taylor is running in from the Ashley Down Road end, bowling to McSweeney, who turns that down to long leg for a single, fielded by Gabe Bell, coming in off the boundary. McSweeney goes to 27, Northamptonshire to 115 for 4. Yes, he played in a match at Northampton 1873 and was involved in a fracas with a local builder who had criticised him for delaying the start of play, and he never played in Northampton again. Played various other parts of the county, but never came back to Northampton. Here's Taylor. Round the wicket to Sales, and Sales again just getting inside the line and dropping it down on the onside for another single. Sails to 21, 116 for 4. Spectators exhorting Matt Taylor to even greater endeavours, although as we were saying, he's had a pretty decent game. A couple of wickets in this innings. 5 for in the first. Useful runs in both innings down the order. 25 in the first, 18 in the second. But still, as we've said earlier, both teams with work to do. Fascinating game of cricket we've got on our hands. Here's Taylor in again. Bowls to McSweeney, who drives up to mid-on. Can't get a run there.
Yes, well, let's hope the game is well and truly alive tomorrow.
Yeah,
both
absolutely.
sides would say that at this point. Only 133 runs, and yet six wickets for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, only 6 wickets. No, it's beautifully set up. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and it's a tight leave from Nathan McSweeney. I think Matt Taylor may be thinking and possibly even saying something very similar. McSweeney goes off for his customary little wander out to square leg.
He's getting a little bit across, but his judgment still of where his off stump is, having done that, has been so far immaculate. There's been 3 deliveries that he has left and ensured that he's not even brought his pad into play, so the umpire might get a bit twitchy.
Here's Taylor in and bowls very short, and McSweeney ducking underneath it. Sails over his head. Umpire Hassan Adnan indicates that he's 1 for the over. Sun disappears behind a cloud, and you realise when you do lose the sun that it is actually 20 to 7, and
it just looks cold out
yeah,
there.
it
now,
does,
doesn't it?
But I have to say, and absolutely hats off. I doff my trilby to them, that the spectators that have stayed sitting outside for the whole day at the far end of the ground in particular. Taylor in and bowls to McSweeney, who nudges it away out to deep square for 1. McSweeney to 28, keeps the bowling. Sales is 21, 117 for 4. Northamptonshire needing another 132 to win. There are 10 overs left in the day.
And we're going to get,
Some 12.
the first time for Gloucestershire in the match, indeed, some spin. Graham van Buren is coming into the attack, so I like the fact that they've given him a bit of a go. They may possibly know that they have to get through a couple of overs in terms of, I mean, you know, admittedly Gloucestershire are a long way off in terms of the table as it stands, but I still think it's not a great habit to get into, be losing points on the over rate. So in any case, I think it's reached a stage where Gloucestershire have cycled through their seamers against this partnership, and time for something a bit different. So Van Buren to McSweeney, who drives through the covers, happy enough with a single. Williams out on the boundary, and a deep mid-wicket as well. Williams now patrolling the same area where he had his ridiculous run out from deep point of Ekansh Singh coming back for a second run. 1 stump to aim at from deep point, and bullseye as on the back foot Sales plays it back to Graham van Buren. Always grateful for the opportunity to field off his own bowling, because it means he can get on with it almost immediately next delivery. It stays down a bit, but it was wide of off stump, and Sales watches it well and even finds the gap through the covers for another single. So Northamptonshire continue to move closer to the halfway mark of their chase. 129 runs needed. Van Buren bowls, bit of width, it's cut away, and for a moment I thought backward point was going the wrong way. I think he was going the wrong way, and then arrested his momentum.
As we welcome listeners to Sports Extra 3 to Bristol.
130 to win. Northamptonshire 119 for 4. Van Buren Bos, that's a nice piece of bowling. It drifts in. McSweeney does defend it leg side. Van Buren showing that whilst it may not be turning really out there, and I doubt there will be too much turn, but can still use movement through the air potentially to fox a batter, but that time it's wide and has been late cut by McSweeney down to the boundary. So 4 runs to end the over. And McSweeney on to 33. He's not exactly smashed the cover off the ball, but he's showing that he's now able to manipulate the bowling, manoeuvre the field, and has moved his score into the 30s, which in this match has not been the easiest thing to do in and of itself. It's been a game where probably about as many batters have been dismissed in single figures as in double figures. Never mind going on to make 40s and 50s, and in Bancroft's case only onwards. 123 for 4.
These two shared a long partnership, 164 against Middlesex, as Taylor starts a fresh over to Sales, who defends out into the offside. And having said, as we did earlier, that we haven't seen too much of the upside down umbrella, fielders in a ring in front of square, we now have 2 catching mid wickets, extra cover in fairly tight as well. But I asked James Sales what it was like batting with him, because obviously he wouldn't have played very much with him at that stage. And they were batting together for a long time, and he said, doesn't say much, it's very much, it's business. They're out there and just get on with it. Here's Taylor in, bowls and beats Sales with a beauty outside the off stump. Taylor into his 11th over, 2 for 28. But I don't think there's a lot of flowery conversation or quoting of Wordsworth or whatever. I think we just get on with the job in hand. Well, he does anyway.
He's got quite a business-like approach in terms of his stroke play as well, certainly in this innings.
It'd have been fun to see him batting with Richard Levy, who just always wanted to talk. Taylor in again, and turned away by Sales down to long leg for a single. Sales to 23, Northamptonshire to 124 for 4. 124 down, 125 to win.
Yeah, and this partnership is, well, there's shortly the addition of just 1 more run about to be a graphic going up on, or 2 more runs, is it now? Yeah, sorry, I thought you'd added 1 already, but 2 more runs, there'll be a graphic going up on the board, which we've not seen many a time in this match.
Taylor around the wicket again, bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW as McSweeney goes a long way across. It's gone down off the pad for 4 leg byes. Very fine down here to deep fine leg. Gabe Bell comes and retrieves. You would hope that was going down the leg side. He came a long way across. It wasn't a huge amount of support from behind, but anyway, it's 4 more onto the total, and Northamptonshire are now over halfway in terms of the runs that they need, and that brings up the 50 partnership. I'm just looking out to see if there's going to be a pitch invasion. No, there isn't. No, we're all right. And carry on. 52 these two have put on, 128 for 4. Here's Taylor. Round the wicket, bowls, and that's an absolute beauty from McSweeney. And how you play that, I haven't the faintest idea. That has bounced. It's just maybe seemed away a little bit. I think he had to play at it, and McSweeney just dropping the hands, desperate to get everything out of harm's way. But I think the posthumous leave, wasn't it? It was after the ball had already gone.
Yeah, the last 2 deliveries, I mean, he's beaten him on the inside edge, albeit just doing a bit too much. Beats him on the outside edge, and Gloucestershire kind of needed that, even just a moral victory at this stage, because things were starting a little bit more comfortable. Here's
Taylor in, bowls to McSweeney, plays it down to backward point. Craig Miles fields, makes as though he's going to throw, doesn't, and he just lets go with the ball, which lands behind him. Sunshine returns. McSweeney takes the advantage of an opportunity just to have a drink, chat, whatever. End of the over, 128 for 4. 121 more runs required. And James Sales has made 23. McSweeney has made 33. Umpires having a chat about something or other. We have 8 overs to go.
First of which will be not bowled by spin. Oh, I thought that
didn't last long.
Van Buren was going to continue because he was standing at mid-off having a word with Miles Hammond, and I thought that it was going to be spin for a second over, but Williams will bowl. The other reason I thought that was because the keeper's standing up to the stumps, but it turns out that that's just because the keeper does tend to stand up to the stumps for Will Williams when it's James Bracey anyway.
Off for rain at Headingley, where Surrey are 83 for 5 following on against Yorkshire. They're still 199 runs behind, but they are off for rain there now.
So in play in 2 other matches other than this one, still on at Taunton with Sussex 236 for 7, and still on at Edgbaston where Glamorgan are 188 for 5. Colin Ingram 77 not out, and the lead just under 300. Williams with 1 slip. Bracey keeping James Sales company, and that has been thick-edged but controlled down to the boundary, and 4 more runs to the Northamptonshire total. 4 more to James Sales, 27 off 30, and this is starting to hurt Gloucestershire. You can see the body language, which has been nothing but positive, just change a bit after that. Admittedly, part of it is just because whilst Sales was in no danger at all, you've just seen the ball hit in that particular area, but just a few signals of concern about this partnership. Admittedly, they'll have the end of the day as a bit of a break-up for it, if nothing else, as Sales drives to mid-off and there's no run. However, the speed at which Sales has scored here, I was suggesting maybe even a couple of hours ago that Northamptonshire would be around 100 to win, but with 7.4 overs to go, requiring 117, it may be that they need rather less than that. Williams bowls, pushed up to mid-on by James Sales. Applause from Bracey to Will Williams. Miles stretching at backward point. Perhaps he's just hoping that he doesn't cramp up again like yesterday.
Yes, of course.
That doesn't happen, but
seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? It was, I suppose.
Yeah. Might have got the nod. Williams bowls to Sales. He stands tall in defence. And there's no run as it's fielded at mid-off. There's not been a great deal of, I suppose, defending from James Sales. Not that he's gone out and blistered the ball about, but started off positively and has found gaps created by the fact that he hit those early boundaries. As Gloucestershire has started to be a little bit concerned about the scoreboard starting to favour Northamptonshire as Sales defends up to mid-off. And it sort of mind is cast back to that Kent chase in the last round, chased down 261 to beat Gloucestershire by 2 wickets. They were 64 for 3 when Sam North East was dismissed, and Bell Drummond and Muyaya had a sizable partnership for the 4th wicket. No runs, says James Sales, as he defends into the covers, so 132 for 4. But I guess it's that sort of period now where whoever it is, whichever bowler is called upon, Gloucestershire need that moment that it just escaped them in that Kent game, where it felt really after that as though Kent were always in control, even when Gloucestershire picked up wickets. It's at the stage now where if they don't get one relatively quickly, then start to feel that they might have had that control wrestled away from them.
Taylor starting his 12th over, bowls to McSweeney, blocks it out into the offside. Still this bright sunshine that's starting to get very low in the sky, and that spoke a little while ago about the shadow of the floodlight pylon about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. It's now almost stretching across the entire diagonal of this playing area here at Bristol.
It's like a giant, I was thinking it's like a giant fly swat about to about to hit, well, somebody at cover maybe.
Slip in, just the one. That's outside the off stump, left alone by McSweeney, through to James Bracey.
About to swap Tommy Borman.
Still 2 men out on the leg side, long leg and deep backward square. 3 in a ring, saving 1 on the onside, square leg, mid wicket and mid on. Graham Van Buren just taking a step or 2 back at mid on. Then mid off, extra cover, backward points, a ring of 3 on the offside as Taylor is in. And McSweeney crossing behind that, plays it out to Phillips. One of the 2 substitutes we've seen on the field this afternoon. Endleton was out there for a bit as well.
Sussex lost a wicket to what turned out to be the last ball of the day at Taunton, although there were 5 balls remaining. Finn Hudson-Prentice dismissed by Lewis Gregory, so Sussex 236 for 8, so they've got 12 wickets to play with tomorrow, and the forecast presumably not that great.
Taylor in again and bowls, very full, and McSweeney clips it away out to, once again, Joe Phillips, who's tight in there at mid-wicket. And there is no run, 4 dots at the start of this over. 38 balls to go in the day, assuming we get them all in. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't at the moment.
Yes, and this is a filthy black cloud right about to come over, but then the sun sets in the west, so we'd probably know about it.
Here's Taylor in again outside the off stump, left alone by McSweeney. Yes, it's not quite Independence Day over to our left, is it? But there's a bit there, I think, somewhere, but I think it's quite a long way away. And
well, that's I mean, it looked horrible over there.
It's looked up for most of the day, hasn't it? Really,
the sort of border regions must have been drowned. Shower after shower's made its way over there, but missed here.
We have been so fortunate today. I've just had the radar up for most of the day, and there's been so much around, and all of it, happily, has missed us here. Here's Taylor in, bowls and turned away on the leg side by McSweeney for a single. Down to deep backward square. Pinches the bowling. He stays on 34. Or goes to 34, I should say. Sales stays on 27. 133 for 4 at the end of the over. 116 more runs required by Northamptonshire. 6 overs to go in the day as the clock on the scoreboard shows 5 minutes to 7.
Yeah, I mean, Williams doesn't tend to hang about, but I thought we might get a few overs of Graham Van Buren just to rush through, but the over rate does still say level on the board, so the only concern really in terms of the board is Northamptonshire being 133 for 4 and needing 116. Short mid-wicket in as Williams pitches that one up, does get the ball to deviate a little through the air. Full ball and McSweeney blocks it, and as soon as the batters maybe even just look round and only see one slip, I don't know whether that's just a little psychological milestone even. You just think that lessens your chances of getting out a little bit and frees you up a bit. Williams in to McSweeney, head over the ball defending, and now it sort of feels as though it's the Will Williams trying to either bore out the opponents or look for those, the slightest of gaps in their defences, because he's going to be bowling straight pretty much every ball. Metronomic as ever. Bowls now. As I say that, he strays onto leg stump, but there is protection out on that leg side boundary. 2 fielders out there, so just a single. 35 to McSweeney, 134 for 4. There's now bad light at Edgbaston, so once again, it always happens with us Radders.
Yeah, it is.
Back to the first time we worked together, it happened with the last game standing in the first round of 2022. Williams in and punched by Sales. Well, just defended really. It was a slightly firmer defensive shot, but he's not going to get a run for it. Fielded it mid-off. Could well be tomorrow. You never know.
Could. Yeah, I mean that was a wonderful game of cricket, wasn't it? But 3 of the best innings you could ever wish to see in all in one match. James Bracey and Ryan Higgins for Gloucestershire, Rob Keogh for Northamptonshire. Different innings, different set of circumstances, and a wonderful finish.
Williams bowls. Oh wow! How did that miss?
I thought he'd have bowled it.
I thought it had as well. Sales driving at it, and it's been knocked down, I guess, by Bracey. I don't think he edged it.
Oh.
No, it's hooped away at the last minute. It looked to be heading straight for off stump, and then it swung away to save James Sales. Because I think if that had continued on the line that it was going, there was a lot of stump available. Williams into Sales. He does drive that one, and back to Williams, who fields maybe with his right wrist. But it's a good over from Williams, who it does seem to almost, as his spell goes on, or as the innings goes on, he seems to really get into that rhythm, and
so close. Goodness.
well, it's so close that Bracey clearly felt it was going to bowl him and didn't really take the ball, but the ball ended up hitting him. 134 for 4, and indeed it was Craig Miles who was loosening, so Matt Taylor, you would assume, is done for the day. 2 for 30 from 12 overs. Miles potentially with 3 overs to bowl at the end of the day from the Ashley Down Road end. Wonder what the plan is. You've got Bancroft at backward square still and 2 fielders deep, but bowling short to McSweeney. That's a brave strategy if that's the plan. It may well be that's more there for the full ball, targeting the pads and trying to get him to fall over again.
He certainly dispatched a couple of short balls away with aplomb this afternoon. Here's Miles in and bowls wide outside the off stump, cut away by McSweeney. He probably feels he missed out there. Gets it straight to Miles Hammond at backward point. Still just one slip in, Ollie Price. 2 men out on the leg side still. Deep square and long leg. And 3 in a 1 saving position on the onside. Backward square. Actually, probably just in a catching position at leg gully. Mid wicket and mid on down the leg side. Taken by Bracey. On the offside, he has a mid off. Extra cover again in fairly tight. And Hammond at backward point, having a chat with umpire Treadwell.
I feel absolutely confident that Harry Conway is padded up now.
Yes, I think there's every chance. He's done it, he's done it a few times this season. Not least, of course, in the first innings here. Here's Miles. In and bowls, and McSweeney defends. Out into the offside, no run. Tommy Borman with energy to spare. Coming in from extra cover. Sends in his return to James Bracey. It's a lovely light out there now, isn't there? It's
yes.
Very much a sort of an evening, and the fact that there is a lot of dark cloud over to the left just makes the contrast very striking. Need Jack Russell to get his paints out, I think, don't we? Here's Miles in, bowls on leg stump, turned away by McSweeney. He will add one more run to his total. He goes to 36, Northamptonshire to 135. For 4, 114 more runs required. 26 balls remaining today.
Has been a really fine partnership, this, and McSweeney's just looked very accomplished and maybe eased James Sales at the other end, who's happy to trust his defence now.
Miles in, bowls, and turned away by Sales, down towards fine leg. There's a little chase there for Gabe Bell, who does really well. Keeps it in the playing area, immediately down below our commentary position, deep fine leg. 2 leg byes onto the total. Northamptonshire in this set of circumstances won't care at all how they come. Who gets them, indeed, whether leg byes get the remaining 112, but
no.
It's the top line. 137 for 4.
And nor really in terms of runs this evening, possibly. Now the really important thing is 4 down at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. His Miles in, bowls short. Sales ducks underneath it, through to Bracey. 4 overs to go. 137 for 4. Sales is 27. McSweeney is 36.
So I think I did say 4. Maybe the over-under. You'd feel 4 at the close. Northamptonshire favourites. 5 even to just slight Gloucestershire favourites.
Yeah, go along with that.
Much depends on the fall of every wicket now. And Williams looking to prize it out, and it does. You suddenly realise it is 2 minutes past 7. As the sun doesn't even fully go behind the clouds, but it does get a little gloomy out there as Williams trots in and bowls off the guided inner part of the bat from McSweeney, deadening the impact, sending it square of the wicket on that leg side. He's got another single, gets off strike again. 138 for 4. Must be, again, I mentioned earlier how infuriating Bancroft must be to bowl at. There must be the similar feeling with McSweeney, really, because you look up and he's got 37. You sort of try and remember what shots has he played, how has he got there, but he gets there, he accumulates runs. Williams bowls to Sales, and he will run that to backward point where Miles fields, and there's no run.
Well, you can think of any number of magnificent players down the years who've had that a similar attribute. And I think of, well, obviously I saw a lot of Alan Lamb when he was in, red ball mode. You would sometimes look up and think, well, where have they come? Of course, the other one, I suppose, that everyone will know is Joe Root, who you perhaps put in a similar category.
Williams in on leg stump, allowing Sales the chance to roll the wrists on it and take a single through square leg. Williams hates conceding runs when he knew he'd just strayed in line a bit there, and it looks as though he's having a word with his captain, whether that's a full-on change of plan or what, but yeah, right, okay, so I think it's same plan, but that's the score, by the way, 139 for 4. It's the same plan, but he wants another fielder on that leg side. There was a fielder back at deep third, but with Williams bowling so straight, I think he's decided that he may not need that fielder back there. Ollie Price with his cable knit sweater, standing alone in the slip cordon. Williams bowls to Sales, right on the money, but so is, pardon me, it's McSweeney, of course, they change strike. McSweeney plays a textbook defensive shot. 2 balls remain in this over of Williams. He'll have 1 more from the pavilion end, and 2 overs left from the Ashley Down Road end. The shadow of the floodlight now right across the middle of the pitch as Williams bowls. That's a good delivery, and McSweeney again defends into the leg side.
I tell you what, if we're still here at this time tomorrow, as you say, if it's a question of the weather clearing through, we've got a little session at the end of the day. Goodness, it's it's draining, isn't it?
It is.
It's this sort of match situation where, as you say, the smallest error of judgment on either side can make just a big difference to potentially to the outcome.
Williams bowls to McSweeney. He'll get 4. They've brought the deep third up, although he might have been too wide actually even to stop that one. It's another boundary down through that area, and 106 required. McSweeney to 41, and there's been this feel for best part of 10-15 overs really, that the batters are now starting to feel that they can actually play with the outside edge, because the ball's just not going to carry, and that really does limit the number of possible dismissals that Gloucestershire can have. It's changed so quickly.
New ball again, isn't it? And we saw it earlier in the day with that, from 31 for 5, and then 100 partnership, courtesy of James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft, just by playing properly, just by minimising risk as far as possible. It's now getting, now that we lost the sun, it's a bit gloomy out there. The floodlights are not on. We have 3 overs to go. Miles is going to bowl to Sales, and Sales is inside the line, working it again out into the leg side for Joe Phillips to field, and there's no run. Chorus of encouragement around the field to try and get Craig Miles as fired up as possible. 17 balls remaining potentially in the day, although it's a wee bit murky out there now. And I suppose they'll ask, is it worth putting the lights on?
What I was wondering about.
For 10 minutes. Is Miles in, bowls and turned away by Sales, and he's caught at leg gully, and Craig Miles has broken through for Gloucestershire. A big wicket, just moments from the close of play, and Sales turning it away on the leg side. And there was a man, we've been talking about it most of the afternoon, the man in there, backward square, leg gully, call it what you like, and Sales has gone for 28. Northamptonshire are 143 for 5, and they need another 106 to win. Cameron Bancroft put him in there, took the catch, and that breaks that very productive, important partnership in the context of the match between Sales and McSweeney. And now I strongly suspect, to the delight of his many admirers, it's Harry Conway coming out as night watchman.
Well, I think James Sales is just obliged, really, for what the people are going to get what they wanted. And, I can tell you that the umpires have asked for the lights to be turned on for 16 balls, a maximum of. But yes, it was good planning from Gloucestershire. Bancroft put himself in that position, and you could tell really that was likely to be the plan, because Miles bowling short to the short boundary with the right-handers didn't really make much sense, but they put that protection there, challenging Northamptonshire to say, okay, if you want a single you can have it, but you're going to have to work it into space, and Sales not quite finding that space, and Craig Miles has bought a wicket there for Gloucestershire, and at quite a price, as we've said, in terms of where this game feels now. There is still plenty of batting, but that partnership really felt as though it was hurting Gloucestershire at the back end of this day. Now they've broken it, and now can put some pressure on the night watchman as well, and potentially McSweeney at the other end.
Here is Miles then bowling to Harry Conway. 4 balls left in the over, 3 slips in and down the leg side from Miles. It's not taken cleanly by James Bracey. And now there's a... Oh, my goodness. Nathan McSweeney was thinking about taking the bye. Now, that slightly defeats the object of the exercise in terms of having a night watchman and immediately getting him off strike. As I say, they're sharing a house back in the county.
So these two ought to know each other
well.
fairly well.
Absolutely, yes. Is it your turn to wash up? Anyway, 143 for 5. So the night watchman stays on strike at least for now. 3 balls to go. No sign of the floodlights on yet. Miles is in, bowls to Harry Conway, who steers this one through the slip cordon. This way it goes down towards deep backward point. Joe Phillips picks it up in company with Miles Hammond. So Conway is off the mark. And it means that McSweeney will have 2 balls to face in this over. 144 for 5, 105 runs needed. 5 wickets left to fall.
You felt as though somebody also, the fact that it's Miles who's taken that wicket, Bell and Taylor have looked really, really dangerous, but they needed wickets from elsewhere. They've got one from Miles.
Miles is in, bowls to McSweeney, turns it round to Cameron Bancroft in that same position at which he caught James Sales a few moments ago. Backward square.
By the time these floodlights come on, it's going to be the close.
Well, I mean, I suppose they're going to have to think about at the end of this over. I mean, it's gloomy out there now, and if they've called for the lights and the lights are not on, well, yes, they are now starting to come on.
They're warming up, but it's going to take. I know they're fairly quick to warm up, these ones, but they're not instantaneous like some are now.
Last ball of the over. Miles in, bowls to McSweeney down the leg side, taken by Bracey. That is the end of the over. 144 for 5. Key wicket taken by Craig Miles. 7 overs, 1 for 17. We have 2 overs to go. Now, the floodlight that was not working yesterday doesn't appear so far to be working today either. It's the one over in the left corner, far end of the ground next to the flats. It had just 1 row of lights working yesterday, and it looks as though it might be the same today.
Get on with it. I mean, the kids over there are playing their game of cricket, so get on with it. They can see perfectly well. No.
Well, it's fine, unless, and if somebody gets out, then at this time, then, I'm sure words will, head coach may not be too chuffed if they've called for lights. And
that's the issue, isn't it? Also, you do have to allow for some time for them to be switched on, because somebody's actually got to go to the other side of the ground.
Absolutely, and, I know. It's same at Northampton.
Yeah,
so
should the umpires possibly have put them on in readiness? But then, anyway, Williams bowling and Conway lunging down in defence. Always one to downplay whatever has happened, Harry Conway.
It's not working, that one, is it? Again.
No, there's only a handful of bulbs that are going to warm up. I have to say, though, yesterday I sort of thought at least they've put in plenty of floodlight pylons here, and I wouldn't say it was massively different in terms of not having that floodlight. Williams bowls wide outside off stump. Keeper's gone back now, and Conway doesn't have to play at that one. I'd dearly love to find a single at the back end of this over, but I'd imagine Conway would be turning down runs if they were available, or singles at least if they were available in the early part of this over. Fine leg and deep third on the boundary. Open spaces at extra cover and mid-wicket. 3 slips. 10 balls left in the day. Williams to Conway, and he steers it down into the ground. I don't think there was a deliberate misfield from Craig Miles at backward point, but Harry Conway ensuring that Nathan McSweeney was in no doubt that this time they were not going to consider a single off the 3rd ball of the over like last over. But they'll take it, you'd guess, next ball if it presents itself. But the danger is if Conway goes looking for a single and plays with the outer part of the bat at this stage. Williams bowls, that's short and wide, and goes through to Bracey. I wasn't expecting that, but anyway, Will Williams test the umpire's patience as far as the floodlights not taking full effect. See, I'm too quick to face in these conditions, he's saying.
They're going to have a word, and I'm not surprised.
Well, I mean, I don't know what they'd be having a word about, because is it the ball? Because the light meter is just a question of
We're off.
No, they're going off. Well, this is bizarre to me because I thought they had to take a reading for it to be bad light, but they've just decided that it is bad light without actually taking a reading.
I mean, I have to say,
Really odd to me.
I think once we lost the sun, I think personally, and I know you'll say, well, you would say this, wouldn't you? But I think once the sun had gone, they then asked for the lights to come on. They weren't on. I think they should have come off then. I really do. I don't think it was fit for play. I'd be interested to know what the read. Obviously, they would have taken a reading when they came off on day 1. Anyhow, we are off now, and the floodlights, which have been on for all of about 3 minutes, 4 minutes maybe, are now coming off. Anyway, let's concentrate on the game because it's fascinatingly poised. 144 for 5. Northamptonshire having just lost that wicket at the very end of the day, losing James Sales. So it means Northamptonshire need another 105 runs to win. Gloucestershire need 5 more wickets to win. We have all of tomorrow, 96 overs, but the question is how many of those overs are we going to get?
Yes, I suppose the good thing is that we don't need an enormous amount. We need maybe one session, exactly, yeah. So 30, 32 overs, something like that, should be enough for one side or the other to win this game. But as you say, it is so beautifully poised that you just hope that we're not going to get cut off in our prime in terms of this match. A slightly unsatisfactory end to the day, but equally, I think we've been very lucky to get the amount of cricket that we have in, given the amount of rain that has fallen in parts not too far off from here.
Well, so, the west has been well doused today, hasn't it? But we fortunately
of the west. Not. So 105 to win for Northamptonshire tomorrow. 5 more wickets for Gloucestershire to take. Andrew Radham, myself, Ed Seaborn, will be back tomorrow, and we'll be here until such time as the game ends. How it ends, we have no idea. But do stick with us tomorrow, rain or not. And I hope you have an enjoyable rest of your Sunday evening. Bye-bye for now from Bristol.